show.
The 2026 Toyota AFL Premiership season.
What a fly! An unbelievable mark from Elliott. And it's one of the best he has ever taken.
That is wizardry at its finest. Holmes to go all the way home. The superstars rise when the occasion comes.
Every game, every week.
Short today, Goss from 50 on the arc. It's a thumping drop punt. And as if written by the gods.
Oh, there's a bit on in the aftermath too.
Watson front and centre from impossible angle. Watson! Unbelievable!
Runs in, kick on goal, Jackson.
It rolls, it tumbles, it skids, it is over. It is over. The Lions go back to back, and it stands to be admired as one of the greatest premierships ever won, enshrining the legacy of Chris Fagan.
Welcome to AFL Nation.
Down the highway at Caninia Park on a wet March night, it's suddenly a bite of winter. We're single figures and heading for a low of about 6 degrees by the final siren. It dumped rain on the drive down, so who's to say what we'll get in the couple of hours that they're playing. It's Geelong and Adelaide to start round 3 at GMHBA Stadium. We're with you on AFL Nation, where the Bunnings build-up is for Bunnings Warehouse. Gerard, Whateley with you. Adam Simpson. Hello to you, Simo.
Gerard, good afternoon. Interesting the trip down, because I was warned by so many people, so I left at 2. And I got here at 3. So I've been waiting here for 3 hours.
You should have come round and jumped in the...
I should.
You should have come round and you could have had a Heineken Zero with me.
Yeah, maybe.
I could have sat in the spa together.
Sauna. You just sit in the car park at the... Is that the G, where you just sit in the car park till 5 to 6?
Yeah, so I sometimes lay in the back seat of the Kia with my feet up on the back window, just fully flat.
Just trying to picture that with your 4 litres of milk on either side.
Exactly, just chilling out. So next time pop round and
I'll hit you up.
We'll have a zero together.
Okay.
Dwayne Russell, hello.
Good to be here. Blue shorts for me tonight, Gerard. Yes. It's a home game, so... And 6 is, this is my wheelhouse, 6 degrees down here, cold night, making it inhospitable for others. Remember, Simo probably isn't old enough, but we used to train at night back in the old days after everybody had a day's work. So you'd train in these kind of conditions. You'd arrive about this time for training and get ready for the night's training. And it was back in the days where the coach wouldn't allow you to wear long sleeves. You weren't allowed to wear skins. There was no such thing as skins
listen
back
how
then.
Tough he's done it.
I know. Jared. So this is perfect. I might even go and do a couple of laps in the shorts a little later on.
The biggest difference, Dwayne, surely is the oval and the condition. Because I did catch a bit of that. We used to train at night as well. In fact, we used to train at night at West Coast when it was a night game. It was to get used to the slippy conditions. We do it every now and then. But what is different is the ground.
Yeah.
The boggy middle's gone. And was that here? That was here?
Yeah, not as much as Moorabbin. Moorabbin had the boggiest middle.
Okay.
In fact, Moorabbin was just boggy. It wasn't just boggy in the middle. It was just boggy. But the ground here normally was pretty good. But coming from SA, where the drainage, a lot of the grounds in SA are sand-based grounds. So the drainage was always great, which is why I think South Australians, especially under Jack Oatey, played that handball-style game, which is now back in vogue with the Sydney Swans. The run and handball game was still happening in the middle of the depths of winter, because running football, you could get away with being a running lighter player. Come over here to the VFL and it was a slog. Yep. And if you didn't have a hard body and couldn't take a whack to the back of the head 5 times this quarter, then you couldn't really get through.
It's interesting. I do believe still the Victorian kids have got sharper hands than the interstate kids. And whether it's the ground conditions, the winters, it's a bit deeper, isn't it, the winter? And no doubt the spaces, that all the ovals are bigger in Western Australia, I'm talking about.
Yep.
And in Victoria, there's just a bit more grit, to be honest, about how you prepare your kids when they come through. They play on the boggy ground still in the local footy. It's cold, it's wet, they've got to deal with wet weather, train at night, all that sort of stuff, whereas WA's just a little bit nicer.
Yes.
So there is a difference with the ground ball skills with the kids coming through.
And John Devine sometimes at the end of training on a Thursday night would say, you and Austin McCrabb, I don't know who's going to play yet, so I'm just going to kick this ball into the middle, and whoever gets it ends up being the 20th man. So away you go and just kick it, and that would be the decision maker for training.
Maybe Dennis learnt that, because I ended up doing that a fair bit. I did it with David King once.
Oh, really? Okay.
And Kingy's gone, listen, let's just finish 2-2.
Oh, wow.
He tried to organise it before we went out,
yeah.
which is pretty smart from King.
Yeah, no.
It's Dennis definitely did that. Yeah, we're talking 90s though, Gerard.
Yep.
So who would win, you and Austin McCrabb? Was it a close run thing? Or?
No, Austin was pretty good, but Austin had his nights where sort of Austin was kind of off with the fairies.
Yep.
Sometimes Austin was quite a good footballer when his mind was on it, but often he was looking at the formation of the clouds and doesn't that one look like a butterfly and that one looks like a bear. So, if you got him on one of those nights, you were right.
All right. We have a foursome for our pre-game, and then this might be one of the greatest cases of double dipping I've ever heard of tonight. Josh Jenkins rounds out our team in the Bunnings build-up. Hello, JJ.
Good evening, boys.
And I think we should put this on the table right from the start.
Yes.
So you're going to go and do Cats radio.
Yes.
But you've just been in the Crows Inner Sanctum for a jumper presentation.
I did, yes. Now, I just finished Googling Austin McCrabb. I've walked in not knowing what you guys are talking about, and now I'm not upset that I don't.
A great Hawthorn player as well. In fact, such a legend that during the photo session we had pre-season 1 year, everybody wore an Austin McCrabb moustache. So we had the Austin McCrabb photo with everybody in an Austin McCrabb moustache and then the normal photo. So, yeah, you can Google lots of Austin McCrabb stories. But only bloke ever to ride a push bike from Melbourne to Perth and then get an hour and a half out of WA, out of Perth, and get a flat and realise the spare tyre that he had around his neck the whole way was actually the wrong size. But anyway,
it's always what we get on a Thursday night pre-game.
Yeah. Okay. No, we like to drift.
But yes, I was lucky enough to give Finbar Maley his jumper for tonight, which is pretty cool. I was quite nervous, to be honest. There's normally, or more often, I've been one of the 23 players, not really that interested. Then you try and tune in, and it was my turn to try and say something a little bit funny and just break the ice. But
funny or a sage advice?
Nah, well, I tried to go for a bit of humour, but I just needed to get the boys on side as quickly as possible and get out of there as well. He's wearing the famous number 36, the Simon Goodwin 36. So he's got some big boots to fill.
Did he hug you after your speech?
No, it was a firm.
It was an embrace.
It wasn't the American dap that we see. It was a firm handshake.
Okay, because I had the honour of doing a jumper presentation last year, and I did Finbar Maley.
Really? I wondered why you come out.
Did you get a hug? Did you get a hug?
And he went for a hug, and I went for a handshake. And it was just really awkward. It's like he was going for the high five, pull-in hug. And that's not me.
Right.
And so I was wondering, and apparently he's a hugger, so maybe he's evolved.
He might have been spooked by me.
So you got into 7 games in a North Guernsey. Let's see how far JJ gets in the Crows.
It shows you our status at these two clubs. For Finbar last 7 games before they ship him off. It wasn't exactly a Harley Reid type of moment for the jump presentation. But and he played okay. His kicking's an issue, but he has a crack. So
that's what they clearly love about him. Even I was quite nervous for him. I was driving down from Melbourne, thinking I didn't want to see Adam Kelly's name come up because I thought, is there some chance they might leave him out because of the weather? And I guess when you've played a game, it wasn't his overall debut. It might have been a little bit of a softer blow. Look, you're going to play for us at some stage, but not in these conditions. Fortunately, he's going to take his place and. His last words were, "I don't care about anything. I just want to win." So that's a good start.
So have you been back inside the Adelaide Inner Sanctum since you departed?
No, not at all. I was asked to go and do Kalachi's number 4 to number 4, and I was already committed to being here a couple of weeks ago. So first time I've been in there, I was a little bit nervous, and there's just not many familiar faces.
Yeah. Did it end? How did it end? I know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everyone who ended in that period ended in different times.
Because of the camp stuff.
Yeah. Don Pike, the coach.
Oh, right. So the camp was
coaches.
Oh, no, the camp was a divisive moment. I don't want to take words out of your mind. You got an hour. Away you go.
I was going to say.
What happened on the camp?
We've only got 51 minutes.
Stop it.
Ask Don. You and Don are good friends. Ask Don.
Yeah, he won't talk to me.
When you get it.
Oh, he sacked me too. So
he sacked me too. So we've got more than just Finbar in common.
So is it progressively putting you back on good terms with the Crows?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on good terms with them in my mind in terms of I'd like to see them do well. I love the group they've got. I had a great chat to Riley Thilthorpe, who I've never met before, and I love to watch him play. I think you're always drawn to the player who played in the same position. He's a lot better than I ever was, but I love to watch him play. Got to quickly say good day to Darcy Fogarty. I was disappointed Tex was going to be rested because he was a guy I played a lot with. So there aren't many. Wayne Miller is about the only other player left that I actually played with.
Who's got your number?
Kel Archie.
Okay.
Got my number.
Oh, that's
so
right.
unfortunately, he's going to be out for a while. So no, it was good to. I had no idea where I've never been down in that part of the ground. When I was playing for Adelaide, we had the shoddy old away rooms, which you'd be familiar with, Simo, as well.
Some dark days. When I was playing, I
can't see for coaches.
Over there. It's not great for radio, but we got the old Danny Laidley, take your jumper off. You don't deserve to wear it today.
Yes.
Ooh. And I was captain at the time, and I had to take my jumper off. And it was a cool 5 degree type of day too. So showers cold, shocking rooms. You get beaten a lot. Yeah,
brick pillars in the middle of where you try and warm up.
Yes, and then I had the privilege to coach about 5 losses in a row over there as well. Where 100-point, Duncan kicks a torpy after the siren at quarter time to put him 10 goals up. So I got great memories just behind the SCG.
Did you play in the famous game where I think it was borderline, like a pivotal moment in Geelong's history when you beat them down here?
Yeah, I had a good day that day.
So tell us the story about what was the lead up to that? The big news story was, it was almost coach tip out time, wasn't it?
Well, from a North point of view, we'd lost the first 2 games. So it was one of those ones, we got North and they'd lost the first 2 or something like that. And we had a really good, we made a prelim that year against Geelong and lost by 85 points. But on the day, we had a really good win. So, and that was the line in the sand moment for Geelong at the time where Bomber I don't know what happened since then, but it was a different Geelong we faced at the end of the year, that's for sure.
Yeah, they had meetings and everything after that. It was like, crisis, coach.
We weren't that bad. But, how did we lose to this mob? Yeah. But we surprised a few that year. That was 07, I think it was. And Geelong definitely went to a whole new level, which they sustained for years to come.
Were you a little tacker watching that one, Gerard?
No, I was a journo, actually.
Oh, okay.
So that lives with me vividly because I'd backed the club absolutely in the Geelong Advertiser, the process they went through, sticking with Bomber Thompson, was firm with Frank and Cookie.
Yep.
And I remember they lost that day and they were in the corner of the rooms and they said to each other...
You can throw in a wee if you like.
No, they said to each other, I think we've got this wrong.
Right.
And then we all went the next week to the Richmond game, which was the bring us the head of the coach on a stick game. It was either going to be Terry Wallace or Mark Thompson, and Geelong won by 157 points. And it's probably the most remarkable game I've ever seen, given the backdrop that had happened going in. And from there, they were on their way. So they weren't wrong.
We talk about Essendon's tension and North Melbourne's tension right now. It's like a regular thing. There's always someone last on the ladder after 3 rounds. There's always a crisis.
Yeah. And when you'd been through the review as are we or aren't we, and it was the big decision, and they walk into the new season. They were so disappointing at the start. They lost to North at home, and they thought, we've done the wrong thing here.
If that was a bad day for Geelong, what would have happened, do you think? Do you think
after if Geelong had lost by 157 points, it never would have happened, as Mark Thompson
I wonder what would have happened to Geelong
coach
if that game had...
Well, there was talks of board changes and all that kind of stuff. There was rumbling for a new board to take over.
Yeah.
Dennis Pagan and the whole flex of history is in that 2
sliding
weeks.
doors.
But getting back to JJ's story, just to put a tail on it all, footy clubs are so good regardless of what period you're in. And I think we're lucky to have been involved in team sport in Australia when it comes to our footy clubs. You're always kind of welcome back at some stage. JJ, you felt that tonight, which is nice to hear, even though it was a really volatile time that you were part of the club when you left. I think we all find that, there's still that welcome back factor at some stage, that it's still your family at the end of the day in some respects. Do you find that or not?
Oh, North, yes.
Yes, but you'll find that with West Coast.
The West Coast red carpet hasn't really rolled out just yet.
But the moment will come though, won't it?
Well, you'd hope so, yeah.
You're a premiership coach.
You need some space.
The water under the bridge, fair enough.
I mean, how much space?
Yeah, I've had 2019 was my last year in Adelaide, so I've had a long time. It's probably taken... I've probably had 1 or 2 opportunities to make the effort to go across there, but there's always a very good reason not to go. Young kids and get a bit of downtime. Do I want to get on a plane and go to Adelaide and those sorts of things? But it was good to go down there tonight. And, I mean, there'd be half their team, Gerard, that weren't born the last time Adelaide won here. So
Have they played a lot here, though?
They actually have.
I reckon we played here at least 5 or 6 times. So I'm in an even more ironic situation that I never won here, and I actually played for Geelong as well. So,
Hang on, you've never won here playing for Geelong?
Well, I played my 2 games in COVID, I never got the opportunity. I played in front of about 800 people for the Cats, but it's a long time for them to have not won here, considering they have been here enough. It's not like they've been here 4 times in 25 years.
Yeah, it's not one of those records. It's actually 14 losses in a row in a condensed period of time.
And I was having a little look at it, and I was alerted to it by one of our colleagues. Mark Bickley set up the game-winning goal in 2003. So he just wanted me to sneak that in if I could.
Right. And they have played a couple of thrillers. It's not like they've always been whacked here. So we'll see if that breaks tonight. Bucks is going to join us in a few moments' time. This is the Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation. Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
John's got a breakdown on Eastlink heading north after Wellington Road. The right-hand lane is closed. Heavy delays back to the Princess Highway. And a breakdown on the Ring Road Greensboro bound at Plenty Road. Want $10,000 worth of upgrades on your new home? Build with Hurtondo Homes. Your home, your way. Visit hurtondo.com.au today for details. T's and C's apply. And you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Got a leg in your same-game multi that's lacking heat? This AFL season, keep the fire alive and try PointsBet's new Pull-'em feature and remove a leg from your multi before the start of the third quarter. Terms and conditions apply. PointsBet, it's like hot sauce but for sport. Chances are you're about to lose.
According to the latest government data, Australian mining paid $74 billion in taxes and royalties in 1 year. That's more tax than any other industry. It's enough to fund Medicare, helping fund the services Australians rely on. That's the difference Australian mining makes. To find out more, go to thatsmining.com.au. Authorised by T Constable Canberra. Sourced from ATO 2223 and EY25 data.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you're serious about safety on the road for you and your family, then you need a free tyre safety check from Tyre Power. There's so much more to it than just wear and tear and correct tyre pressure. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power and get a free tyre safety check. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
The all-new 2026 Kia Hybrid sale is on now, exclusively at Australia's #1 Kia dealership, Werribee Kia. Ready to upgrade? Check out these incredible deals. Kia Stonic Hybrid from $28,888, Kia Sportage Hybrid from $43,888, and Kia Sorento Hybrid and Kia Carnival Hybrid, both from $58,888. Plus, they're paying top dollar for trade-ins. There's never been a better time to step into a brand new 2026 Kia Hybrid. Upgrade and drive smarter today only at Werribee Kia. We make buying cars easy. LMCT 114.
Mackay Timber is 100% family owned and operated and has been servicing the building industry for over 80 years. Mackays provide quality Tasmanian oak and imported timbers through our distribution centre in Dandenong. So whether it's a residential build or a large commercial project, Mackays have you covered statewide or nationally through our supply chain network. So ask your architect or builder if they're using Mackays for the timber in your project. And if they're not, ask them why not.
Footy's in full swing and BWS is here with kind of a big deal. This week, a case of hard-rated 4.5% is just $105. Only at BWS, the official liquor retailer of the AFL. And Sunday while stocks last, T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
Some people say there's more to life than drinks. McCafe's response to that was to make even more delicious new drinks. McCafe, there's a drink for that. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Pre-game nerves? Post-game bragging rights? Get to Kingpin wearing your team's colours on game day and get a free upgrade from schooner to pint of Hans Super Dry. T's and C's apply. Please drink responsibly. Established at Crown Complex and now open on Collins Street. Escape ordinary at Kingpin.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
GMHBA Stadium, Thursday night footy, Geelong and Adelaide. The Bunnings Build-Up for AFL Nation for Bunnings Warehouse. Down on the boundary, Nathan Buckley is with us from inside the Geelong camp. John Donohue. Donners, hello.
Yes, thank you, Gerard. He's a familiar face, and I tell you what, he's looking good. Bucks, welcome back to AFL Nation. Just tell us, Paddy Dangerfield ruled out during the week. What's the latest with him and how long for?
Yeah, I think that's been communicated. He didn't quite get through the Fremantle game clean, and we're fortunate to have a couple of longer breathers sort of at this stage of the year, given that we played in round 0. So there's challenges with that, but there's opportunities with it as well. So just give him a little bit more time to get himself up and about.
Bucks, it's Adam Simpson. It feels a bit weird doing all this. The roles have been well and truly reversed, but back to your assistant coaching days at Collingwood, so pre-senior coaching, comparing it to your assistant coaching days now, what do you see the biggest difference between the two? Like, is it stark or is it similar?
Well, the assistant coaching days were 10 and 11, so they're a while ago.
Oh,
so
wow.
a lot has changed. My coding capacity's dropped right off. Yeah, the old, as you would know, Simo, like being the senior coach and sort of taking a helicopter view of things and cut that for me, 3 or 4 edits, 5 edits, and then I want to run with that as a theme versus coding for individuals and divisions. So it took me 11 hours to code the Suns game the day after.
11 hours?
Yes, mate. And I think I'm wondering when AI is going to kick in. Like, I'm asking some hard questions at the moment, but no, look, I am enjoying it. It's to get back in the cut and thrust. Said to a couple of boys down here, I've gone from being the one that says jump to saying how high. So I'm enjoying it, mate.
And what about the competition in itself? So in 21 to 26, are you seeing now you're in a sanctum? Is it from a system style point of view? Is that a stark change as well?
Yeah, it's probably difficult to assess given they're two very different organisations. Well, when I say they're very different, they're just two different organisations. So when you sort of put into the basket, conditioning, welfare, location, size, and the fact that it's been, that 14 years since being an assistant coach last, let alone 5 years since being in a club environment, a lot is different here. So I think the game itself, Geelong have always gone about it, giving the individuals a lot of autonomy and trusted their players, it seems, to be able to be the masters of their own domain and to drive their own careers, and I'm witnessing that. So there's a little more grey area that's left for interpretation by the players than I might have been privy to in the past, but it all comes together pretty well.
Bucks, Josh Jenkins here. Good luck tonight, mate. Has that been, I arrived here as a player and that was the element, the relaxed nature, even at training, and perhaps a little bit less demand on each other at training, and just the general nature of the group. Has that surprised you at all? And, you're a more intense type character, I presume. Have you had to bite your lip from time to time? Because that's certainly what I felt like when I was training. You're wanting to rev guys up and you're wanting to fizz the group up a little bit more, but everything from training to before and after training is just that little bit more relaxed.
More than a little bit, but I reckon I was a 10 out of 10 on the spectrum, even at the end of my playing days and then into coaching. Probably came down, I definitely came down a lot, over that 10 years, and understand the importance of being able to enjoy it. But in the end, it is all about sort of creating an environment where players can thrive and a platform that they can perform from. So Geelong have a very, I suppose, a very clean and clear way that they've gone about it for a long time, and you can only make decisions based on the feedback you get, and the success here has been quite consolidated and consistent over a long period of time. So if that didn't work, then the environment would change. But the way that it's set up, it is quite relaxed. I've done a lot of watching and observing. Don't have to bite my tongue because I'm really keen to learn and I suppose have some philosophies challenged in some shape or form. But it's not so much one element or another, it's how they all come together.
In regards to the team you've selected tonight, I know how important the high half forwards have been to Geelong over the premiership winning year, and what Close and Myers and Manor and these guys have been able to do. So you take Close out now. I know the numbers haven't been there for him. Is it a bit of a risk that you lose a little bit of that connection that those half forwards give you tonight?
Potentially. I mean, two of them are still there, obviously. Closey's had an interrupted pre-season. We tried to push him through those early rounds, and it probably was not in his favour, actually. Once again, with Paddy talking about those longer breaks that we can take advantage of. So Closey's done a power of work and will do another 10-day break on the other side into Hawthorn. But the flip side of that is Ollie Wilshire's been fantastic. He's had a really strong pre-season. His form in match practice and VFL has been first class. So he slots into that role. He doesn't have the experience of a Brad Close, but at the moment he looks like he's up and about and will have the opportunity as we see evolution takes place all over the place, and Ollie gets his chance, and Brad will prepare for his next.
The ground itself, it's always got that mystique about it. Difficult to play it as an opposition team. Is it different? Does it feel different when you see the boys train? You've only seen one full game here, but can you tell it's different when you play here?
Yeah, I mean, it's
I think
it's a 25, 30 metres narrower than the G, so it's there's a fair difference in that regard. We trained out at Deakin for the majority of the pre-season. We only got back onto here probably a week or two before the Suns game, but look, it's an amazing stadium, Simo, as you can see, and the surface itself. This has been turned over. There's a cricket game early in January or late January, and it was turned over really quickly. So the groundskeepers do a great job. The surface is great to train on. The players love it, and the facilities themselves sort of lend into that. But tactically, it does have a bit of a difference.
Yep.
So you've got to be able to play here and win here, whilst understanding that pointy end at the G is what it's all about.
And the last one from me, who's the most undervalued, underrated player that you didn't realise before you got there?
Oh, there's a few. I don't like to individualise it. It'd be a hard question to answer at any time. Like Tanner Bruin, I think, has been a player who's had a great pre-season and has really hit the ground running. Really been impressed with what he's done. And down in the backs, I mean, Connor O'Sullivan's only in his third year and is a significant player. And probably Jack Henry's the one that I reckon is just so solid and consistent that doesn't get the kudos externally.
Bucks, I don't imagine you've planned for Adelaide to try and kick Marky to sleep like they did in the first half last week. You'd be preparing for a bit of speed early on from the Crows, because they're very potent when they move the ball with a bit of speed.
Well, I think that's come up in their narrative themselves. Post the game last week. So, good teams can do both. Obviously, and they've been a good team last year. Their home and away season was exceptional, and they're smarting. They'll be smarting a little bit from their finals performances, but we're under no illusions about how tough this challenge is. They're really good with ball in hand. They're excellent, in the little circle. As clean and hard as any team. So that's where the challenge will be this evening.
And Bucks, I was at Geelong Recycle Warehouse. I sent you a photo. It was a $7 old photo of you framed still in Geelong Recycle Warehouse. So we might put it online. Just have a look at it. I'll send it to your phone. It's in your pocket now. You'll get a good laugh.
I hope you bought it.
It was a bit more expensive. I tried to bargain them down to $3 and they said no.
What are you doing in the Recycle Warehouse?
It's a futures market.
Bucks, we'll let you go. Great to have you with us.
Good luck, mate.
Nathan Buckley, who's inside the coaching staff.
I showed you the photo.
Could you tell us a bit more about
Well, just Geelong Recycle Warehouse is in North Geelong. You know, it's old furniture, old... there's a gyrocopter in there, if anyone's in the market for a gyrocopter. That just wants to do a bit of flying from their own backyard. So I was having a little float around. There's old cricket bats that you'd love, really old sporting gear from the 1930s, and I wandered in there, and there was a frame photo of Bucks in, what would you call that T-shirt? Is it like a
bit of Zoolander about that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's got the cold steel look. And I was surprised to see it for $7, but I didn't buy it. I should have bought it and given it to him tonight.
Austin McCrabb was going to be the most bizarre thing I heard in this hour.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question about what's the status with Buckley and Tasmania? I didn't want to ask him.
Right.
Probably should have, as that's a journalistic faux pas. But what's the status at the moment? Do we know?
So they've pushed their coaching announcement back to the end of the season.
Right. Okay. So he's still well and truly part of the conversation.
Well, so are you.
No, I'm not.
Well, why wouldn't you be?
Well, he's put his hand up and declared he wants the job.
Yeah, but
Dwayne,
things change. You might want a job.
Well, that was my question.
You might get sick of us by the end of the year. What if you hate us at the end of the year? You've already been with Gerard all day today. You were with him for 3 hours earlier today. Now you're with him for 5 hours tonight. Did you go for lunch?
Can we not make it about me for a second? I was just asking, so Buckley's still he's very much the number one target in this position, because someone spoke about Sam Mitchell today as well. So
Yeah, that was Shane Crawford.
Shane Crawford. So okay. So it's still sort of in the works, is what I'm hearing.
Yep.
Okay.
Bit of Geelong royalty in the box as well. One of the great captains of all time, the great Damien Burke's just wandered in.
There you go.
Ben Graham was here earlier.
Yes, exactly.
Quite the lineup.
What a day to be here.
Actually, can I just... I should have done this properly at the time, but that day we were talking about in 2007,
Yeah.
and Simo said, I went all right that day. 41 disposals, 19 contested, 10 clearances, 1 goal, 3 Brownlow votes, and just the bonus 5 hitouts.
That was when
as well.
That was when 40 possessions was a real 40 as well. 40 then was like 50 now.
You were a sneaky good, like Jordan Lewis, third man upper, weren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Where'd that come from? Because you're not overly tall.
It was a basketball thing.
Right.
And when I got
drafted,
drafted, no one played basketball. And they're all like, the old-fashioned footballers in the early 90s. So it was pretty easy to do a few things. When you got there, that was sort of the background of good players, was this basketball background, sort of the Pendlebury sort of style.
You're an outlier if you don't have a basketball background these days.
Back then, it was like cricket and football were the two sports. So coming in the early 90s, you could do some things they probably didn't quite pick up on. And definitely part of, right up until, 2016, when the Bulldogs won a flag and Clarko cracked it and changed the rules on everyone. I remember that meeting. It was the coaches get together with Gill, and Clarko's gone, we've got to bring the integrity back for these rucks. And Bevo's just won a premiership going third man up. And within an hour, it changed. So,
wow.
Yeah, anyway.
I wasn't upset.
Clarko then. Changes for the rest of the round. So Friday nights, Collingwood and the Giants. There's a debutant in either side. So in Moore, Howe and Steen is the debutant for the Pies. Out Parker omitted, Allen omitted, and Buller omitted.
Wow.
So they are 3 interesting outs, aren't they? Because in a way, the future is pegged around are Parker and Allen going to be first choice players consistently, and they brought Buller in to try to be that up front.
And from Buller's perspective, I mean, Allen's a surprise to me going out because he looks like a player they've just got to persist with. He looks like a modern-day winger. But Buller, he's never going to get a better opportunity than the Giants' 3rd and 4th and 5th string key defenders tomorrow night. So no Buckley, no Taylor. I mean, it was, Marvel Stadium. It was perfect conditions for him. So who am I to sit here and tell Craig McRae and his coaches, but it would have been the perfect opportunity for Buller to maybe find an opportunity to get 3 and maybe get his season away.
Yeah. Those are big omissions. So they've spent the whole summer, I presume, trying to get Parker and Allen totally up to speed to be...
Yeah.
And after a couple of games, they're out.
Well, these are the questions we've been asking and waiting to see how they, avoid the draft and the top-end talent, and now they're dealing with reality. I mean, the Butler conversation, he was a mid-season pick from Claremont, I think, and went to Sydney and then was moved on to Collingwood. So it's not exactly a high-end pick that's been a bang or bust type of situation. So, we keep writing off Geelong and we keep writing off Collingwood, and sooner or later it's going to bite them on the backside. You would have thought, JJ, but at the moment they seem to survive.
They've tripled down because they go not exact ages, but, young player out, young player out, young player out, 3 young players out, and, Oscar Steen gets his chance, but 2 genuine veterans who both deserve their spot. But I would have thought this was an important year for Collingwood, Gerard, to still find a way to keep Ed Allen and those types in the team.
And for the Giants, Leake and Hannaford. So Hannaford's a first-round draft pick from a couple of years ago. Buckley's concussion, and Ralston has been dropped.
Simo, Ralston's an interesting one. So you would have had young inside mids who you had to play elsewhere, and you'd have to drop them because, Ralston just doesn't fit at half forward, but there's no room for him around the ball. That must be a hard situation to be in because you're dropping a player who is not being allowed or able to play in their rightful position.
Yeah. Well, there's a combination of those things. There's a list management. There's a rotations. There's drafts for needs. There's all those type of things that you work. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world, but it's definitely early part of the year as well. A lot of these changes, even tonight with Close, it's just some things you got to work through early on, and hopefully you come round 6. You don't want to be mucking around too much, especially with more key position players. You want to be settled as quick as you can, and some teams just aren't settled at the moment.
St Kilda and the Brisbane Lions. Saints in Howard and Butler. Out Caminiti with the hamstring, and Boxall's been dropped, so he falls into the same category.
Surprise.
Lions, Gardner, Bailey and Morris. So that's 3 big ins. Zakostelski and Tunstall have been omitted, and Annabelle is obviously having the shoulder surgery.
Bailey's given St Kilda fits the past couple of games, 22 and 3, I think, on average against St Kilda. So whether he plays around the ball or in the forward line, he'll be a handful.
Fremantle and Richmond over in the west. Cox and O'Meara are in. McDonald is injured, and O'Driscoll has been omitted. O'Driscoll's been omitted.
This is my boy. Wow.
Really?
That's a setback for our triple double.
Yeah, that's scathing. I've been doing who's the perfect player, offense, defense, and contest, and O'Driscoll hit my marks on the weekend.
Right.
Maybe it's what he did
must
with
have been watching the wrong game last week. Jeez, you must do something wrong to win by 10 goals and miss out.
Well, I mean, you look at Richmond too. Geez, they've lost some,
Broad calf, Tresize drop, Lynch hamstring, Nankervis hamstring, Trainer, Fall, Elgar and Gray come in.
Who's their first rucks?
I watched...
Who's their first ruck?
Gray.
Okay.
Yes, I watched Elgar play VFL last week against Southport, kick 5 goals. He looks... He's got Cam Rayner written all over him. He's dynamic in the phone box in the forward half.
Who's in front of the rebuild, Richmond or West Coast?
Richmond. Yeah.
Why is that?
They look... I like what they've got all over the ground. I love West Coast talls, both ends of the ground. I still think they need to find another 2 or 3 mids.
It's interesting how much does Richmond rely on Lynch, Broad, Nankervis, Prestia? They're all over 30. So the question will be now probably, but in 2 years' time they're gone, whereas West Coast have got Yo. He's the only really difference maker. I mean, Duggan and Cole and these guys aren't really cutting it. So I think there's a bit more cut to go through with the Tigers.
Yeah,
I feel like in a couple of years' time, those senior players won't be there, and it's going to be up to these young players coming through. And they might have developed by then, but it's a roller coaster, isn't it, this rebuild. And then you got probably Essendon sitting behind both of those teams.
So Essendon and North Melbourne. Farrow is going to play, so a higher draft pick makes his debut. Gresham comes back, El Hooley and Day Wicks. Redmond misses with the knee, and then the 3 omissions are Newen, Kondagiannis and El Akshkar. And for North, Core, George Wardlaw is in, and Coleman Jones doesn't play out of turn, does he? Logue, hamstring, Constanti and Darling have been dropped.
That won't make the Gresham inclusion won't necessarily fill Essendon people with confidence, will it?
No, so you're going to watch Farrow in that game?
Yes.
Because there's
I don't want to be the loser
around those early picks. No.
I just don't.
What's your take on it?
I mean, I always try to come back to instead of getting swept up in the drama, what was your starting point? I didn't see any or many or much needle-moving talent on Essendon's list, except for Zach Merritt and Nick Martin, who won't be there for most of the year. Their next best players are only 6 or 7 out of 10 in their chosen role.
Durham, maybe 7 or 8 at his best.
Even Durham.
But he's down. He's way down.
Yeah, even, I mean, Durham feels like a guy that we're all in love with because of the way, how we think he's going to end up. But he's still got to go and get there.
Well, they've openly said they're in a rebuild 12 months ago, whereas North, I don't even put them in the rebuild category anymore. I don't know why. I feel like their rebuild players are now 24. So it feels like if they go again to the draft, that's going to be a stack, like it's going to be a Gold Coast type of side in 3 or 4 years.
Did you watch their game closely last week against West Coast?
Yes.
Gee, it felt like once they got a 5-goal lead, they went away from their aerial method was awful. Their contest method was awful. They couldn't wait to get into, all right, let's go, it's my turn. Mo?
Yeah, good. Well, my read on it, which I didn't see the depth of that. Mine was they just didn't know what to do once they got 5 goals up. Yeah. And I know the week before they dealt with it well. They won every quarter. I mean, they've won, out of the 8 quarters they've played, they've won 6.
Yeah.
So it was just a disappointing period there where they just lost their way. You're right. They lost all type of, avenues towards goal. Their contest method was poor, all those type of things. But I still think that team is not it doesn't feel, feels like it's
they've been at
1 or 2 decent players away from being, they should be chasing that 10th, 9th spot this year, whereas the other 3 teams, not for me.
So they should be winning on Saturday night on that measure.
Oh, absolutely. I'm 100% expecting North Melbourne to maybe confront a tough first quarter, and there's a few, spot fires, and there's a real spirit from Essendon. I think we all expect that, and we're in a bit of strife if they don't bring that. But as the game settles, it feels like, the talent should take over.
All right, the quick squads, Port Adelaide, West Coast. So Marshall with an ankle, Bergman with an ankle and heel, and Rosalie with a long-term hamstring. So they're big outs for Port. Lockie Jones and Ollie Wines into the squad. For West Coast, Edwards, concussion, Murdoch with the hamstring. They'll name their 2 additions tomorrow night. Carlton and Melbourne. Lord misses through illness with the Blues, and Akers is among the ins, as is Frankie Evans. And for Melbourne, Turner misses with the hand. McDonald is among the ins. So those are the teams as they are landing tonight. We're heading inside the Crows camp with Scott Burns in a few moments' time. This is the Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation. Spec Rights, pre-oiled Merbo decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
There's a crash being cleared on the Monash Freeway inbound at Heatherton Road. 3 lanes are closed, and a breakdown on Eastlink heading north after Wellington Road. The right-hand lane is closed. A breakdown on the Ring Road, Greensboro bound at Plenty Road. The chic Tiguan Life is now available from just $44,990 drive away at Volkswagen's Blue Carpet event. Ends March 31 while stocks last. T's and C's apply, and you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Got a leg in your same-game multi that's lacking heat? This AFL season, keep the fire alive and try PointsBet's new Pull-'em feature and remove a leg from your multi before the start of the third quarter. Terms and conditions apply. PointsBet, it's like hot sauce but for sport. Chances are you're about to lose.
Don't miss Mazda's final 2025 plate clearance. It's your last chance to get incredible drive-away deals across select 2025 models, like the top-of-the-range Mazda BT50 SP, now from $68,990 drive away. Or get the job done with the worksite-ready BT50 XT 4x4 dual cab from $55,990 drive away. Be quick, limited stock available. Head into your local dealer today. The final Mazda plate clearance ends soon. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. See Mazda.com.au for details.
Don't get FOMO this winter. Wait, do the kids still say FOMO? What about 6-7? Is that still a thing? I kicked 6 goals 7 once. Get KO Sports with every game of every round of the 2026 AFL season live and on demand in 4K with no ad breaks during play.
That is incredible!
With all that footy plus the NRL, F1, Supercars, netball and all the other sport you love. You won't miss a thing on KO Sports.
You got to finish that deck off, but that strained calf is hammering away at you. You need pain relief from muscle and joint injuries. Celebrex Relief. Works hard because you do. Celebrex Relief. Ask your pharmacist about this product. Incorrect use could be harmful.
At CommBank, we'll help you get your business in shape, no doubt.
Whether you need capital, cash flow or payment solutions, talk to one of our local specialists today. Search CommBank Business. Eligibility criteria, T's and C's apply.
When summer turns up the heat, power up with Toro. Get serious about your yard and be in the running to win a premium State of Origin experience for two. When you buy a Toro ride-on or stand-on mower, 10 to be won. Toro, for serious gardening. Finance available through participating Toro dealers. Offer ends March 31st, 2026. Terms and conditions apply. See torocatalog.com.au for details. Permit numbers NSWTP/04778, SAT25/2132, and ACTTP25/02817.3.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
At Choices Flooring, we know choosing the right floor or window furnishings can feel overwhelming. That's why for over 60 years, we've been more than just a retailer. We're your partner in making the right choice. From stunning carpets and sleek timber to stylish blinds and shutters, our friendly team combine personalised service with state-of-the-art technology to bring your vision to life. And we're here for you every step of the way. Visit choicesflooring.com or head to your local showroom. Choices Flooring, helping you make the right choice.
How can you recover from anger issues?
I thought the anger in me would blow up a building. After I realised that what was done to me was so wrong, I was a very, very fragmented person. I'd like to say that I instantly got better, but I didn't. It was a process to go through.
I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au. Realising where your anger comes from and talking to someone is helpful. For more about recovering from anger issues, go to messagesofhope.org.au.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
This is the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation. We are at GMHBA Stadium. The weather is clearing. The clouds are not quite as threatening as they were earlier on, and maybe we're through the worst of the rain. Adam Simpson and Josh Jenkins are our experts in place. Simo?
Scotty Burns coming up.
About to join us.
He's the first person I met when I got the job at West Coast. He was still there, technically. He went for the job as well. And then he took me for a drive around the suburbs, showed me where City Beach was, and then he left. A week later, he quit. So, but he had a great reputation, and that was 2013. So he's been around a long time. And he definitely has some senior coaching material. I just don't know whether he wants to do it anymore.
Yeah, it's had a tremendous reputation industry-wide through that time.
It's interesting. How many jobs do you go for when you become, you know?
That's why is that?
I don't know. Is it still that? Is that still the case? Is there that many candidates out there at the moment?
Yeah,
who's non-experienced coaching credentials out there? Who's in the pool?
I don't know, because I mean, you know, often
just hold that thought for a tick. We'll come back to it because Scott Burns is with us. John Donohue. Donners.
Thanks, Gerard. Yes, Scott Burns is with us at boundary level. Scott, good opportunity against a really good opponent tonight.
Yeah, terrific opponent. They've been at the elite level for so long and really got their game going last game against Fremantle that last three quarters, so it's going to be a tough contest.
Burns, it's Adam Simpson here. Mate, I was just talking about how you drove me around City Beach 12 years ago, a week before you quit. Your journey, it's been a long one from a personal point of view, and the aspirations about your future and from a senior coaching point of view, is it still there?
Aspirations, I reckon, well, definitely when you're younger, you know, Simo, when you're in it, you want to see that you'd love to have the opportunity to be that senior coach, but I'm really enjoying my role back here now, back in Adelaide. I've gone back. It's probably very similar to that West Coast when I started, when, you know, there was a complete rebuild developing these younger players here, and it's, you know, we've been lucky. We've got Dawson and Rankin on the way, Neil Bullen and those sorts of boys, so it's just pleasing to be on the journey with them so far. And look, one of my regrets is in footy, Simo, I've said this publicly, probably not to you, but I didn't see it out at West Coast because there was a lot of hard work with Woosha that last 4 or 5 years before you got in there, and it was great that you ended up getting that premiership over there as well.
Yeah, thanks for that, mate. the evolution of the team from last year, and going into this year, what was the marginal gains you worked on over the off season? And it's been very early days yet, but where do you see improvement from last year?
Well, I see the improvement in the individuals. We've obviously, the 3 senior recruits we got last year have been here 18 months now, so they've been in our system. They understand it a little bit more. Definitely added Archie. Unfortunately, we haven't seen him as much this season, but it's more the improvement in the continual improvement in Roll, Rochelle, Riley Thilthorpe, those sorts of boys too. That's where we can really grow. And I think Lockie McAndrew's been fantastic for us in the ruck too now. He's only played, 4 or 5 games, but he's certainly added another dimension to us there as well.
What about the system and the way you play? Obviously, you did so much right last year. Was there any tweaks going into this season, or is it just horses for courses?
Donna's just move around a little bit if you're hearing us.
He's quit on you twice now, Simo.
Oh, sorry, I've got you. No, I've got you back again. We just had a bit of crackle.
I was just asking a question around the difference between your method now, the system, and the obviously the players are evolving, but from a style of play, is there any tweaks that you've worked on over the summer that can get you that next step?
Yeah, there are slight tweaks, but we've basically had a game plan and system now, probably since Nixie's been here for the last 4 or 5 years, which has worked pretty well. And you still got to modify things, and there's definitely a lot to do with the talent at your disposal as well, with how you play. Whether we go quick, whether we need to hold up, whether we need to go to contests. So
we've lost him again, I think.
We'll just give it one more go. Just Donna's if
we're just having a few issues down here, guys.
Just one more. Just how young the setup is tonight with the 4 players out. That's all right. We'll leave you there down on the boundary.
We do have. I just text. He's beside me in the box next door, and I'm about to head off to the Joel Selwood stand.
Mm-hmm.
There's no Wi-Fi over there whatsoever. I've asked the man himself, Joel, who the stand is named after, can you please sort me some Wi-Fi? So clearly it's an issue for Burns and for JD down there as well. So, Joel, if you could do something about that, that'd be great.
They have evolved Adelaide, and we obviously caught the first part of Nick's career. They started with contest method, honesty, defence, and they become really hard to play against for a couple of years. And then the third thing that kicked in was their fitness. And, I think my last year was 24, and they become a hard-nosed, contest-based team. And then the next phase is probably around their scoring and scoring ability. JJ, have you noticed, is that the evolution that you've seen, and what's next for them?
Yeah, no doubt. I thought the documentary that ran a few years ago was a good insight into Matthew Nix, and I think a mate of mine, Brad Crouch, might have been on the end of it. But
the COVID one.
If you don't want to defend, pick up your bag and leave. And that wasn't for the camera. That stuff never is. He just believed that he had to build a group. Contest 1, defence 2, or defence 2, and then the attack we'll worry about, and often will just happen on the back of it. Because I always used to think some of the best offensive coaching we ever got was, I can't really tell you what to do. It'll just happen. And you just play the game. Whereas defensively, if all 18 aren't in sync, then it doesn't happen. And contest-wise, yes, we need guys around the footy. But, your contest is just as important around what the guy 14 metres away from the ball does versus the guys that are around the ball. I was keen to ask Burnsy, though, Simo, about no Dawson. And this is a midfield that we've often said, if Dawson doesn't dominate, what does it look like? So what does it look like I think Rochelle's not that far away from just being an every week midfielder. Leave the forward stuff behind. You can get forward because you naturally will, but he looks to me almost physically ready just to be a midfielder every week.
Well, and they'll get challenged tonight. The piece that I'm worried about with Adelaide, and they did it last year a lot, they used an extra behind the play, and sometimes it was a Dawson, and it wasn't always to protect the lead or maintain a quarter. It was just the way they played. They were happy to play an extra behind the play. Geelong love that. So I'm worried tonight they go in with that same philosophy that we'll support our defence and then we'll try and springboard off the back of it, especially after a slow ball movement game last week. Sometimes you try and get that extra to get a bit more dynamic. So every time I've seen that down here, it hasn't worked, as you probably know.
The thing I found being an opponent here and then coming to train here more than play here was the actual width of the ground's not the issue. It's quite a long ground, and I often found watching myself back on a Monday, I'm too far away from the ball. I can't actually... The intercept marks that Stewart or a Lockie Henderson or a Harry Taylor would take were in front of me, not in a contest. So I'm thinking, myself and Tex and these other... We're too far away.
What about the new trend at the moment where there is an isolated forward 20 metres off the last pair. You would love that, by the way.
I got to do that once.
Did you really? We used to call it the duck rule. Everyone get outside of 50 and leave him on his own.
Well, it's not. I mean, it should work, right? I mean, Jack Gunston's proving it's pretty good.
Well, it is. And I spoke to a coach today about how they're going to handle isolation with these forwards now who decide to hold back. So if we see Cameron today standing in the goal square and the ball's up the other end, what does the defender do? And he said the defender's just got to leave him by 60 metres and get up and press the rest of the ground.
They made that adjustment, Geelong, against Fremantle, and Fremantle didn't know what to do. That was what changed the game.
Is that right?
Neil and Cameron and Dangerfield stood on the goal square.
There you go.
What happens tonight, JJ?
Oh, I think Adelaide take them real close, but without a couple of stars, Geelong just.
All right, you're going to enjoy Cats Radio. Josh Jenkins, part of the Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Warehouse. Site ready, Siteco, available at Bunnings Warehouse. We'll delve into the full preview with Adam Simpson next.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
G'day there, still got heavy delays on Eastlink. A breakdown northbound after Wellington Road is blocking the right-hand lane. Those delays heavy back past the Monash Freeway. A crash on the Monash inbound at Heatherton Road has 2 left-hand lanes out of action. A 5-bedroom Henley home in Villawood's Alamora Estate Town East will be auctioned on Good Friday. All proceeds support the Good Friday appeal. Visit gfacharityhouse.com.au. And you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Visit the E&S clearance outlet in Clayton now and get premium home appliances at the lowest prices. We have a huge range of factory seconds, scratch and dent, ex-display and run-out models. You can save up to an incredible 70% off the biggest kitchen, bathroom and laundry brands like Bosch, AEG, Fisher & Paykel, LG and Siemens. Our consultants are home appliance experts and we won't be beaten on price. So visit the E&S clearance outlet in Clayton and get value the E&S way.
Iveco Daily Run Out. Score a 5K factory bonus on daily van and cab chassis, plus 5 years free scheduled servicing and 5 years extended warranty. Euro 6 engines, class-leading capacity and payloads. Daily is built to perform. Ends May 31. T's and C's apply.
Crown Melbourne, the ultimate late-night destination, has a secret to share. It's time to discover the Piano Bar, an after-hours late-night piano salon presented by Piper Heidsieck. Live piano, velvet vocals, champagne and aperitifs served with the songs you know and love. No reservations, no hesitations. Just free entry and open late. Discover the night at crownmelbourne.com.au. Crown practices the responsible service of alcohol.
Melbourne has an experience for everyone, and the best place to experience it from is Brady Hotels. With central Melbourne locations, each Brady Hotel is steps away from Melbourne's best shopping, dining, sports and entertainment. And Brady Hotels lets you stay and experience Melbourne your own way. Choose from rooms or apartments that are perfect for short or extended stays with the flexibility to suit work or play. So experience Melbourne with Brady Hotels. Book now at bradyhotels.com.au.
Woody in the morning, Woody in the evening, Woody at any time. Now I get my Woodies, thanks to AMI.
If you can't get a good erection or you have premature problems, call the doctors at AMI. AMI has helped thousands of couples with longer lasting sex. AMI has a fast-acting oral strip that may provide better stamina and a prolonged performance. Call the doctors at AMI on 1800 10 10 80 for a free consultation.
Hi, Francesco from Floridia Cheese. This little slice of Sicily is considered the best artisan cheese in Australia. Our highly awarded Italian-style cheese is available at independent retailers. Visit floridiacheese.com.au. Floridia Cheese. Traditionally Italian, proudly Australian.
Had an accident? Get your car fixed now and pay for it later. Sheen Panel Service are now offering Afterpay with 27 locations across Victoria, a range of over 600 accident replacement vehicles, a lifetime guarantee on repairs, plus Sheen can even pick up and drop off your vehicle. Fix now, pay later at Sheen Panel Service. Find your closest location at sheengroup.com.au.
T's and C's apply.
G'day, Brownie here. This Saturday's Super Saturday in Victoria with all 3 AFL games live and exclusive on Fox Footy, included with KO Sports. Super Saturday Live. Don't miss a thing with KO Sports.
When the day is done, but the job isn't. VB's got a mid-strength now too. New VB Mid 3.5. 18 plus, drink responsibly.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Thursday night footy from GMHBA Stadium. It is Geelong and Adelaide to do battle at the start of round 3. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Gerard, Whateley, Dwayne, Russell and Adam Simpson with you for the call tonight. Our pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. There's a lot happened today, Dwayne. What was the mood of the people?
Well, thankfully, in some ways, we let every Essendon person have their say for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you and I, combined talk back. So I think every Essendon person that wanted to have a say had their say. And today it was almost left over to people like Richmond and Carlton supporters having their say on what Essendon supporters should think. Then the drugs voluntary policy decision came through, which is still kind of a talking point because there still seems to be a strikes policy based on first time you have a hair test that tests positive, you have counselling with the club doctor. Second time, you get some extra professional help. So that might be outside help with some therapy and helping you through your health issue. Third time, who gets to know? So the club CEO gets to know, the president gets to know, the head of football at the football department of your club gets to know. But apparently the coach doesn't. So that's your third strike. But the coach will know by then anyway, won't he?
Well, no.
Third time you're missing due to unavailable.
Well, there's I've had times where, I'm not saying this is a drug policy related, it's like so-and-so's unavailable this week and there's some personal issues he's dealing with and you got to back away.
But what if that's the third time you've heard it in 18 months? Well, then you're going to start to seriously ask some
doctors,
questions.
you know, they value this privacy so much.
But you will have a rough idea as a coach that, okay, I'll put 2 and 2 together here.
Yeah,
that's your job as a coach, putting two together.
Well, it is, and that's when it can get dangerous because you don't know what issues people have.
Yeah, but I think that we're going to see a world more so these days now where if a person is missing because their mother's passed away or they've got a family issue, they'll say, well, my mother's passed away, I'm missing this week due to personal reasons. And we'll all lay off in the media and we'll all give him space and say, okay. But I think there might be more, I'm guessing here. Gerard, will there be more players prepared to clarify what their personal issue is? Do you think to distinguish themselves between them and the others?
I would think so. I wouldn't want to get caught up in the personal issues. Are we all assuming that you're tied up in the drugs policy if it's got nothing to do with it?
Yeah. If you think about your kids and think about all the personal issues they deal with in their journey, drugs is a small part, is my personal opinion. I think that the mental health issues that people deal with and ranging from, anxiety to whatever you want to talk about and even breakups when you're 22, you don't really want to declare that. Anyway, I just think there's a lot to it, and yet you'll make assumptions. We all will, and I'm sure the locker room does too. So don't forget the players.
Yeah.
They go, well, how wasn't he playing?
But they can say family issue and we won't ask any more questions though, can't they?
Well, they can say that whenever they want for about anything.
Well, I don't think the AFL policy with the unavailable in inverted commas, it's still the truth. As opposed to actually telling a blatant lie that a bloke might miss due to a drug issue, but we're calling it a hamstring. We don't want a blatant lie, do we?
It'll be personal issues, Dwayne, and our ears are all going to prick. But I'm telling you, that is not the only issue that these players we all deal with. So, I stick my head in the sand deliberately because I don't want to make assumptions, and sometimes you're spot on, and sometimes you get it completely wrong. So, interesting to see what happens and. No one's ever going to be truly happy with this policy, and it's there. It's a voluntary policy, and we just got to roll with it, I suppose.
It'll never carry public sway. No, it just won't.
Yeah,
and whether it should or it shouldn't, it never will.
There have been some players who've named themselves, or because they've been caught by police publicly, have been named and shamed, and I think, seem to have reacted to it in a positive fashion. Put your hand up, got it wrong, moved on. We've all moved on, and it's almost worked for them in a way because
that's not
everybody.
No,
but it's
that's
some.
not an issue. That's I've been caught. So this is the dilemma. It's there's addiction, then there's I'm a ratbag, and that's what we're all secretly going. Well, you know, I know what you're like. I know what you like on the weekends, Dwayne. I know what you're doing in that sauna, and. And then suddenly you're out for personal reasons. So the whole locker room knows versus someone who's, so what's going on with Dwayne, you know? And then it's like, well, just leave him alone. He's just going through some stuff. So there's just all these things. It's very broad. It's hard to get detail on, but I think that's our biggest issue. The rat bags versus the true, someone's caught up in something and they can't get out of this spiral. So, yeah, interesting.
The other thing today was the press conferences. So Vossi spoke, Brad Scott spoke, Ross Lyon spoke, Chris Fagan spoke. So, and you played a bit of it as well, Gerard. It gives fans a chance to have a listen to their coach and have a think, am I buying that? I think Brad Scott spoke extremely well today. I actually think it's the best press conference that he's held for quite a while because I think he handled the caddy stuff better today than he did post-game. You and I have both had our say about the Chris Fagan, Ross Lyon back and forth, but in the end, it's going to be what they do on the park. On Saturday, that's going to be the main thing, but at least we gave fans a chance to have a listen to that, and they gave their fans. And Vossi was interesting today as well with the re-signing of a Jagger Smith is a big story that got lost in the wash today. That's a big story. Signed until 2030. That's huge.
Potential next captain down the track. I mean, Walsh is probably the one who's, you know, sort of earmarked for that sort of stuff. You assume, and I don't work at the club. I'm a consultant there that I catch up with Vossi every now and then, so I don't know the inner sanctum, and I'm as in the dark as you guys are with some of these things. But yeah, you think he's got leadership written all over him. He loves the game. He plays it the right way, and he's played 2 games. So let's just be. It's a good get for the club, isn't it? You know, it's a step in the right direction.
Out of the Tasmanian vortex.
Yes, that's right. And look, we talk about Duff Title and we talk about Dersma at the West Coast. The North Melbourne Footy Club took Dersma ahead of Nick Watson because they obviously rated Dersma better than Nick Watson. But here we are with Nick Watson 3 years down the track, and there's a debate already on Sports Day 2 nights ago, claims that he's Hawthorn's best player. So it can actually happen quickly. You get these guys into your club, they can change your club quickly if they're really good. You get your draft picks right.
Yeah. Well, this is why the draft's so important.
Yeah.
And we can't. We've just butchered it.
Yes.
It's just been a terrible. What's worse, the draft system or the draw?
Oh, it's a close run thing, Simone.
Well, you know, they're the lowest of hanging fruit that you can look at is those 2 pieces of play that you think, geez, we could all sit here and work this out in probably half an hour.
The draw will get fixed next year because the MCG is unavailable. So because they have to make a change, they will make a change and probably get everyone involved. But I'm interested to know what Gerard's thoughts are because you are good with talking to people who talk to people who talk to people. Will we get a uncompromised first 10 in the draft? So father, sons and academies, you can't match someone else's claim on a player? Or do you think we'll get an uncompromised whole first round? Or do you think we'll continue to get a compromised first round to the fact that there will be no, there will be matching of a Nick Dacos, for example. It goes pick 4, someone else takes him. Colin would say, no, we're matching that off of father, son. Uncompromised means you can't match it, so a Nick Dacos will go somewhere else, Sam Darcy will go somewhere else.
No, I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay.
I don't feel any confidence that will happen.
Okay.
So I think it'll be harder to get them, and you might have to shed a little bit to get them.
Yep.
But no, I think the wish for an uncompromised first round of the draft remains a wish.
Does that mean you're going to have to have a pick within, 4 or 5
That's what
of the
I
pick?
would like to happen, but I still haven't had anyone tell me that that's the case. Is that the formula will be harder to reach.
Yep.
But I would like the lasso effect of you have to have a pick within 5 of this, and that means you have to trade in to get that pick.
Yeah, so if you've got if you've got pick 18, if you're the Lions and you've got pick 18 and you're worried you can't get Luke Hodge, son, then you're going to have to trade up to at least pick 6.
Yeah, so you're going to have to trade.
So if they take your pick
as
3
a free agent and get your pick 5 and this and this and this, and that's the bit that's been lost. And it doesn't matter which team you frame it around. Is teams have been able to get stronger and stronger and stronger instead of going, no, we want that player. That's fine, but you're going to have to make the list weaker to get that player.
What
That's the bit
about
that got lost?
What's happening with Tasmania in the draft next year, Gerard? Do you know?
So they can take a set of 17-year-olds out.
Right.
I'll get someone who knows the exact machinations.
That's starting to creep up, isn't it?
Yeah.
All of a
So
sudden.
there'll be players missing from this year's draft who, in the natural order of things, would have been in there.
There's also players that are already saying we don't want to go to Tasmania, which is interesting.
Yeah. Or they don't want to be in the 17-year-old catchment.
No.
Which is a bit different from when you draft.
you get
year
a choice.
Well, yes, you do, because you might want to go to that club.
You want to go to the draft?
Yeah,
you want to go to the draft.
Yeah,
So that's totally fair on a 17-year-old.
Yeah.
So you can pre-list or not pre-list.
Who would want to pre-list then?
We'll get someone to answer your actual questions rather than me theorize.
Well, I did ask you this the other day and you didn't know either, so I'm sorry. Should have read the cues.
The teams have headed back to their rooms from the initial warm-up for Ream, manufacturing in Australia for more than 80 years. If you're coming to the footy tonight, if you're at home, SEN Stadium, SEN Sync. So watching the footy from home, open the SEN app and use SEN Sync to match your TV with our AFL Nation broadcast for Australian-made, made to support Australians right here.
And Ash Brown has sent me a message saying if you're looking for a footy record here at GMHBA Stadium, the sellers are inside out of the rain if you can't find one. So when you get inside, you'll get a footy record.
Kids used to stand out in the rain and pump petrol.
Oh, they were tougher back then.
Sell records.
Tougher, the kids back then.
They worked on commission.
Oh, did they? Oh, you reckon they got a 50 cents a record back then?
That was my upbringing.
When it rained and you were working the petrol pump and the driver would still could you do the tyres and the oil? You go, it's pouring rain, love. Do I really? And you're 14 and you have to do it.
You didn't work at the petrol station, did you really?
That was my job growing
I could
up.
just imagine you wiping my window. Get that bug off, will you, Gerard?
What year are we talking, Gerard? I'm thinking that's in the 30s.
I'm at school.
Jesus. Okay.
That's my after-school job. Walked to
When
the
did that stop?
servo.
Oh, did we have leaded petrol cars back then? Was that? That was back when you actually had to wind your window down.
Super.
There was no electric button to hit. You actually wound it down.
They'd pay your cash, you go into the till and bring out the change. SEN's tipping is back for season 2026. Win weekly prizes or a footy finals experience thanks to the brand of hot water that comes on steady, hot and strong. Ream, register now at tipping.sen.com.au.
And have you seen the Hail Mary project at all, Gerard? You haven't?
If I can find the hours, I'm going to. I nearly got there last
I know
Sunday,
you like to
but
talk
failed.
movies, so just in passing, there are movies that you must see because they're part of the great history of great movies that have been made. There's movies that you can kind of wait until they come on TV. I think this is one of those you can kind of wait until it comes on TV.
Really?
It's okay.
No, you got it wrong.
You liked it?
No, you got to read the book.
Oh, yes. You've read the book?
I read with my ears, by the way.
Okay. Audio book?
The audio book. And... yeah, I'm one of those idiots now that says, the book, it's not as good as the book.
Yes.
But
you like that with Wuthering Heights as well?
I didn't read that book. Or
you didn't see the recent movie either? Okay.
No, I haven't managed to get to that one. My wife has, though.
Yeah, and she still came home?
It was an interesting night when she got home. But no, the movie in itself, I think the book will outdo the movie.
Okay.
Imagine making 17-year-olds do Wuthering Heights. It was a Year 12 lit book.
Well, I mean, we did things like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. That was a initiation into the minds of human beings.
We had Rod Dahl.
Rod Dahl. Yeah, there you go.
We will zero in shortly. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. Our Cats Radio audience is about to split and get the one-eyed call of how it all unfolds from GMHBA Stadium. And Adam Simpson will run us through the formal preview ahead of Thursday night footy. AFL Nation, thanks to 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. It's the Cats versus the Crows.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for footy.
Jules to Stoop here with an odds update for PointsBet. Geelong are a strong favourite at $1.20 and they take on the Crows $4.20 at the Cattery tonight to kick off the round. And with some key outs, including Jordan Dawson and Taylor Walker shaking things up, Adelaide have pushed out to that price of $4.20 and they haven't beaten the Cats in Geelong in their last 14 meetings. Now, don't forget about PointsBet's Pull'em. If you build a multi with at least 4 legs and a $4 total price, you can pull a leg that's lacking heat before the start of the third quarter, giving you a bit more control. Let's get into it. Now, the Cats to win. They're dominant at home and should get the job done here. They're paying $1.20 with PointsBet, a solid foundation for the multi. Next up is Crows star Isaac Rankin for 15 plus disposals. He's been ticking this off with ease, hitting 15 plus in his last 5 games while playing that midfield forward role. He's $1.24 with PointsBet, and this also looks pretty reliable. For leg 3, Tom Atkins for 15 plus disposals. He thrives at home and has hit this number in his last 5 at GMHBA Stadium. He's $1.13 with PointsBet. And to finish, big Riley Thilthorpe for 3 plus goals. He loves playing on the road, kicking 3 or more in each of his last 5 away games. And he also kicked 3 goals the last time he played down at the Cattery. He's your $2 value leg at $2.50 with PointsBet, and definitely the one on Pull 'em Watch. So tonight's Pull 'em multi with PointsBet is Geelong to win, Isaac Rankin 15 plus disposals, Tom Atkins 15 plus disposals, and Riley Thilthorpe 3 plus goals. Total price $4.75. And remember, with PointsBet's Pull'em, you can remove a leg before the start of the third quarter. So just keep a close eye on Thilthorpe's impact early in this game. Overall for me, with the Crows outs, the Cats should be too strong at home, winning by 32 points. For all your AFL markets, get onto the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for footy. PointsBet, built different. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
Game day, training day, or just couch day watching the footy, here's a simple win. Ditch the chips and grab a healthy handful of Aussie almonds instead. They're packed with plant protein to help support muscle recovery, they've got good fats for sustained energy, and they keep you feeling fuller for longer. No greasy fingers, no mid-arvo crash, just natural fuel that goes the distance. So next time you reach for a snack, fuel like an athlete. Make it a handful of Aussie almonds.
OMF is going all out with March Madness store-wide savings. Buy one item at full price and get up to 60% off the rest. That's up to 60% off mattresses, up to 25% off bed frames, bases and storage, up to 10% off bedding and rugs, and much more. Plus, get up to 50 months interest-free. These store-wide deals won't last long. Sale extended at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Still installing last decade solar panels? Mate, that's like frying an egg in its shell. Powerbay's bifacial solar panels, batteries and inverters change the game. Their dual-sided design captures sunlight front and back. Plus, N-type cells generate up to 5% more energy for even lower energy bills. Be the tradie ahead of the game. Switch to Powerbay's solar panels. Available in selected Bunnings Warehouse stores only. For full store details, view Powerbay on the Bunnings Warehouse website.
Rebates available to eligible customers. T's and C's apply.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest and hot party you've ever seen. Rain comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
At Choices Flooring, we know choosing the right floor or window furnishings can feel overwhelming. That's why for over 60 years, we've been more than just a retailer. We're your partner in making the right choice. From stunning carpets and sleek timber to stylish blinds and shutters, our friendly team combine personalised service with state-of-the-art technology to bring your vision to life. And we're here for you every step of the way. Visit choicesflooring.com or head to your local showroom. Choices Flooring, helping you make the right choice.
That's the sound of a cricket bat being shaped. Concrete mixing. Socks being stitched. Made right here in Australia. And when you look for products certified with the green and gold kangaroo, you can be confident you're buying an Australian-made product. You're backing local businesses, jobs, and our economy. Look for Australian-made and buy Australian.
At CommBank, we'll help you get your business in shape, no doubt. Whether you need capital, cash flow or payment solutions, talk to one of our local specialists today. Search CommBank Business. Eligibility criteria, T's and C's apply.
Alinta Energy's great value energy plans give your household the helping hand it needs, so you can crank the aircon without worrying about your energy. All so you can keep things cool when Nan's games night gets heated. Bingo! Alinta Energy, that's true power.
Ready for fresh excitement? The peak of racing has begun. Feel the adrenaline as the action heats up on harness racing tracks every week in Victoria. Witness the thrill as drivers and horses push their limits, chasing glory in every heart-stopping moment. Get trackside and experience the harness racing action. Or, if you can't make it to the track, you can watch every race live and free on Sky Racing and Trots Vision. For tips, visit Goodform at thetrots.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Thursday night footy, Geelong about to emerge at GMHBA Stadium. The Crows are going through their warm-ups already. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Our pre-game show is for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. Both teams without their skippers. Jordan Dawson is out for the Crows amidst 4 big changes, and Patrick Dangerfield misses both calf injuries for the captains. The teams go through their warm-ups for Ream, manufacturing in Australia for more than 80 years. Adam Simpson, how are you lining it all up as we contemplate the preview?
Really interesting, isn't it? I mean, there's no long sleeves out there for Adelaide, so no one's wearing the old double jumper either. Back in the day, yes. Juniors, but
maybe they didn't bring them.
Well, yeah, it's cold.
It is.
The thing is about playing here, it's not like Geelong are 4 goals better. You're 4 goals worse when you play here, and it's just the way it is. It's harder to score. It's intimidating. It's all the things you want with a home ground if you're Geelong. And you take out the 4 big outs that's happened, and then there's the form of the Crows from last week. They really had an obscure game. You know, handball received 134 to 84 in Bulldogs' favour. Uncontested marks. We've spoken about it all week. They played a slow around game, and Nixie spoke about take what they give you, and the Bulldogs didn't give up the corridor and forced them wide and around, and it just really didn't work till the last quarter. And the last quarter, the crowd gets involved. They won't get that tonight. And with Geelong, Gerard, I just can't remember Geelong playing. And they played against Fremantle 3 weeks ago. They were really poor at the start of the game. Some really good coaching moves throughout the Fremantle performance, where they turned the game around through contest method, but also some structural pieces of play as well. So what will that mean for tonight? It's hard to tell. All we can go off at the moment is history, and the form line suggests that it's going to be a tough night for Adelaide, and Geelong will find a lot more about them as well tonight as well. They've had one poor game, one really good game, and it is early in the year.
It is. So Adam Simpson for Power Bay, premium energy solutions for sustainable Australian homes. There's method and there's matchups. So what are you delving into as we look into both sides?
Yeah, I do look, when I look at matchups, I look at the lines rather than the one-on-ones. And, they match up pretty well. You'd think the midfield battle is slightly in Geelong's favour. Dawson's a big out, isn't he? And his ability to lead. What Adelaide do a lot of is they play an extra behind the play when they can. We mentioned this earlier in the show. They do have this method where they drop behind the play to support defence and assist in their attack. I'm looking for that tonight to see if they do that. The midfield group, if you struggle, sometimes you send an extra forward up to your stoppage to try and protect some of the mids. We see Rochelle out there. He's got to play a bit more midfield time. The ruck battle's interesting. And the talent, I suppose, the talent chart sees Geelong slightly in front.
So the Crows midfield was the question coming out of last season. They tried to address it. They were unsuccessful on that front. And now they're without Dawson. And Benny Lyon was saying more than 21 or 22 games
without him
every season that he's been there. And this is his 5th year as a Crow, his 4th year as captain.
Yeah, and is that going to be the difference tonight? You'd hope not, but it could very well be. They'll have some things in place around the Geelong mids. The ruck battle is interesting. Like the relative no-name ruckman going against each other. Might be a nil or draw. So normally I'll look at that as a significant piece of the puzzle, but tonight I think that's going to just work itself out. And then you look at the forward line of Adelaide and how strong they are. If they have an equalised forward line, they look a lot stronger. If they've got to deal with Stewart types running around on their own, it does become a challenge at this ground to transition from one end to the other. So yeah, a lot of interesting things at play tonight. It's probably the game of the round, to be honest. And the weather's cleared up a little bit. Looks like left of the radio, so maybe a 1 or 2 goal breeze, Joe, but I'm not quite sure if this holds a breeze advantage with the wind.
Yeah, it's interesting with the way that it's built up. It always used to.
Yes.
Particularly, actually, when the wind was blowing the other way, it would really get going to the right as we look at it. So I'm interested to see the wind blowing stiffly to the left by the look of those premiership flags.
It does. And is that something that is going to make a difference? Probably not. The conditions as well. It's always nighttime footy at Geelong is slippery, and it's the way you attack a contest and a down the line play. The smart ones will work it out. It can go over the back a little bit more, so there's a little bit of adjustment. You can't be taking 150 marks tonight if you're Adelaide, not with these conditions. You're going to have to embrace a bit of direct football and embrace the contest. And I think what we saw from Geelong against Fremantle, they went a bit more direct, stretched the ground a little bit, tested out Fremantle's defence, and whether they start with that tonight or not, Geelong, it's something they can go to.
The unmissable moments tonight for Drink Wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. So Isaac Rankin was rusty last week, but then he had those couple of moments late, won a big contest and then kicked an extraordinary goal, which looked like it was going to be the match winner. It didn't quite pan out that way. So second up tonight with the run under the belt.
Yeah, I don't know. We're all different with our form lines in terms of some players just their first up really good. They're like horses. Second up, some are really good. I couldn't tell you his form line. All I know is they're going to need him to be at his best and a little bit better than last week. But indications are that he'll get better as the season progresses. The way the game's getting played at the moment is so ballistic, coming in cold. I think it feels a little bit harder early in the season as opposed to when there's games under your belt, middle of the winter type of football. So maybe it's a little bit more difficult to pick up the speed of a quick game. We're going to get a quick game tonight. You'd think so.
Yes, I wonder what the conditions does to that. But, yeah, the high power running of Holmes and Smith. And, Matthew Nix has laid it out there as despite some of what we've seen is high energy, entertaining, fast footy. Those are his words. It's not anyone else's words.
No, I'm not sure about that. That's not their DNA. They built this side that finished top of the ladder off contest method, team defence, really hard to play against side. It wasn't entertaining. Winning's entertaining. So they can't go too far away from what held them in really good stead. In fact, they should probably go back to what made them great last year, and it wasn't entertainment. It was different than that. It was more grit. So and Geelong, we've seen them twice. Don't even count that opening round. That was just a warm-up for the season for them. And first quarter was a debacle really against Fremantle here. The last 3 quarters though, we saw the old Geelong come back, and they've made a few changes as well. They're not full strength either, but they did look similar to last year, which I didn't think was going to happen. I've got to be honest. I thought, well, they've had a good run, and they gets to quarter time, and once again they prove us wrong. So. Yeah, really looking forward to this battle.
Choose to drink wise. I think part of the Geelong question is Fremantle hit them with everything in the first quarter. And they had 8 goals to 3. It was their best quarter away from Western Australia. Port Adelaide won a game like that down here under Kenny. Just unload the artillery in the first quarter. Is Adelaide capable of doing that, given they've got a shocking record down here? They are undermanned. Can you be fizzed right up to hit the whole, to unload the whole lot in the first half hour?
I think they can, but Geelong has to be off. There's a combination. There's you can come out with all the fizz you want, but if the opposition is fizzed as well, and it's a fizz off, it becomes a really entertaining game. But if you're just slightly off, a team comes in with an ambush mentality, and we had that a lot over our journey. We're on a mission, that type of rhetoric about how important this game is, and we haven't won here for that long, and all those type of motivational pieces that will no doubt come into play. But if your opposition team, your home team, is ready to go, it doesn't matter what you do. It's going to be game on. So I suspect both teams are going to be on tonight. I don't think we're going to see a. If anything, Geelong will probably put their foot down a little bit, but I would suspect this is a big game for Adelaide.
Tom Stewart has given Adelaide all sorts of dramas across this stretch where they've had the wood over them. So Matthew Nix has had plenty of chances to try different things, to be fully schooled. I wonder what they use tonight.
It's the Geelong DNA is they want to spare as well, and I haven't seen them live, Gerard, just this year, but they'll get one. They'll drop off a high half forward, they'll drop a winger back, or they'll drop a ruckman back. And you can give them a spare, or they'll take a spare themselves. And I think traditionally Adelaide give them a spare. So if I'm Adelaide tonight, I'm thinking, no, you can take a spare. You can do it your own way. You can do it through a wing. You can do it through a seventh. We're not going to give you a high half forward up the ground, and Stewart just has his way with the whole game. Really disappointed tonight. If we're doing our votes and he gets 3 votes because of that, it'll he's a spare, I'll spew up type of conversation. So it really is an important piece of the game. If you give Geelong a spare at this ground willingly, because they'll work for it anyway, but if you willingly just give them one, then it's advantage Geelong before you even start. And maybe that's why you're 4 goals worse off here sometimes.
Yep. And the big forwards. So we've got Jeremy Cameron and Shannon Neal, who he was one of the reasons Geelong did come back against Fremantle. Got Riley Thilthorpe coming off such a good year, and Darcy Fogarty, so no Tex tonight. And Finbar Maley's clearly going to be the second ruck and a little bit forward as well. Yeah, they've got some talent out here tonight in the front half, and it's who's got the back lines to compete with both those bookend talented players. They're going to get a look at some stage, and both sides will be relying on some pressure from the midfield, because if they don't get that pressure, then these players can really do some damage. The coin toss for Keno goes $40 million jackpot. Download the app. Alex Neil-Bullen and Tom Stewart, the understudies for both of these sides, attending the toss of the coin. Adelaide win the toss and go with the wind. And it's a wind, not a breeze. They'll kick to the left, the Joel Selwood stand, and we'll just wait to see the fly of the footy as to what that is all worth. Keno go, play with $2 today. Both teams have completed the warm-ups for Ream Steady Hot and Strong. Our pre-game has been for Before You Dig. Increasingly chilly conditions here at the Cattery. It's 12 degrees, but it feels like 7. So breathe into your hands. Donna's is downstairs for us. John Donohue, hello.
Yeah, I don't know about 7, Gerard. It feels like about 2 at the moment, but this is real rough sort of footy, and what are we in April at the moment? So it's beautiful down here. It's actually quite still. The rain's stopped for the moment, so it's a breeze going a little bit across the ground towards the Red Chicky stand, but it is a chilly night. Ponchos are out. It's good to see them back. Final words before the bounce for best sheds, Australian sheds at the lowest prices.
I think both teams will be concentrating on the start, obviously, but it'll be the midfield battle. Just get some field position early. Let's not muck around with it tonight. That would be, and then the entertainment bit's not there for Adelaide. It's just get some field position and try and get the game locked in your front half. Thursday night footy, the start of round 3 here on AFL Nation. It's Geelong and the Adelaide Crows, and you're with Dwayne Russell.
Opening term brought to us by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. The Cats kicking to the Bowen end in the opening term, and the Crows kicking to the City end. We're underway from the jump. Smith jumps in for the Cats, couldn't quite get it out. Edwards trying to get it out for the Cats. Rochelle does flick a handball, but it's wide. He doesn't go forward with the handball. Blitzar starting off the wing, gets it, and they get him, and we'll get another ball up on the wing this time. Straight away we see 6 forwards for Adelaide, so no spares at the moment. McAndrew and Edwards, 2 inexperienced rucks as the umpire goes down. That's why there was a roar of, approval, if you like, from the crowd. So there's some early entertainment for those that are braving the conditions in the ponchos, and we'll get another ball up. Over on the far side of the ground, tossed up. McAndrew had front position, Berry tackled underneath, so it's played in tight confines right at the start. Cameron coming right up to the stoppage. Edwards the tap down to Bailey Smith, released a hand pass, Wiltshire into the side tonight. Blitzar's forced away clear and got taken high in the process. So Cats will get the first entry inside 50. Blitzar's initially the hand pass. Jeremy Cameron from 55 kicks it out on the full. 3 rows back. Gee, that wind's bad
Are we blaming the wind for that one?
No.
He is starting up high. He's got the licence to go anywhere he needs to. He got him up high in the second half a few weeks ago.
So Murray from the back pocket hits wide. Blitzars tries to make amends, got a fist on it, but couldn't take the mark. Or falls to Edwards. He got a handball out, but he in turn couldn't find a target. Berry caught for the Adelaide Crows, and it's a little scramble in the rain. Tough conditions at the moment.
Well, it's honest so far, which is the perfect start from an Adelaide point of view.
Left half forward for the Cats. McAndrew holds his ground, but Edwards won the tap. There's a bit of holding on happening, and it'll be a free kick to McAndrew.
This was this exciting football we heard about during the week.
Edwards got across his boot to make the smother. Ball in dispute. Wiltshire on to it for the Cats. Gave it to Blitzarves. Weaved a path. Oh, he's blasted that from 52, but he's missed to the left. Opening score is a behind on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre expert.
Free kick for Edwards there. Tried to kick a ball into the corridor. Just wasn't on.
Mullen gets there. Got one to the ear. Play on. Stewart got the crumb. Handed it over to Manor, who's changed his boots. And they're good boots he's got on now. Hits Martin Lace out in the pocket.
Just going back to that Edwards free kick, he, probably not built for the corridor kick, but it's clearly an instruction you would have thought before the game to attack the corridor, and it just didn't work out for him.
So Martin outside the boundary, forward pocket, Barwon end. Kickable, but it'd take one of his best. Bends it a little too skinny, and just scrapes in for a behind. So a couple of behinds to start the game for Tyre Power. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts at Tyre Power. Cats 2 behinds. Crows yet to get on inside 50.
Miller takes off out of the defensive goal square, kicks into the centre square. Marking contest. Cats have got good numbers around it. Jack Henry tumbled it back inside. A clean bowled Wiltshire. Ollie Henry in the pocket. Paddles. Miller wears him close. Ball goes over the boundary for a throw-in.
Big night for Henry, isn't it? Just trying to get some form early in the year. Win some confidence back. Win the crowd over. He's to stick his head over the ball.
Left forward pocket for Geelong. Ball tossed into play. Neil to do the ruck work for the Cats in the forward line. Won by Ollie Henry. Tackled as soon as he got hold of it. And a step in from the boundary. It'll be tossed up.
Our expert for Power Bay, Quality Solar Solutions. Adam Simpson tonight for Power Bay. Cats have plenty around the ball, but no one able to get away with it. Holmes thought he was going to, but he was tackled quickly. Tough ball for McAndrew. Gave it back to Michael Lanny. Woodchi's got him illegally, and it's going to be Michael Lanny's ball. Back pocket Crows. To the hemmed in. Heads out wide, same spot. Guthrie got there late, thumped it down, nearly got his own crumb. Knocked it over toward Atkins. He knocked it inside 50. Another gang tackle. And another ball up. The umpire getting his pay's worth at the moment.
8th stoppage for the quarter already.
5th minute on the Elders clock. Tap down underfoot. Rochelle clears the area for the Crows. Stewart had first access, wins the ground ball. He's in the tackle of Fogarty. Kick was smothered by Thilthorpe. Crows a chance. No, smothered by De Koning was a good play. And then heavy tackles are laid. And the Cats win holding the ball. Stewart went hard at Fogarty. Had a good, honest contest between 40 and 50. Yeah. Stewart was just leaning and Fogarty reached forward and grabbed him.
Was it there? I thought he played on, Gerard.
You have to step to be played on.
Yes, I didn't think you could fake either, but maybe you're right. It just a split second off. Because Adelaide Oval probably play on.
Dermott calls that cat with a string. Free kick.
Does he?
So, well, a cat can't ignore the string when you dangle it. Fogarty just couldn't ignore the fact that Stewart was thinking of playing on.
You're right.
6 goals in his league career.
Wow.
Tom Stewart, 40 out, directly in front. Oh, that'll be popular. Tom Stewart, the acting captain tonight, kicks the first goal of the contest. He would have been a heavy outsider for such an honour. 1-2-8 to nothing in a game that's been played exclusively in Geelong's half.
Alarming signs early, Gerard, with the field position. That's 6 forward half turnovers already. If you have 24 for the game, it's around the AFL average and hasn't even gone past halfway yet, which is a good indication of team defence from a Geelong point of view. Adelaide point of view, they had the ball probably 4 or 5 times, and every time they've tried to go for the corridor, which just hasn't been on.
He's learned a harsh lesson as well, Tom Stewart, and that is when you kick a goal, you come off. He's just been called to the bench.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He normally wouldn't get a rest 6 minutes into a first quarter, would he? But he kicked the goal and he's off. And kicked off the deck, really, by Edwards, and he got plenty on it to get it to half forward for the Cats. And not a bad move in these conditions. Bruin picks it up. Goes long. Ollie got there late, Ollie Henry. Martin, great crumb. Feeds the handball out. Little too slick for Holmes, who tried to duck out of a jam. And the umpire said, no, you kind of ducked into a tackle that's stuck. So holding the ball, Crows ball. They still haven't been inside 50 yet, the Adelaide Crows.
Michael Annie with footy in hand. Sideways. Miller right on the boundary. Dwayne's term hemmed in is exactly how this game looks early. Miller a kick on the way out, picked off by Jeremy Cameron.
It's the 7th turnover in the front half.
In 7 minutes.
Yeah, they've got to explore different ways of grafting out of this D50.
Neil came on the lead up the corridor. Cameron's going to pump it in deeper than that. Blitzups will be in the pack. He knocks it to the teeth of goal. Chase Jones is there to clear for Adelaide. How will this pan out? Cumming took the mark beyond the 50.
So he looks around. Again, there's nothing to go too quick.
They look rattled, Dwayne. There's no flow just yet. Another corridor kick, maybe.
Yeah, he sticks to that heavily congested side, and now De Koning takes the mark, and here they go on the rebound. Quick handball to Holmes. Quick kick over the head of Neil. Might still work. Ollie Henry getting back. Michael Annie stands his ground. Went for Peatling, missed him, and Banner picks it up and kicks across the face. But we'll see what the Crows... There's an old saying in footy, Simo, you take what the opposition give you, but the Crows don't want to... They really want to fall into that, taking that short kick that the Cats are wanting them to take and giving them.
Sometimes you do have to control the ball a little bit. They might overcorrect and they're just kicking it long to a contest, where sometimes owning the ball a little bit's a good thing.
Murray long to a contest. Edwards the spoil, coming tackled by Humphreys. Kicked it up and down the chimney. Edwards did well for the Cats. Down to Smith. Back inside 50 and onto the chest of Ollie Henry.
A free kick there, Gerard, that was called advantage, sort of, by the umpire. He sort of waited to see where the kick was going and then decided to call advantage. But such a dominant display early on, really worrying signs if you're Adelaide, and if you're Knicks, your forward line's getting cold.
Big times for Ollie Henry. Got to fight his way back to form. He takes the snap and lands the goal. The Cats have absolutely dominated the first 9 minutes. It's 2-3, 15-0 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. And they are running hot for Ream. Installer Ream, Australia's favourites.
Yeah, 24 possessions to 18, so it's not ridiculous. It's just so efficient. One thing I haven't seen from Geelong tonight, they're normally looking for a mark inside 50. They'll lower their eyes, they'll take the wide one, but tonight they're happy just to get it in deep, lock it in, just have a supply type of night. And 8 forward half turnovers so far is world record pace, and it's not pretty inside that forward line, but they're making the most of it.
So Cats running hot for Ream, Installer Ream, Australia's favourite. And the replay confirms what Simo was saying. The replay, bonus gift cards with Intel Core Ultra 3 laptops, Harvey Norman Intel Bets weekend. Friday, Saturday and Sunday only. The clearance, it'll be Peatling to get it for the Crows, and they might even get an inside 50 from it. They do. Won't be there for long, though. O'Sullivan gets a handball that dropped it outside. Defensive 50. Atkins a knock on. Went for Smith, got him off hands. Smith down the spine. Neil has to compete, got it to ground against Butts. He chopped an arm. And Butts to take the free at centre half back for the Crows.
Butts wants Berry. Just managed to find him. Back edge of the centre square. Michael Annie went rushing by on the right. Berry didn't give it. He plays it wider to the wing. Found Saligo. Pushes back from the mark. Saligo's taken an eternity. It'll be a kick up to the 50. Cats have it well covered. Straight to De Koning. Instant play on. Hand pass to Smith. In the tackle. Hand passed it forward. Holmes to make something of it. Off the ground. Took the territory. Atkins is favoured by it at half forward. Holmes just swept past him to receive. Drifts up into the pocket. Not enough for Martin. Michael Annie's tackled to ground by Cameron. Umpire balls it up.
I've seen this movie before, boys, with these teams that come here and just look completely rattled, Adelaide. Don't know what to do with it offensively. And they're defending pretty well considering the supply.
Drizzle's still falling. Atkins gets on the end of it and he's crunched by Cumming. Peedling under pressure, back pocket, just hacks it out in hope. De Koning stalking, you got a hand on it, knocked it down to the back. Asheen Mullen nearly picked it up. He towed it off the deck in the end, and it's in some space. Pedler goes hard, gets it, bounces off one, bounced off another. Gave it out wide. Rankin, half-forward flank, not a lot to go to. Slides it nicely, gets it over the top. Taylor with a chance, and Keys lends a hand. Nicely done by the Adelaide Crows. First movement forward, first real inside 50, and the first time they've looked dangerous.
Yeah, well, can't rely on that all night, but they'll take it. And it took a tremendous. Was it Pedling there who had those contests?
Yep.
It was a 3-on-1, really. And what the risk is for Adelaide, they're going to get so high to support their defence, they're going to have nothing to kick to. You're going to have to beat a 3v1 to break this Geelong defence. And they did it then and got an out-the-back play, which back half transition goals, great to have. They're a good part of your system, but you can't really rely on that all night.
Crows 1 straight, Cats 2-3. Tyre Power Scoreboard, get the power with your trusted tyre experts. We've gone 12 and a half minutes of the opening term, the Elders Clock, for all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. Tossed up in the middle, Blitzarves has gone in there against Finbar Maley. Taken by Bruin, Cats tumble it forwards. Worrell came out, worked the hand pass to Berry. Crows link up in defence to Butts. Sets it high on the way out. Dempsey was favoured in flight. Soligo made the spoil, but Dempsey still has the ball. Turns it back inside the 50. Man-a-man handled. No trouble there. Michaelani dispossessed by Cameron. Bond gets hold of it. Gives it away to Cook. Not a bad kick on the way out. Finds Maley.
Gives it off immediately. Crows all of a sudden have a spark. Thilthorpe gave it off to Neil Bullen on the wing. Thought about going back to Thilthorpe. Ran a full 360. Goes to Fogarty. Got there way late on Blitzarves and dumped him. And 50. That's how late it was. Now the blitz is up and he's okay, and the Cats thought about playing on to advantage, but it would have been disadvantage. A few Cats players now realising he got the 50 to go with the free.
Reportable?
Yeah, it was.
He didn't go for the ball at all.
That's a good point. And that's a basketball rule that's come in. That's a good one addition to our game. If you're not making a play at the ball, there should be extra recourse. He goes to Myers, and Myers heads toward Jeremy Cameron on the lead. He didn't get it first time, but he got it second time. Got it to Ollie Henry, got it to Dempsey. Shoots it wide, missed Martin, and it's touched by Murray, so it's not a last possession free kick out of bounds to the Crows. It's the ball in.
Do you remember Sam Darcy on Maynard last year?
Yes.
That's the get to the contest, turn your shoulder and just smash the bloke in front of you.
Yeah.
Got suspended for that. 50 out from the Geelong goal. Navy won the tap. Cook got the footy, gave it away. Murray and Berry combined to bring the Crows down the wing. Cats have numbers in the air. What's there on the ground? O'Sullivan committed himself. Keys as well. They're in a good scrap. It's a ball up. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies.
14 inside 50s to 2, Gerard.
Steady rain falling here at the Cattery. Blitzarves pulls it clear from the ruck, gives it off to Dempsey. Just nearly missed his boot on the way in. It trickles up to Manor, stood in the tackle, hand pass to Bruin, got it onto his left boot, up near the square. Punched away by the defence. Manners followed it in, snaps and goals. Cats with their third. It's relentless waves of pressure. 3-3-21. To Adelaide, 1 straight. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Adam Simpson, our expert tonight for Power Bay, premium energy solution for sustainable Australian homes.
Well, you don't need an expert to see what's going on tonight, Gerard and Dwayne. It's 11 forward-half turnovers to 0 at the moment, and I feel like they've adjusted to the weather before the game started. It's don't muck around with it, get it in deep, and let's just lock it in there and see what we can do.
So this is a game style for the conditions as opposed to the way we might see them play later in the year?
Well, I think they're known for their back half speed and transition, but that's not required. If you don't go, it doesn't go on your back half. You just you can live off the front half supply piece. And in these conditions, you got to win some clearances. You got to get some deep entries. As we see a Geelong penalty for a centre bounce infringement.
Yep, and the 2 second ruck splits are against Finbar Maley. So into the team this week, Finbar, and go and ruck some, will you, son? And it's Smith that gets the clearance for the Cats. And he drives it long. Again, that long kick towards attacking 50. And O'Connor jumps into the front and takes the mark. Or is it a free kick? Two umpires looking at each other. No, it's O'Connor's mark. I think the mark was the default. The free kick might have been about to be paid. O'Connor pulls the kick to the pocket. He could have gone for home. He goes for Ollie Henry. And it works. They like that pocket, the Cats. Bowen end.
Is it a kickable pocket?
Yeah. Or maybe it's...
No, Gary Ablett can kick him from there.
That's true. It's the Gary Ablett pocket, if you like. But there has been many kick a goal from that pocket. Maybe, I think, more so the protection from the wind for the grandstand at that end has been always there, even when it was the Doug Wade stand back in long gone days. Ollie Henry, who's got the skill set, touched on the line and knocked back into play. Should have been a cat on the line. There wasn't. And it should have been a rush through for a behind by the Crows, and it wasn't. So free kick, the Crows dodge a bullet there.
Very well, a holding the ball call into the back pocket for Worrell.
So hard to get your ball movement going when you're in your back pocket. You really need to get some field position. Perhaps just get a stoppage down the line.
Cats by 15. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Long down the line. Stewart over the top of Thilthorpe. O'Sullivan hand passes the Cats forward. Rochelle, though, is onto it. He's going the wrong way. Prods it sideways. Worrell has the outlet defensive 50.
It's just a tight bubble now of players. No width at all with these Adelaide players. Maybe it's a direction from down the bench.
Worrell was pretty sore during the week, but has done enough to come up with 4 other absentees. Long down the line. Finbar had a fly. Was never really going to mark. Rochelle got it out the back. Now the Cats have 2 on 1. Keys is the one. He's always in the contest. Mullen worked over by Keys, who threatens. But Blitzarves is there as the third to tie it up. So he squared the contest, Keys, and that's a moral victory right there.
A few Cat fans thought he dragged it in, but umpire said no. Tossed in the air, 50 from the Crows goal. Up against the boundary. Finbar Maley's second effort was good. O'Connor's got a trickling kick that finds Bruin. He was met face to face in more ways than one by Berry. I think they clashed heads. Rochelle, he got a kick back to full forward. Jack Henry gets there. It's a Thilthorpe free. Thilthorpe free.
Say that 3 times.
Yes.
Unnecessary free kick, really. He had plenty of support. Just shows you how much of a threat this guy is.
Few spare seats in the house. Not a full house here at GMHBA Stadium. Rain still falling, tough conditions. Good night to get the fire going for the first time for the year, maybe. Sit back, telly on, SEN and AFL Nation on the box. And that'll make them even more filthy, the crowd down here, with the Thilthorpe goal. So they fought their way back rather nicely on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. The Crows 2 straight 12, and the Cats are 3-3-21.
You're right, the scoreboard's, it's not, the damage is not quite there yet. It's 9 points of difference, but all the metrics suggest that this might be a long night for Adelaide. If they can be efficient up forward, did a pretty simple exercise. Keys had to win a 2v1. A stoppage ensues after it. The first sort of stoppage they get in the front half. They get an equalised forward line and they get a free kick.
Sullivan and Thilthorpe, a key matchup for Holman Plumbing. Trusted quality Aussie standards.
And Maley was holding his own in the ruck then. He looks like a real competitor.
Rain has eased as we approach time on of this opening term. Edwards for the Cats, the tap outside the circle. Peatling goes, Edward off the ground, did pretty well in Wiltshire. Could gather and turn, thought about the hand pass, goes the kick instead, up to full forward. No mark in the contest, butts underneath with Neil working close. Jones out in the pocket, Dempsey's pursuing him. Hand pass to Cook, who'll clear the area for Adelaide. Long down the outer wing, 2 on 2. Jack Henry, brilliant mark. Not paid.
Oh, you're kidding me.
So Neil Bullen able to get onto the loose ball and turn it around the corner up to half forward. Thilthorpe, O'Sullivan made the spoil. Fogarty's the crummer, straightens the play up and kicks it well. Inside 50 for Taylor. And Taylor around the perimeter and inside to Berry, a little closer to goal.
It's an exquisite kick, wasn't it?
And a blood rule here on Tanner Bruin.
God, they're all bleeding after that mark wasn't paid.
Yeah. Well, you spoke about the head-on contact too, Dwayne, and he's coming off from a knock before, but Fogarty's left foot, he'd has to almost be the best opposite foot kick in the competition. His ability to find that target and change an angle because there was an extra Geelong player in that forward line.
Sam Berry His permanent place halfway through last year. Takes his shot at goal from the corridor, misses to the left. 2-1-13 Adelaide, 3-3-21 Geelong, and we are at the 21-minute mark of the term.
Yeah, it's for Elders, for Australian Agriculture, that clock. Now, the free kick's been paid to Holmes, and the crowd pretty happy about it. Back pedals. So Bruin, he might have to get a check from the doctors as well.
Okay.
He's bleeding profusely, and he's got a knock to the forehead as well as the bleeding nose. So they're checking him and looking at the vision. Ball thumped toward the boundary, and it's taken out by Bond.
Held up well. Adelaide's defence. The Geelong are going at 35% efficiency and goes up the other end. It's so open. They're going at 60%.
So he's got tissues up both nostrils, Tanner Bruin at the moment, and the doctor holding something on his forehead as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. Berry goes and gave it out just in time. Little flick past Nankervis was good to McAndrew. He sends it towards, well, Stewart was the pick-off mark man. Did he win a free? Did he win a mark? He won nothing. No, he got something. He got the free in the end. Not sure it was deserved because he wasn't in the marking process anymore when he got knocked because the ball had come off the Crows' Isaac Rankin.
Stewart gives ground to Guthrie, plays it into the left back pocket for Holmes. He's going to clear the area for the Cats, out to a contest. O'Sullivan set himself. It's a lovely riser. Takes the mark. Didn't give the hand pass to Holmes on the flyby. Instead, he'll kick from half back near half forward. Kneels the target, trying to get his way clear of Butts. Atkins ferreting away underneath, dispossessed by Peatling. Ball in dispute. Wiltshire settles it. Hand pass to Dempsey. Checks it up inside 50. Just a bit too strong or a bit too short, depending on what the target was. It trickles away harmlessly out of play.
Berry up to 6 possessions. Worrell 5, Rochelle 5, and for Geelong, Smith 6, Blitzavs 5, and Holmes 5.
And Edwards is playing essentially in a forward line as a permanent forward at the moment. Even though he's doing that, he won't ruck. Neil will do the ruck work inside 50, so he knocks us straight down to Jai Clark going nowhere. And now Edwards works his way back outside attacking 50 where he was stationed while Blitzars was rucking and stands behind the ball. Atkins goes and gets it. They get him. Well, he almost threw that to Jeremy Cameron around his body, Jezza, and he's missed another one. Only A behind, but the Cats have got a game now. 24 gone in this opening term, brought to us by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. In fact, Lewis Tyre Power just behind those goals at the Barwon end. If it is a big enough kick, it'll land right into one of their workshops.
Miller up, long on the kick in. Phil Thorpe the target. Strong hands in front of O'Sullivan. He gives it to the... Oh, he missed the hand pass to Michael Annie. It's a big turnover. Atkins to Myers. Back to Atkins. Wiltshire, the target, just a bit strong for him. Got it on the bounce. Kicks it up to full forward. Overkicked Ollie Henry. Underneath, Clark's trying to do the business for the Cats. He turns tackler on Jones and ties it up 30 out from goal.
It's a classic overreaction from Adelaide this quarter, trying to make something out of nothing when they probably don't need to do that.
Cats pushing. Forward stoppage. First access, Saligo, though. Peatling and Nankervis at half-back. Boots Adelaide down the near wing. Pedlar's got 2 against. De Koning didn't really make the spoil. It slid off his fist and goes out of bounds at the interchange gates.
And you called it before, that an extra behind the play. It's a ruckman at the moment just to give him that 7th defender, and it's just hard to break that wall. They explore equalising the game as it goes on.
Adelaide played last week. The Cats didn't. So whether that'll be a factor later on as well. From the scramble on the wing, Atkins goes and gets it, ferrets his way through, couldn't quite come away with the ball. Bond around his body, gets it inside 50 for Adelaide. Almost the crumb for Fogarty. Keys, can he gather 40 out? He gives a little don't argue, gives it to Isaac. Rankin from the pocket, he skins it a bit. It's across the face. O'Connor did well, held his ground, held the share, and he gets it back. Not sure why Tom De Koning gave him that hospital handball, but he gets cut some slack and will get a ball up top of the square for Adelaide.
Margin is 9 points. 3:41 remaining in the opening term. Crows deep forward. Bailey Smith hacked it off the turf at the stoppage. Manor has to make good, and he does. Hand passes it to Stewart. Pops it out to half-back for Dempsey. Bailey Smith is on the tear down the field. Dempsey holds it up. Blitzarv's same on the wing. He's a little more conservative, though. Plays it sideways to Dempsey to O'Connor. Game 150 tonight. The centre is pretty well clogged up, so we'll stay on the near side wing. Dempsey patrolling. Myers wants it over the top. He's fed the hand passer. He'll be the kicker inside 50. He weighted that so well for Jai Clark on the lead. That's what makes him one of the finest kicks in the comp, Brian Myers.
Do the numbers stack up? Because to the eye, to the gut feel, you'd rather lead to him if he's on his right than any other player.
I think the connection of what he's doing, Geelong know better than anyone. You know, that change at angles.
Jai Clark unloads from the 50. It's going to be a yard or two short. Offhands, it stays in play. Neal feeds it to Cameron, deep in the pocket, all the way across the face of goal. And Cook diffuses for the Crows.
And 50. So when you man the mark in the back pocket, you've got to come back to the 9. And Jai Clark, like a lot of players, just doesn't know the rules. And it's been around for a while. It's not like they brought that in over summer. Cook fans it wide. Michaelini's out there. Nankervis gives it to him. Michaelini goes backwards to go forward, though. And, well, they still got 2 minutes left, so they obviously don't want to attack aggressively at the moment. They've gone all the way back inside defensive 50 to Bond. He heads wide, and he turns it over to Bruin, who got one to the ear. Coming, had it stripped, toes it off the deck. Neil Bullen gets there against the grain, runs into a couple, gone. Well, the umpire cuts him a heap of slack there. He had prior, 2 crushed him, they nearly crushed a hyphen out of his surname.
That's hopeless umpiring. He jumped in to take them all off.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Out near the boundary, McAndrew taps it to Rochelle, gave it to Cumming, confronted by Myers, got it on his boot, but the turnover comes. Bruin and Myers, poor kick from Myers, trickles forward. Miller overran it, left it there for Manor, kicks it up to full forward. Dempsey arriving out the back with that running power.
Well, we'll have to look back to where he's playing at the moment, but sometimes he's in that position as a winger, Gerard, and he finds himself 30 metres ahead of the play, and the opposing, it's like a cat and mouse. Do I go with him or do I stretch him the other way? And if Geelong are on top, he'll get ahead of the play a lot.
Kick 4 in the lost cause on the Gold Coast. At full forwards, Ollie Dempsey pops it through and extends Geelong's lead back to 15 points. 4-4 to 2-1. A big moment. A Bendix breaks, big moment. Bendix, there's no breaks.
Well, is it around where it should be, the score? I mean, it's 21 inside 50 to 6, Dwayne. That's a shellacking in terms of field position. Just noticed very, very briefly that Geelong's, they've stretched the ground again, and they did this in the second half against Fremantle. Seemed to plenty of length on their play when they're in slow play. They just haven't had to go to it too often. A lot of the games getting played in the front half, and we see Dempsey's now realigning himself on the wing. So he was a winger there, sitting in the goal square, 40 metres ahead of the play, which some used to call cheating, but now it's just smart football.
So 40 seconds left to play with in this opening term, brought to us by Tyre Power. 2 inexperienced rucks go up, and they're going to have to do it again. McAndrew up against Edwards. McAndrew for the Crows, got a palm on it, nearly got his own work out of the middle. He kicks it off the deck. Late chance for an Adelaide Crows score here. O'Connor gets back, gave the handball out to Guthrie. He goes wide to Martin, chips it to Bruin. He's on a half-back flank, wants to play on. De Koning back to Humphreys. He caught, couldn't get the handball away decisively. Keys to Thilthorpe, and he can't bend that around enough. Only a behind. So a matter of 15 seconds left to quarter time, and it's 28 to 13, 4-4 to 2-2, I think.
The goal umpire's called for a review here. He's right on the spot behind the post on the move, but just wants to double check it all.
Review complete. Looking at these angles, we can see a gap between the ball and the behind post at all times. Decision on the scoreboard.
So we'll trim the margin to 14 points.
You'd take that if you're Adelaide, wouldn't you? It doesn't feel like a 14-point game. Mind you, the Cats have got the scoring end that we suggested in the next quarter.
Guess we'll see what the worth of the wind is. Stewart kicks it in long, trying to soak up the last of the seconds. Beautifully taken off the pack by Bruin. Kick was partially smothered. Michael Annie up at halfway as the quarter-time siren rings out. It's the Cats by 14 points, 4-4-28 to Adelaide 2-2-14. All individual goal kickers, Manna, Dempsey, Ollie Henry and Tom Stewart, Phil Thorpe and Zach Taylor for the Crows. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies. It's the Cats by 14.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Each moment has led us here.
This is always going up.
Stream every game of the NBL Finals live with ESPN on Disney+.
Oh, yes!
Dreams will be tested and legacies will be born.
This is terrific.
This is what champions are made for.
That is spectacular.
The biggest stage in the NBL roars louder than ever.
Time for something remarkable.
The NBL Finals, streaming live with ESPN on Disney+.
Top midfielders run over 15 kilometres a game. That's sustained performance. Just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund, that's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
The all-new 2026 Kia Hybrid sale is on now, exclusively at Australia's #1 Kia dealership, Werribee Kia. Ready to upgrade? Check out these incredible deals. Kia Stonic Hybrid from $28,888, Kia Sportage Hybrid from $43,888, and Kia Sorento Hybrid and Kia Carnival Hybrid, both from $58,888. Plus, they're paying top dollar for trade-ins. There's never been a better time to step into a brand new 2026 Kia Hybrid. Upgrade and drive smarter today only at Werribee Kia. We make buying cars easy. LMCT 114.
Had an accident? Get your car fixed now and pay for it later. Sheen Panel Service are now offering Afterpay with 27 locations across Victoria, a range of over 600 accident replacement vehicles, a lifetime guarantee on repairs, plus Sheen can even pick up and drop off your vehicle. Fix now, pay later at Sheen Panel Service. Find your closest location at sheengroup.com.au.
T's and C's apply.
Need a win off the field? Mate has you covered. Sign up to an eligible internet plan and save $25 a month for 6 months. That's $150 back in your pocket. Use code BINGE25 and kick off big savings today at letsbemates.com.au. Offer available to new services on eligible internet plans. $25 discount per month for 6 months, then reverts to standard pricing. $150 total saving. T's and C's apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details.
Alinta Energy's great value energy plans give your household the helping hand it needs, so you can crank the aircon without worrying about your energy. All so you can keep things cool when Nan's games night gets heated. Alinta Energy, that's true power.
Why do you need a Sleeping Duck sleep system? Well, that's easy. Your sleep is important to you, and you want to have energy the next day.
You demand the best possible materials for back and body support, including an anti-sag bed frame made from structural steel.
Try it at sleepingduck.com.
It's getting cold, and the savings are cool at Chemist Warehouse. Take the plunge with Ice Cold Therapy 500 grams for just $22.49. Hydrate your skin with John Plunkett's Soladerm Face and Body Recovery Cream 85ml for $13.99. And hydrate your body with Hydrolyte Electrolyte Effervescent 60 tablets exclusive size. The refreshing watermelon flavour is just $13.49. Plus, get Caruso's Wheatless 60 tablets for a cool $31.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Running towards goal. Whoa,
that's holding the ball.
That commentary with a little adult twist is brought to you by Sexyland. They get it, now so can you. Right to the final siren.
Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland.
11 stores in Melbourne, including Geelong and new store in Seaford.
Open till midnight, 7 days a week, or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Down to Smith, back inside 50 and onto the chest of Ollie Henry. He takes the snap and lands the goal. The Cats have absolutely dominated the first 9 minutes.
Slides it nicely, gets it over the top. Taylor with a chance, and Keys lends a hand. Nicely done by the Adelaide Crows.
Punched away by the defence. Manners followed it in, snaps and goals. Left it there for Manor. Kicks it up to full forward. Dempsey arriving out the back with that running power. Ollie Dempsey pops it through.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
Cats by 14 points. Adam Simpson for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions.
Yeah, a really obvious game from the eye, Gerard. Nothing really jumps off the page in terms of what we don't already know. 21 inside 50s to 7. The pressure's high. It's over 200 for both sides. They're just getting the game played in their half. The Cats are not mucking around with it. They get it in deep. It's not pretty, but it's effective. And I think the Crows have done well to be within striking distance. The dominance, +7 contested possessions. They've had 14 4.5 turnovers. They're +3 out of the centre bounce. So there's a lot going right for Geelong at the moment. Can they sustain it? Traditionally, yes, is the answer. It's probably over to Adelaide and some of their stars. Rochelle's been pretty good. Rankin's done nothing so far. Haven't seen a lot from Fogarty either. So they're going to need their senior players to step up. Just don't have many across the midfield outside of Rochelle at the moment.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies. Siren sounds to begin the second term. Rucks ready themselves for action. Edwards flies high, but McAndrew with the second swipe got the Crows momentarily forwards. Off the ground was well played by Mullen. Coming up to meet it though, Jones. Optimistic hand pass, dropped by Neil Bullen. Keys tries to make good. Stewart takes him to ground, holding the ball.
Good call. He tried to take him on.
Bailey Smith, Ollie Dempsey, 7 each. Tanner Bruin in that opening term lead the individuals. Humphries is patrolling the broadcast wing. He kicks up inside 50. Blitzar's got the hands free from the tussle in the nick of time to take the mark.
Such a dynamic player. He started on the wing. What a luxury that your second ruck or first ruck, whatever you want to call him, start on the wing and just have that presence of height in the front half.
Kicked it behind in the opening term. So test him. Wide out on the left. Kick from 51 metres. Mark Blitzar's on the hunt for 300 games. Let's fly. It's out to the right. Pack comes forward to contest. Manor underneath. Got it onto his boot. No direction about it. It lands next to the behind post and trickles over for a throw-in.
Second term brought to us by Host Plus. That's a plus. A couple of minutes in on the eldest clock for Australian agriculture in this second term.
Just the 7th highest forward half turnover quarter in history of Geelong.
Wow.
That first quarter.
McAndrew got a swipe at it, knocked it into Ollie Henry, caught by Murray. And the umpire will have to come in and ball it up again.
Sorry, over the last 10 years.
Okay.
I don't want to put a bit of mayonnaise on it.
No, even with champion data, you can't really say all time because they weren't around when Tom Wills was kicking them. Peatling kicks it outside defensive 50 for the Crows. Stewart gets there with a fist, knocks it down. Keeps it in play with Lawson Humphries pouncing on it. Gave it to Smith. He feeds it off to Woodshire. Rolls it inside 50. Bouncing ball. Attacked well but dropped in the end by Jones. And, well, somehow Manor got a kick whilst on his backside. So the umpire let it play on. Ollie Henry squeezed the kick wide. And getting there but not marking. Coming. Left it for Martin. Outside of the boot. Goal. Right spot. Right time. I think he's found himself at the right club at the right time.
he's been good tonight, hasn't he? He's looked lively. Got rewarded then with another turnover inside the forward 50 for Geelong. It just feels like a little bit of rinse and repeat from the first quarter, Dwayne. And, if you're Knicks right now, what can you do to change the momentum of this game? And maybe it's the brave bit. Maybe it's hold a bit of length, pull your forwards back, win the ball out of the middle. That's probably the first priority. -4 at centre clearances. And when they do win the ball, they're back of centre. They're not coming out the front at all. Weather probably tells us you need to be coming out the front of these stoppages. So over to the Crows to see if they can respond.
It was a big decision for Cumming to try to mark that ball just above the grass rather than controlling it on the first bounce, and he paid a huge price for it. Cats by 20 points. Mitch Edwards takes a clean out of the middle hand pass, and he's the one pursuing it for the next possession. Didn't get it. Smith off the ground, picked off by Millerer. Crows out of centre half back. Stewart's the spoiler on Neil Bullen. Cats have numbers at the drop. Mullen is there, checks his kick up for Holmes. Right on halfway. Just takes a moment or two to let the field set. Now probes inside the 50. McAndrews filled the hole. Neil got it out of his hands. Mullen tackled by the Crows ruckman. It'll be a ball up.
Nice work by Neil. He didn't get any arm. He just went for the Sharon with an open hand to knock it away. Atkins. Rochelli's got him. He got a handball out but went through Bailey Smith's legs. Two Cats fight for it. Martin got it back to Atkins. Flings it over the top, hoping for Holmes, who lays a good tackle. Ball close to the boundary. It stays in, and then it's swiped out by Martin. We'll get a ball in. 80 from the Cats goal on the Host Plus scoreboard. Host Plus named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. Check the PDS and the TMD at hostplus.com.au. Umpire's found a free kick here, has he? Or are they checking the video to see if it came off a boot? So the umpire upstairs has had enough time to look at the video and say Adelaide Crows free to Peatling.
He didn't want it.
No, because it's not his, it's Worrell's. So Worrell has to come from...
He was Worrell, couldn't he?
Was the boundary umpire delaying that throw-in, knowing that they were checking the video?
So. They would have told him, just hold up a tick.
I thought it was just in the forward 50 arcs they got to review the out of bounds. Didn't think it was.
No, they're checking on the lasso.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
The only change I'd make to that is just have the bloke nearest the footy at the moment the review is finished rather than calling Worrell in.
When he got 20 on.
Rose the pack from halfway. Beautiful kick. And the Crows will come forward now. Taylor to Rochelle and right through for a goal. The Crows make the most of the technological intervention, sweep it forward and kick the goal to trim the margin back to 14 points. 5-4 to 3-2. It's a Bendix breaks big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks.
Pretty direct game that was then, Gerard. It was a free kick on the boundary line. They went down the line and they're talented players. Rankin gets a great crumb, really first-class crumbing. Pulls the kick, finds Rochelle, who finishes off the job running inside 50. And that's speed. There's speed in that play, and that's entertaining, and that's the stuff that Nick spoke about. That didn't have to be too over the top. They embraced the contest down the line, and they really got going off that crumb.
Was it off a boot or insufficient intent?
You can't pay insufficient intent from the arc. You can only pay the lasso.
Well, maybe they've paid insufficient intent from the arc.
That would open up a real can of worms.
Oh, I love a good can of worms open, especially with talkback tomorrow. Smith bangs it inside 50, off hands, especially when a goal comes from it. Miller danced his way past Clark, although Clark wrapped him in the end. Got it to Bartz, held up by Dempsey, who saddled him up and rode him for a little while. Ball, the jockey, Ollie, he's going to take the shot. Different Ollie, the jockey, of course, to the one that's famously ridden many a winner across Australia. So Dempsey from about a 45-degree angle and maybe 50 metres out, but a breeze that was behind his back has now dropped completely to that end. So the Adelaide Crows had a stiff breeze blown to that end in the opening term, and now it's non-existent. Couple of skip steps, in he runs from 49. Distance not a worry. Accuracy is, it's only a behind and...
Missed the lot.
Yeah, okay, on the full. So there you go, 20 plays 34, Host Plus scoreboard.
and the oldest clock for Australian agriculture. 7 minutes gone, second term.
John Donohue on the boundary.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Tanner Bruin here. He started this quarter on the bench. He's been off the whole quarter and just got a little gash worked on his forehead as well as the gauze up the nose. He's ready to come back on now, though.
Miller kicks it long. Berry robes the pack, kicks it out on the full. Cats with a forward half turnover from a Crows errant kick. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Moore and Howe back for the Pies tomorrow night with the team's landing. McAndrew came up unopposed at defensive 50 to intercept.
Looks pretty good, early stages. Sydney Swans had him first, but the Adelaide Crows have picked him up and he's done pretty well. Michael Lanning, little double grabber in the back pocket, goes to Butts. He heads wide to Murray, so again this will take what the Cats will give us. Adelaide Crows movement, just chipping to the free man that the Cats have left. Free, wide ball, just touched out of play, ball in.
Look, they didn't go too far. They didn't get much from it, and you don't want to live off those type of plays, but they get a stoppage on the wing, Dwayne. In that first quarter, that was just a really predictable play. You've got to find a bit of everything if you're going to beat the Cats.
So back into play. McAndrew again knocked it down straight to Berry. Oh, he's tackled, but his tackle slipped high, did Bailey Smith. Umpire said play on. Rankin flies, can't mark it. Peatling Crumbs weaves his way through a couple. Little drop from Taylor puts him under pressure. Woodchai got there, pushed away. Cumming did well. He has the 1-2 with Murray. 1-2-3 goes all the way back to Worrell. And he spanks it long to the pocket. And a good mark taken by O'Sullivan.
Let's see how Geelong moved the ball from their D50.
Out across the face of goal to Humphreys, who gets it rolling quickly. Put it out in front of Bailey Smith. Angle was cut by Bond, and Smith had to turn tackler and drag him over the boundary.
It's probably the hardest ground in the competition to move from your D50. Its field position so important here.
34 plays 20. 10th minute of the second term. Geelong in control. Holmes roving, didn't end up gathering, and Saligo to the spilt footy, kicks the Crows to full forward, one-on-one, De Koning and Pedler, Rankin's the crummer, Mullins his marksman, and he's got him cold, holding the ball.
That's brilliant. Brilliant defensive craft. He's such a dangerous forward. Stay with him the whole way then.
So wide is where they'll go, one back pocket to the other. Mullen, De Koning. And what's O'Sullivan want to do? The double switch back to the opposite side, which for some teams means when we go the double switch, just keep committing to it. And that's what De Koning does. He commits to that side, and all the Cats players are heading over there. Worrell does well, kicks around his body, diving, attempted a mark from Pedler, puts it down. He almost tripped or putting a leg out on Myers, dispossessed. Pedler gave it to Rochelle. He dropped it. He was on the run, hoping, and the kick finds Saligo off the deck, and Saligo can have a crack at goal from 50.
It just shows how important it is. Banged on about it a little bit, about the game in your half. They've had 2 forward half turnovers now. Really good defence from Adelaide. They need to capitalise on this kick.
Directly out, Barwin End is kicking too. About to kick from outside the 50-metre arc, probably 52, 53. Not bad off the boot, but it's off line, and Thilthorpe got up there, and so did Finbar Maley. Big grab attempt from Finbar. Good to see him leaping that high. We'll get a ball up. Umpire calls for it. About to fling it in the air. Big pack around it. McAndrew does the ruck work against Blitzars. Mullen spanks it out. Murray, Ollie Henry. Ollie did well, edged him out. Went and got it. Kicked around the body towards half forward. Bouncing ball. Jeremy Cameron with the flick on was clever. Worrell knew what he's doing. They're coming at Worrell. He's the one. Cats have got the 2. Gave it to Millerer, and they're out. Millerer to Michael Annie.
Michael Annie from near the boundary sends it long up the line. Rochelle got a hand in there over the boundary. And collisions against the fence. Keys into his own stuff. They are all okay. There's a free kick to Keys.
Okay. Did he get pushed in that contest? He was brave, wasn't he?
Gets motoring. Kicks the Crows up inside the 50. Don't have a definitive leaper at the front. Holmes plays Crummer at the back. Brushes away Cumming. Pops the kick over the top to Koning. Is there as the outlet. Hand pass to Myers. Takes off, makes it up on the fly. Hand pass to O'Sullivan, brings it back into Bruin. Has Manor over the top and Bailey Smith. Now no one in front of him for about 20 metres. Bailey hits top gear, sets it up to full forward. Neal stands in the middle. Spoils made, ground ball to be dealt with. Clark is onto it. Oh, the kick's no good. It floats away to the right for a throw-in.
Might have had more time than he thought there.
Yeah, just got to tighten. It's the one part of his game that just hasn't quite clicked just yet. He's doing a lot of things right, Clark. Just got to finish up those disposals.
Neal against McAndrew this time. McAndrew with a double-handed pat down. Jeremy Cameron nearly had it. Manners got it. Gave it up to Martin. Snap it goal to the near side. Only a... No, it hasn't even scored. Is it a behind or out on the full? Out on the full. So 34-20. Host plus scoreboard. We've played 13 minutes on the Elders clock, second term.
1-1 and 1 out of bounds for Jack Martin from his opportunities tonight. Worrell kicks it in long. It hits the turf where O'Connor is tackled to ground. Ball it up 55 out from the Cats' goal.
Feels like a July, August type of game, doesn't it? With this weather and a bit more dour than what we've seen in previous weeks.
Simpson for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. They scrap for it at half forward for the Cats. Myers faked the hand pass, then gave it. Clark works it around to Atkins. Just kicked deftly. Didn't find a target though. Cumming gathers and clears the area. Bangs it down the wing for the Crows. Jack Henry had a fly, didn't take the mark to Koning, dragged to ground by Pedlar. Cook committed himself well and won it. Keys worked it around to McAndrew. He goes back to Peatleen, who played on. So he has to lag it out the side when he was originally looking for the switch. Rochelle, he's too cool to play on. Under pressure, up to Cook to get it to halfway.
Confidence rising here from the Crows players. You can sense it. Cook long inside 50. And there's a free kick off the ball. It's going to O'Sullivan. Or did Fogarty grab him?
Looked like it.
Must have grabbed him. Umpire was 3 metres away. O'Sullivan back down the line. Ollie Henry got up there, couldn't mark it. Off the crumb. Big one to win. Jai Clark kind of won it, but then he couldn't find a handball target. Atkins does what he does. Gets down, gets dirty, gets Sharon, and they get him. We'll get a ball up on the wing. 34-20, Host Plus scoreboard. 15 minutes gone, second term.
Blitzarms does the ruck work, and then he's taken in the two-man tackle. Secondary ball up. Everyone takes a breath. Underfoot. Peatling away to Rochelle. Crows up inside 50 with the kick. Jack Henry spoiled by Pedlar. Ground ball to be dealt with. Fogarty's got it. Good hand pass. Coming. Snaps from the pocket. Great hook on the kick. Got it in.
That's the pocket, Dwayne.
Yep.
Isaac Cumming. That's a beauty. What have we got for the goal of the night? Yeah, that's for Beaumont's for hard flooring.
The tide's turned a tiny bit, hasn't it? The game's probably equalised now in terms of field position, and both back lines are standing up pretty well, but that's just a great snap. Probably 40 out on the boundary, was it? Running towards the boundary. It's a hard kick to hit. Is that an open type of pocket on the run down there?
I think it's just a protection from the wind. That's the way
it was just a perfect kick. You see a lot of those ones just balloon and go out of bounds in the full. So, you know, it's a real honest type of game tonight.
Back to 8 points, Dwayne.
Yeah, it's game on. So the 2 second rucks, Finbar, Maley and Blitzar's in the middle. Ball flung in the air. The blitz gets up there, but Finbar wins it. Knocked it down to Berry. We ducked out the back, and then he was caught holding the ball.
Yeah, great tackle in the end.
So Tanner Bruin allowed to play on. There was a little delay, hesitation step, but he got to Myers on the wing, and he goes back to where the free kick probably would have been taken anyway, to Bailey Smith. Plays on quickly. Heads inside 50, delightful to Blitzars, who pushed forward, got inside 50 quickly after rucking, and he heads out wide towards Atkins. Did he get him? No. Knocked away. So the Crows on the rebound. Neil Bullen goes wide to Fogarty if he wants to go. He doesn't want to go.
They've got the numbers behind the play. Just got to wait for the forwards to re-engage.
So Fogarty's tried for Neil Bullen. It was punched away by Smith, gathered by Pedlar. Good step to open up some possibilities. Not quite as good a kick inside 50, and Myers fills the hole. Intercepts for the Cats. Takes off, looking for the right target. Oh, he's going to go short, then he was going to go long, then he changed his mind short, and Bruin had to make the dive to get it safely into his clutches, but he'll give a fair bit of ground away. De Koning, Cats are well set on the near side. Stewart, Jack Henry, too wide, out on the full.
Jeez, they've switched a lot tonight, Geelong, from their D50. I've seen it at least 3 times in a row, and they've had 3 turnovers in their own back half.
So Pedler too far out to score. Sits it up to the leaders. De Koning got a hand on it, knocked it down to Keys. He throws it to Thilthorpe. Sort of flicked it up and then punched it with his fist and got away with it. Bailey Smith, kick half smothered. Rolls it outside defensive 50. Race on. And in the end, it's going to be Miller who comes up with a crumb to Nankervis, who got it all the way 14 metres. Play on. Miller got on the end of his handball. Crunch. High tackle laid by Jack Henry. And Nankervis can have a rare shot at goal.
A little bit of panic from the Geelong defenders. The pressure's lifted. The pressure factor's been over 200 for both sides. It's been one of those games, and Adelaide slightly in front this quarter in terms of field position, and probably their contest method just looks a bit tighter than Geelong's at the moment.
So 1 goal for his career. Nankervis, that's all he's kicked. But he's 1 from 1. He's never missed, ever.
He has now.
He has now. His first miss, although it won't count against him. It's rushed through for a behind.
I mean, this quarter, the contested possessions evened up. Clearances is pretty even as well. Turnover game, 13 each. It's just an equalised type of game now.
Cats by 7, 34-27. 19 minutes played of the second term. Stewart's on kicking duties. He goes long out the far side. Dempsey had a fly, got underneath it. Blitzarves had it stolen. Rochelle, Cook searching for the outside target. Rochelle is that. Brings it back inboard to Miller. Miller to the centre of the ground for Worrell, who's been busy all night. Up the lane he goes. It's a bit too strong for Keys. And easy work for Humphreys to take the intercept mark behind. Played out the far side on the lateral kick to O'Sullivan. From the defensive 50, punches it hard down the wing. Dempsey used the body on Cook, took the mark. Has run on the outside from Myers. Brings the kick on the 45 to O'Connor. He'll wheel and go and set up for Cameron in the pockets. A lovely move down the field from the Cats.
What's this pocket like, Dwayne?
Well, it's the ambulance pocket. They don't kick a lot of goals from the ambulance pocket. It's not the players' race pocket. Very rarely do they. Well, you don't ever want to be in that pocket, do you?
So
the ambulance is coming from
Cameron
there.
Is no chance. It's snapping from 48 metres. You're writing him off.
Well, the Joel Silwood stands higher than any other grandstand that's ever been here, so maybe it gets a bit of protection there.
He was going to snap that ball. He's decided to go back and have a set shot.
He was too far out. So 3 first up against Fremantle. Jeremy Cameron kicks for goal. It's near sides. They never gave it a chance behind the goals. 8-point leaders, the Cats. Host plus. That's a plus. Time on now for the Elders clock for Australian agriculture.
Both coaches, in particular Adelaide, will be talking about what to do for the next 5 minutes, how to finish off this quarter.
Jones kicks long, gets it all the way to the wing, and almost the mark to Thilthorpe. He got hands on it, and then there were some oohs and ahs as Edwards floated across for the Cats at the back. Ball hit the deck, and the umpire calls for a ball up. Edwards does the ruck against Finbar Maley. Well, Soligo had it, and then he was dropped as he was tackled, and the umpire was 4 metres away. And Atkins, the tackle machine, will take it for the Cats.
Tried to fend off Dwayne, didn't he? He's got caught the second time.
Dempsey on the outsides. Takes off. He's trying to wrong foot Berry. Wrong footed himself. Oh, Atkins is hot. Back to Dempsey. Cats muck it up. Berry brings it through. Soligo. Thilthorpe. There's no deep target yet. Thilthorpe has a bounce. Then he kicks the hell out of it. Has it got enough on the slippery turf? It doesn't. It pulls up, and Stewart is there to gather for the Cats. He brings it around to Guthrie.
You're a all-sport fan. Is that icing in ice hockey when you do that? You just smack it long with no one in your half?
It was ambitious.
What was he trying to do there?
80-metre slide kick.
Yes. Guthrie has it in the back pocket for the Cats. And he gets under it a little. Up flies Finbar, and he takes the mark, does Maley. Turns and goes. Cats have got 2 with Thilthorpe in the goal square. Thilthorpe, the scoop from Rankin was delightful. There's a highlight. That was roving 101.
He's the best in the competition at that. And 3 years ago, we were scouting him. We were playing up on the Gold Coast. I don't know, it might have been in COVID times. And the work he does before the crumb, he just loses his direct opponent, and he always finishes where he wants to. Does all the work and the build-up, and then he just hits it at a rate of knots. And it was a great crumb. Not complicated. They look probably dangerous when the ball hits the deck in their front half rather than the key tools they normally rely on. But Rochelle and Rankin, they've been the ones this quarter that you can really see their class pop up and show what's on show.
Celebrated before he kicked the goal.
He did.
That's good.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yep, I like it.
So Mullen lost him. He's been hard on him all night.
Yeah.
The Holman Plumbing key matchup, trusted quality, Aussie standards. In the middle, Crows trying to hit the front for the first time. McAndrew gets them up inside 50, but Jack Henry repels and marks. 35-33. It was a 20-point margin, which has been whittled back with 3 consecutive Adelaide goals. At intervals, O'Connor bangs the Cats out the far side. Dempsey out positioned by Nan Curtis.
4 minutes to go. Sorry, Gerard, 4 minutes left in the quarter.
Bit of an aimless kick to half forward. O'Connor cuts it off in front of Thilthorpe. Where are the Cats looking to go here? O'Connor's got Mullen on the short he didn't use. The switch would be difficult, so he does have to use Mullen. And now the switch opens up for Stewart on the near side. Long down the wing. Martin forms up with Cook. Free kick, Jack Martin's ball.
Cook's struggled tonight. Being worked over by Dempsey and Blitzavs on the wing and just not quite in the game just yet.
Jack Martin from halfway, static play with the ball getting away, kicks it. That's equally aimless to what happened at the other end, and Berry takes the intercept mark.
3 minutes left to half-time. Berry gets around Holmes, which is hard to do. Now, will Martin get back here? Seemed to be a grab on O'Sullivan's jumper. The umpire's seen it. It was a little delayed, the decision. So, an aggressive kick inside to the corridor. O'Connor, Oisin Mullen, he slid out of a tackle. Back to O'Connor. Back to Holmes. Chip to Myers. Got it. Will he play on quickly? He's got Guthrie by hand if he wants him. He ignores it. Goes longer. Jeremy Cameron. Butts flies. Knocked it down. Front of the pack. A few missed it though. Ollie Henry scooped it. Looking for Woodchime. Missed him. Butts tries to hammer it back outside defensive 50. It caught hands. Bailey Smith gets a moment. He fended off. Gave it to Guthrie. Brought down by Bond. Ball up just inside 50 for the Cats, who only lead by 2 points.
Got a game on our hands, haven't we? Great contest method from Adelaide this quarter.
Good desperate defending to repel Atkins and Berry, 2 hard nuts. Can't be settled without the intervention of the umpire. 40 out from the Geelong goal. Knocked the Cats' way. Wheelchair. Atkins in between to Mullen. Dragged off it by Worrell. Martin. It is desperate near the goal mouth. Bodies pile in. Crows have dragged it in. It's a Cats free kick to Jack Martin. The guilty party was Hugh Bond.
Hard to work out whether that was there or not. I suppose it was.
Umpire Andrew Stevens side on, had him nailed from the moment that he did it. Jack Martin, a goal, a behind and 1 out on the full. He's 20 out, slide angle. Martin kicks the goal. And the Cats just pushed the Crows away for a moment. After being under siege for the best part of 20 minutes. 6-5-41.
Well, they've got to keep an eye on this next minute and a half. Adelaide done a lot of good work to get back into the game. 2 goals won to 3 goals won this quarter in Adelaide's favour. A lot of the metrics, it's slightly in Adelaide's favour. It's just this last couple of minutes, you just don't want to concede another one. Gerard. There's been so much good work that's happened. Got right back into this game. So look for the sign on the bench to hold the cup of noodles or whatever you want to call it to say, look, let's just ice this quarter, get some stoppages and reload in the second half.
6-5 to 5-3, Dwayne, on the Host Plus. That's a plus scoreboard.
And that was a raffle free kick that the Cats fortunately got from the slap down. Atkins gets it, and he's got away from Rankin. Rankin had him by the dacks, but he still was good enough to get a possession away. Bailey Smith, if he scoops it up, the Cats will be a late chance to score. He does. He mesmerised them, worked his way past a couple, got it to Guthrie, who gave it to Myers. Still a minute left. Myers backpedals, 80 from goal. Tries a sizzler, and it's a horrific sizzler, and Saligo cuts it off. And we'll see whether the Crows want to go here or just go in with the score 41 to 33.
Short to Miller, 50 from defensive goal. Plays it to the far wing. Rochelle standing under the Hickey stands. He wheels out to the right. Kicks it long to half forward. Phil Thorpe trying to represent. O'Connor in front. Banged it to the boundary, and Guthrie runs it over. It's a terrific turn. Cats with 2, Crows with 3. Chance if there was something clean from the stoppage to set up a score at either end. Saligo roves underneath, broke a tackle, then got caught in the second one, and that's holding the ball.
Very ambitious. He got through the first, but...
So Bailey Smith has it for the Cats.
That's the dangerous tackle, that.
Right. Dabs it up to Atkins, who takes off. Need a mark inside 50 for the late shot. Knocked away. Underneath. Cameron got a hand in. Siren beats any thought of the creativity. And the Cats will take an 8-point lead to the main break. 6-5-41 to Adelaide, 5-3-33. Still individual goal kickers down both pages. Manor, Martin, Dempsey, Ollie Henry, and Stewart. For Adelaide, it's Thilthorpe, Rochelle, Taylor, and Rankin. What do you see, Dwayne?
Well, the Smith tackle on Saligo sort of dumped him head first onto his head. So he's up, but it could have been a really, really dangerous situation. Sort of not quite the pile driver, but it was a close relative to it.
The replay screen, bonus gift cards with Intel Core Ultra 3 laptops, Harvey Norman Intel Blitz weekend, Friday, Saturday and Sunday only. Just give us a quick thought, Simo, and then we'll be more expansive after a break.
We spoke about the first quarter and the dominance of field position from Geelong, but that quarter there, I mean, Smith's had 11 possessions, so he really stepped up from a Geelong point of view, but I just thought the Crows looked better at ground level, and the Rankin types and Rochelle's, they looked dangerous when the ball hit the deck, and their backline's held up well. They've held up well for a number of years now, Adelaide's backline, and it just felt like the tide turned a little bit there up until that free kick, which was that last free kick inside forward 50 for the Cats. So they've done really well to be within 8 points at half-time. If you had said that at the start of the game, I reckon they still would have taken it. Being the hunt at half-time is a great achievement when you come down here, and then you can really launch in the second half. So I'll take a lot of confidence out of that. Geelong, I think their best is better than Adelaide's. It's just, can they reproduce what they did in that first quarter of the second half?
Cats by 8 points. Full thoughts coming up with Adam Simpson for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus, named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Ready for fresh excitement? The peak of racing has begun. Feel the adrenaline as the action heats up on harness racing tracks every week in Victoria. Witness the thrill as drivers and horses push their limits, chasing glory in every heart-stopping moment. Get trackside and experience the harness racing action. Or, if you can't make it to the track, you can watch every race live and free on Sky Racing and Trots Vision. For tips, visit Goodform at thetrots.com.au.
2026 is the year to upgrade to your ultimate fishing weapon. And Bar Crusher, Australia's leading fishing boat builder, has the perfect weapon for you. Come see for yourself and check out the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market with industry-leading design excellence and quality. Find Bar Crusher boats at Bar Crusher Melbourne on Quality Drive, Dandenong. Or build your dream boat online at barcrusher.com.au.
What do you have for me, Q?
A watch, so you're punctual to get your Spectre tint installed.
Spectre, eh? The highest infrared heat rejection. Perfect.
And for backup, you'll also need Nano Ceramic Elite X paint protection. Extra shine, repels dirt, and the odd crossfire.
Very nice.
Could come in handy if you get shaken or stirred in the field.
Spectre Tint and Elite X paint protection. $200 off this month, only at Tintercar.
Bring it back in one piece, James.
Growing a business is rewarding, but cash flow pressure can be stressful. Supplier invoices, tax obligations, payroll requirements, it all adds up. Octet can power your business with smart business finance. From lines of credit to unlocking cash from unpaid invoices, Octet helps your business move forward. Plus, you can choose to earn frequent flyer points on eligible payments. So, keep cash flowing, seize growth opportunities and be rewarded. Find out more at octet.com. That's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Good health is contagious. And at Bupa, we're helping it spread around Australia by helping our almost 4 million members live healthier. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Proud member partner of Carlton Football Club.
Footy tipping's back, and it's not too late to join Ember X. Right now, premium is free for a limited time. There's 10k cash up for grabs weekly for the best tipper, plus 250k cash for the season's overall winner. Go to mberx.com or download the app.
Ugh. When your internet gives you lemons, get Tangerine. Switch to Tangerine and get 10% off your monthly plan fee for every SIM-only mobile or mobile broadband plan you bundle with an active Tangerine NBN service.
Oh.
With easy setup, short hold times, no confusion, Tangerine offers great value internet with no lock-in contracts and high-speed plans available that keep up with your everyday. When your internet gives you lemons, get Tangerine. Visit tangerine.com.au to sign up today.
Do you like beer? Do you like golf? Then you'll probably like the Cooper's Mild Ale inaugural Cooper Pedy Classic. Win at Cooper Pedy, the world's roughest course, and you and a mate will score a trip to play at some of the world's finest in Scotland, the birthplace of golf. To enter, just buy any Cooper's Mild Ale. You don't have to be a pro, you just have to buy a beer. T's and C's apply. Visit coopers.com.au.
Go Harvey Norman. Intel Bonus Gift Card Blitz Weekend starts tomorrow. Purchase any laptop with Intel Core Ultra 3 processor and receive up to $300 in bonus gift cards. Experience the latest Intel Series 3 technology now at Harvey Norman. Faster, smarter, more powerful than ever. And for a limited time, bonus gift cards on selected Intel Core Ultra Series 3 laptops. Harvey Norman Intel Blitz Weekend. Friday, Saturday and Sunday only. Do not miss out. Conditions and exclusions apply.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
And getting there but not marking, coming, left it for Martin, outside of the boot, goal. Right spot, right time. I think he's found himself at the right club. Beautiful kick.
And the Crows will come forward now. Taylor to Rochelle and right through for a goal. Jack Henry, spoiled by Pedler. Ground ball to be dealt with. Fogarty's got it. Good hand pass. Coming. Snaps from the pocket. Great hook on the kick. Got it in.
Filth up in the goal square. The scoop from Rankin was delightful. There's a highlight. That was roving 101.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
Thanks for joining us on AFL Nation. The Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery. It's the Choices Flooring Halftime Floor Show.
The Halftime Floor Show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality. Helping you choose with confidence.
Choices Flooring helping you make the right choice. The Cats lead 6-5-41 to the Crows 5-3-33, but it's a game. Did break out to a 20-point margin at one stage, but for Choices Flooring helping you make the right choice. Adam Simpson is with me, and we'll have a chat about some of the categories in the game so far. By the way, our travel partner is Signet. Stay powered 24/7 with Signet AFL Club Power Banks. We'll be in Adelaide tomorrow night. We'll be at the MCG, or will we be at Marvel tomorrow? Marvel tomorrow night. Okay, we'll get them to
weird, doesn't it?
Update this sheet. We'll be at Marvel tomorrow night for the big one tomorrow night between Collingwood and the Giants, and will be everywhere across the weekend on AFL Nation. If you are at the ground today, you can open the SEN app and enjoy our live SEN Stadium AFL Nation broadcast for made to support Australians right here. And by the way, speaking of Choices Flooring are giving away the ultimate VIP Grand Final experience. You and a mate could experience all the hype of Grand Final week firsthand, then be at the big match itself, the 2026 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Head to ICAM Win, SEN Win to enter now. Adam Simpson, your Australian made smart play for Australian made to support Australians right here.
There was a few smart plays, in particular from Adelaide, really. I thought Geelong's game was built around just the predictable game, but the pull kick from Fogarty was a really smart play. The Keys 2v1 was a smart play, so I think Adelaide have had a few.
Australian made right here. The unmissable moment for Drinkwise. Wow. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise.
I think they've done that as well. I think Rankin and Rochelle have brought some real flair, in particular that second quarter. So we'll say the Rankin goal, the Crumming goal, where he celebrated prematurely.
I liked it. Tackler of the game for Bar Crusher Boats. Tackle your next fishing adventure in a Bar Crusher. It's normally...
Yeah, who do you reckon it is?
Tom Atkins.
He's had 5.
Okay.
Berry's had 5 as well from Adelaide, and it has been an Atkins type of night for Geelong.
All right, you've got 2 minutes. What are your thoughts? Who wins it from here? What have you liked so far?
I love the response of Adelaide, and it was such a dominant first quarter, and we've seen, and you've probably seen a lot more than I have, games down here that just 4-goal margin turns into a 10-goal margin by the end of the second quarter. So for them to respond, they're a young side. They did it through some good ground level work. Dwayne, they got some good field position, defended the ground well, which they've done for a couple of years now. So for them to be back in the hunt in that second quarter, I think it's a real credit to Nixie and the young side that he's brought over. It does feel like it's a matter of time before Geelong go, okay, let's stop mucking around here and just put the foot down. But you know, they're in it. They're in the game, which is what we all wanted to see coming down here tonight. And the weather, it's cleared up a little bit. The flags have just picked up left of the screen slightly, so it's actually been a pretty good night for footy in the end. So we'll see what happens in the second half. No real standouts from a performance point of view. Smith's had 18. Stewart's done his thing. He's had 13 possessions. Rochelle's had 13 quality possessions, 4 inside 50s and 2 clearances. So he's been pretty good for them. 4 score involvements. But collectively, Geelong, I think, have got a slight advantage with the way they play, but Adelaide has shown a bit of fight.
And you're doing the vote, so you've got a whole half left. Who is give me a list of contenders after the first half that, if they have a big second half, might be a chance?
Well, I just think the obvious ones is Rochelle and Rankin. They seem to be the two that could break this game open.
Yep.
And I think Stewart's just working his way. He's kicked the goal. He's had 13 possessions. And the Adelaide haven't given him freedom to run around on his own, which I really liked. And Smith's just accumulated. I don't know if he's played well, but he's had 18 possessions, 9 contested. He's had 366 metres gained and 2 score involvements. So you'd have to say he'd be in the mix.
Score, Cats 41, the Crows 33. 6-5 plays 5-3. This has been the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality, helping you choose with confidence. By the way, AFL Nation for 4 Pies, Australia's original fan food. And for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. As we go to the break, the goal of the day so far for Beaumont's for hard flooring.
Jack Henry, spoiled by Pedler. Ground ball to be dealt with. Fogarty's got it. Good hand pass. Coming. Snaps from the pocket. Great hook on the kick. Got it in.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie.
The wait is over. 4 and 20 season is back.
Growing a business is rewarding, but cash flow pressure can be stressful. Supplier invoices, tax obligations, payroll requirements, it all adds up. Octet can power your business with smart business finance. From lines of credit to unlocking cash from unpaid invoices, Octet helps your business move forward. Plus, you can choose to earn frequent flyer points on eligible payments. So, keep cash flowing, seize growth opportunities, and be rewarded. Find out more at octet.com. That's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Alinta Energy's great value energy plans give your household the helping hand it needs, so you can crank the aircon without worrying about your energy. All so you can keep things cool when Nan's games night gets heated. Bingo! Alinta Energy, that's true power.
Running towards goal. Whoa, that's holding the ball.
That commentary with a little adult twist is brought to you by Sexyland. They get it, now so can you. Right to the final siren.
Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland.
11 stores in Melbourne, including Geelong and new store in Seaford.
Open till midnight, 7 days a week, or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
Ready for fresh excitement? The peak of racing has begun. Feel the adrenaline as the action heats up on harness racing tracks every week in Victoria. Witness the thrill as drivers and horses push their limits, chasing glory in every heart-stopping moment. Get trackside and experience the harness racing action. Or, if you can't make it to the track, you can watch every race live and free on Sky Racing and Trots Vision. For tips, visit Goodform at thetrots.com.au.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Installerine,
Installerine,
Installerine.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
So, have you had anything to drink?
Yeah, but only a couple. And I ate a big meal.
Okay, breathe into the device, please. One long continuous breath.
I also drank plenty of water. And I'm a pretty big guy as well.
Okay, you've blown over 0.05, so I'm going to need you to step out of the car.
I'm not going to lose my license, am I? I didn't drink that much.
Stop kidding yourself. If you drink, don't drive. A message from the TAC.
Take a break at Metro Petroleum and enjoy a Mr. Whippy ice cream cup. Try the limited edition bubblegum flavour. It's creamy, colourful and fun. Available only for a limited time. Kick off your footy season with wings. Stay recharged and grab your resealable wings with 330ml Red Bulls at 2 for $8.50. Or grab the 473ml Red Bull range at 2 for $9.50. Available now at all participating Metro Petroleum locations from March 1st through to March 31st.
Macca's new Bistro Bernays Angus range can now be enjoyed with a refreshing Kirk's Lemon Lime and Bitters. Compliments to the chef. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Half-time Thursday night footy, GMHBA Stadium. It's Geelong 6-5-41 leading Adelaide 5-3-33. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Adam Simpson, what do you think of the scheduling of West Coast Eagles at 9:30 in the morning, Perth time?
Is there going to be a day when we don't talk about how bad this draw is? But it is bizarre. We just mentioned it off air. To be playing a game of AFL at 9:30 in the morning when you don't have to is just beyond belief. But anyway, let's talk about the game tonight.
Honestly, these are mistakes that just shouldn't be made. And the whole fixture at the start of the season has been a fail. You just send it back. When it was presented, the chief executive should have said, no, go away and do it again.
It's crept up on us too. You don't go through the fixture, probably the detail, until the dates come out and the timings, and then you realise, hang on a second. We did the AI one last year.
Yeah.
It took 10 minutes.
There's only 7 games. It's not like, we've run out of slots. We have to put it at midday.
It's got to be a reason. What's the reason? There's got to be something.
The flimsy reason is to get them home on Sunday night. But I'm sorry, it doesn't need to be West Coast. It doesn't need to be midday in Adelaide to get home.
Oh, my goodness. Anyway, this game's interesting. I was just looking at some of the numbers on this, Gerard, and at ground level, Adelaide are +6 at crumbs, and in the air, Geelong are +4 contested marks. So it feels like the aerial battle, Geelong's in front, and the ground level battle, in particular the ground level at forward 50, deep 50, that if they can get it to ground, get some supply this quarter, Adelaide, that is, there's a half a chance. And it's interesting when you're overcoached during the week. They've had 29 uncontested marks tonight, Adelaide. They had 150 last week. So it's just sometimes you just listen to the coach too much.
Yes.
And you take things as literal. And I thought the first quarter they just refused to do anything other than either kick it long or try and pull something off that wasn't there. They settled a bit in that quarter. I reckon the messaging at quarter time was around, boys, let's just play the game for what it is. And it was actually Geelong that tried to muck around with the ball a little bit themselves. They had 44 uncontested marks in perhaps a night where you probably don't need that many in your back half. So both coaches would have got to work then. I suspect Geelong will find another gear, but these young Crows have really responded well in what is a really difficult environment.
All clear on an injury front to half-time is we know that the bang on the face for Tanner Bruin caused him plenty of discomfort and needed a bit of work. He's been tidied up, and Mitch Edwards was off getting his leg worked on at various stages during that second term, but he's been able to ruck on.
I wonder if there's any type of benefit not playing the last 18 days, Dwayne. Do you get more energy in the second half, more fatigue? What does it mean for a team that played 6 days ago to a team that played 20 days ago, 18 days? That's a distinct difference. You can't tell me that doesn't matter.
No. And there's a few that are in that back bracket this week. Teams coming off a bye, playing teams that came off a pretty heavy game last week. Melbourne is a good example of that, coming back from Perth, facing a team that didn't have a game last week.
We're slipping into the fixture conversation again, aren't we? But really, why wouldn't the two bye teams play each other? Because we've got a home ground advantage plus an 18-day break.
Got any time left to do the fixture at the end of this?
We've got any time to do the game? Well, we can keep talking about
it. Third term about to get underway. Great to have your company on AFL Nation. It's the Cats who lead 41-33. And we're underway with Neil Bullen coming in off the side of the square to get a touch. Got it to Stewart, though, who gave it to Holmes, who gave it to Mullen. They were going backwards to go forward. Now the kick toward Wiltshire, muscled out of it by Miller. It gets back on to it, about to be hunted down by Dempsey. And is that a possession out of bounds? No, it was a fumble out of bounds. So a ball in 53 metres from the Cats' goal. AFL Nation for 4 Pies. Early stages, third term on the eldest clock for Australian agriculture.
McAndrew won front position in the ruck contest, and he's scrounging after the ball. Atkins rose with it. Rochelle hangs on in the tackle.
You see Geelong's forward line, it's 5 forwards up high and 1 deep forward on his own.
Out at half forward where the stoppage is. Manor, great hands, up to Holmes, popped it over the top. Jack Martin's been lively all night. His snap is missing. Kicks 1 goal, 2 and 1 out on the full. It's the Cats by 9 on the Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard.
Must have had time to straighten up and do a drop punt then, but elected for the kick around the body. Murray goes long. Big fist of Fogarty, dumped it out wide. 2 Cats have gone down, and I think it's Jeremy Cameron who's slow to get up, so we'll keep a watch on that. Bailey Smith lays a tackle in the meantime on the AFL logo on the wing, and we'll get a ball up.
He's up and about now, but it just looks worse for him, maybe a bit winded. He's playing high as a forward at the moment.
Hasn't had a big night yet, Jezza, but still a bit of time left as Manor goes and gets it on the wing. Gave it to Atkins, still on the wing. Tries a couple of dance steps, didn't quite work. Kick half smothered. Rolls its way towards Bruin, who tried to knock it through the legs of Berry. Didn't work. Gave it to Rochelle. That does work. Rochelle short. That doesn't work. Straight to Tom de Koning, Phil Thorpe's man.
Cats have got numbers out the far side.
Did I call him Tom de Koning? Sam de Koning.
Out to Manor, who takes off to halfway, brings it up to Neil, slides on the knees, takes the mark, gets up quickly, lobs it to full forwards. Front position was Worrell, didn't take the mark. Crows have got good numbers though. Saligo, Cumming, Worrell and Butts. About to be hunted down, got his hand pass away. Bond brings the kick up the wing. Rochelle has been the Crows' best so far. Perfectly weighted ball. Phil Thorpe has it. Kicks to an open setup. A one-on-one deep. Rankin over the back. Mullen's trying to close. Pedler out of the air. Trickles it across the goal front. Cats muster some numbers back, and Jack Henry off the last line.
Almost a contender for goal of the year from Pedler. Short to Mullen. His fitness is amazing, and he's able to get a few touches on Rankin, even though Rankin's touches are going to be worth more because he's close to goal. O'Sullivan nicely to Martin. Hands it out to Stewart. He runs the wing. Blasts it long. Will Blitzars get up here? He doesn't. He stayed down. Ollie Henry almost got in his way, and then he was tripped by Murray. Crowd thought it was a free. Umpire said no. Worrell caught. That could have been a free. Umpire said no. Manor goes and gets it. Gave it to Blitzars. Gave it to Holmes. They can draw again now. Umpires have put the whistle away. But the main man, the umpire at the end of the oval, no choice but to put two fingers up there. Good start to this term for the Cats. The Deutz Fahr Tractor's third term. The Deutz Fahr Tractor Warrior range. It's Deutz Fahr Evolved.
Is it still a trip if it's an accident?
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure the rules. I probably should know that. But that's the type of clip you'd show on a Monday. That had forward pressure. It had some good unity around it. It's something probably we haven't seen much of the Cats that second quarter. Their front half ability to lock it in there and force a turnover. Real panic with the young Adelaide defence, and Holmes is a great finisher. Geez, he looks different when he plays. Everyone looks like they're standing still when he runs sometimes.
Adam Simpson for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. Geelong by 15 points, 7-6 to 5-3. Early stages of the third term. McAndrew rises, wins the tap, Blitzarves off the ground. Rochelle, though, onto the footy. He'll kick the Crows up towards the 50. Phil Thorpe and De Koning set themselves. Ground ball, Mullen and Rankin. Mullen had it momentarily. Rankin forced it clear. Mullen fights on, dragged to ground by Keys. Phil Thorpe plays it inboard. Holmes beats Saligo to it though. Steadies the Cats out of defence. Holmes working at both ends. Kicks to Ollie Henry, four-man pack, punched away. Cook underneath. Crows go back inside. Well-weighted ball, no. Jack Henry filled the gap, dropped the mark though. Keys kept it alive. Berry blasts from 50. Dempsey getting back, using every inch of turf. And he has it on the very last line.
Work ethic from Dempsey. You normally see him at the other end of the goal square. This time he's in his D50.
Yeah, he's a great fitness space as well as the big flyers go up. Ball hits the deck. McAndrew had a piece of it, couldn't mark it. Worrell had a piece of it, nearly got a free. Woodshire does well. Loops the handball over the top. And the Cats are out here. Martin got it from O'Sullivan. And he hits Cameron. He can't mark it. No arm chop free. Hits the deck. Miller got it up just in time. A little tap from Dempsey. She's working hard. Gave it to Smith. Inside kick is a trickler that might still work. Neil, the collect was great. Martin loops a handball wide. Not sure Manor was the right option. Back to Neil. He went with the soccer and missed it completely. And Manor for the miracle across the face of goal, and will take a ball in the opposite pocket to which he had the shot from.
Geez, I'm impressed by Martin's work ethic. It's not something you probably connect to someone with that talent, but his ability to work across the ground, get up and back, and his finishing's probably let him down, but he looks a different player than what we've seen in the past years.
AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller. Cats by 15 and pushing deep. McAndrew and Neil in the ruck underneath. Manor's got the ball wrapped up by Jones.
I feel like the next 10 minutes are going to be critical for Adelaide. Can they hang in there?
Ball handed back to the up. Up it goes. Atkins at the stop edge. Hand pass was smothered. Rochelle got it as a result. Gave it to Cook. Kicks the Crows out of that defensive position. O'Sullivan's, though, has it for the Cats. Hand pass to Blitzev. Straight back inside. Too wide. And I think for the second time tonight, he's kicked it out on the full in general play.
A few of the Cat big guns like Smith and Cameron haven't really done that much. I think Neil's had it all that often as well.
Cameron's the one who looks just a little bit off this season. He was good last week and 2 weeks ago at stages.
Jack Henry and Sam De Koning have saved them a couple of times. Rankin through his legs was good. Got it off to Keys, to Rochelle. And now Neil Bullen out the front, 80 from goal. Chips it inside 50 to Pedler. Stewart, tough man to beat. Pedler can't beat him. He takes the mark, gives it to Humphreys, and maybe the Cats can go open side. They might go spine. Lucky they had two options because Bruin fell and Blitzarves was there to help him out.
Back to Stewart, who brings it out the far side. O'Sullivan with footy in hands. Kicks long down the line. Neil gets himself clear of Murray, takes the mark, rolls, and he's going to give them a look up inside 50. Not a great kick. Cook across the front, intercepts.
Tempo's picked up in this game. More turnovers, less stoppages. It's opening up a bit.
Off to Worrell, out to Michaelani, who reached to take the mark. Left half back for the Crows. Told to play on. Wheels around on the spot. Limp kick coming forward. And Blitzarves has it spoiled by Rankin. Back onto it though. Mullen and Blitzarves just trying to nut it out. Humphreys lends a hand and Myers out near the boundary.
It's a sort of a dry ball in comparison. No rain, and we're new ball fresh after half time. Cameron, he mongrels one towards half foot. It floated through the air. It turned twice over its 40-metre trajectory. Myers inside 50. Well, just said that Neil hasn't seen a lot of it. He gets it here. Not the required distance, so caught to play on. So Smith gets it back. Ollie Henry gets his moment. He knocked it down. Holmes, good tackle. Not rewarded. And it's flung out by Neil Bullen. Keys gets back. Crowd screaming for a free. Saligo hands it out. They're still not out of trouble. Rochelle wide. Now they're out of trouble to Thilthorpe on the wing.
Resolute defending again from the Crows. 9 minutes gone to the third term. Cats by 15. Thilthorpe up to Neil Bullen, who ran hard to be the targets. Take a breather out on the Hickey wing. Kicks short. Pedler. Told to go. Pokes it terribly. It's just a straight turnover to Blitzarves. 55 from defensive goal. It's just the breakdown on the skill error.
Donna's downstairs in a minute. Is there an injury downstairs to Jack Henry? Donna's, we'll come to you in a second. Ball out wide. De Koning did well. Got his own crumb. Gave it to Smith. Spears it wide. Woodshire gave it to Manor, who runs to 50. He's got the goals, or Martin. He missed everybody and kicked the ball that trickled across the boundary line out of play. Donna's downstairs.
Yeah, Jack Henry did come off. He's in the hands of trainers at the moment, Dwayne, so he's just getting checked out. But from a Crows perspective, Hugh Bond is getting his left shoulder strapped up. He's in an enormous amount of pain. I think he's going to try and go back on, but he doesn't look comfortable at all.
Casualties start to mount. Cats deep forward. Myers fumbled the tap. Manor got it onto his boot, wobbled it at the goal front. Worrell backhanded it through for a rushed behind. Cats by 16, the Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard. 10 minutes played of this term on the Elders clock for Australian Agriculture.
A chance to get a break here while they review the score, Gerard.
What would we be reviewing?
It just didn't have the
Look in this angle, we see the ball deviates off the left hand of the Adelaide defender. Decision on the scoreboard.
We whacked it through.
It's almost as if the field umpire and the man upstairs didn't trust the goal umpire's judgment. But now they confirm his judgment, and that holds up Adelaide. Unfortunately for Adelaide, they had to wait for the review rather than bring it in quickly.
It's been a turbo third quarter, hasn't it?
Thilthorpe comes up to make a contest. Sullivan edged him out, but was lucky to get away with it because he only just got back to attempt the mark, and we'll get a ball up in the middle. Myers held up by Peatling. So from the kick in, they've got it all the way to the centre circle, the Crows. Ball flung out to Cook. Chips his kick wide to Thilthorpe. Gets it off the skidding deck. Oh, he's caught by the hand by Sullivan. Good tackle. He just dropped it onto his foot in time. Cook runs to 60. Launches long. Goes for goal. Beware a thin Cook, they say. He's missed it. He looked good on the run. Only a behind.
15-point margin. Stewart brings it into Holmes. Hand pass to Bruin. That's out at half-back. Just pulled up on things. Set it sideways. Not 15. Guthrie back to Bruin. Bit of evasive action and a retreat. Stewart gets it on the first bounce. 20 from defensive goal. Tries the far side. It's a contest. Myers and Cook. Cook had front position. Myers made the spoil. Smith is there for the Cats. Hand passes it up to O'Sullivan. Brought it inboard to Humphreys. Had a fumble. Knocked it on to Smith. Needs support. Got it away in the tackle.
Myers probes forward. O'Sullivan, it is 15, gives it back to Myers. Sets up 65 from goal, fell over. Hand passes it away. Clark has a go. Turns it over. The Cats were gagging to turn that over. Butts and Cook. And the Crows are really well set on the wing.
Finbar Bailey's got it. Looks up.
Yeah, probably didn't need to land in his hands. First game for the club. He's happy to take time. Kick it to Stewart.
He does. Almost out on the full as well.
Well, they need to stop. Who benefits from this? This game is amazing. It can go from a tight tussle, field position dour, to an open game that we've seen this quarter where it's just turnover after turnover. They're just trying to work out who it suits more.
Well, the Crows flicked the switch in the last quarter last week. Well, they do the same today. McAndrew won the ruck knock, but straight down to Bailey Smith, who kicks it almost, well, it is a lasso free. So Jones to take it for the Crows.
Already been 20 turnovers this quarter for both sides.
Heads toward half forward. Thilthorpe's in a good spot here, and then ran under it. Mullen read it well, gave it to Stewart, waiting out the back. Kicks it to the midfield. Good contest from Clark from the Cats. Michael Anu took it off hands, gave it to Peatling, gave it out wide to Soligo. Chips one wide, hoping for but not finding Maley. Off hands, O'Sullivan's got it, and the Cats should rebound again. They've got Holmes running the wing.
He ran into a dead end, had support from O'Sullivan, gave it on to Bailey Smith, kicks to half forward, doesn't find a target. Worrell left his man on the next turnover, gave it to Cook and got it back. Worrell lags the hand pass forward. Soligo links it up to Rochelle. Worrell's kept coming here. He's going to be the kicker as the rain starts to hammer down up to full forward to Koning. Good hands. Oh, listen to that rainfall. Kick across the face of goal to Guthrie. It's a 15-point lead to the Cats. And fans scamper to find a little bit of cover for the time being.
Need the rain down here, do we, Dwayne?
Yeah, it'll fill the pool.
Beautiful.
Bruin. Save me trucking water in.
Talking about the farmers, mate, but anyway.
No, I'm on town water, that's what I mean. I have to truck it in normally.
O'Sullivan rolls and goes to a milling pack at half forward. Miller came through that milling pack. Hand pass to Soligo. Crows are going to bring it forward. Thilthorpe has a one-on-one. Stewart with a telling fist. It went a long way too, almost all the way back to the middle. Soligo got clipped high. Adelaide ball near half forward.
Soligo in the driving rain. Crows are kicking with the rain at the moment. It's heading down their end. Peatling can't mark it. No arm chop. De Koning to Smith. Out wide. Manor in some space. Manor and Cook. Cook and Manor. Little toe poke from Manor was clever. Ollie Henry protects him. Manor flicks it to Ollie. Hasn't seen a lot of it yet, but sees it now. Caught. Got a drop kick away. That'll count from the scramble. It's ugly, but it's old school.
It's on.
Players jumping in left, right and centre, and the umpire says, I'll have it, as it continues to bucket down.
Normally these types of chaos plays ends up in a Cameron-type situation with a bit of space. See what he can do.
AFL Nation for the 4 and 20. Traveller. Cats fashioned a kick out of the stoppage, but Murray stood his ground. Marks for the Crows. 16th minute of the third term. Rain just eases to a shower. Long on the way out. Maley mistimed his leap. De Koning fights for it. Peatling dragged off it. Keys gathers the loose ball. Hand pass to Cook, who's had some good moments in this term. Maley fights for it, gives it back to Cook. Off to McAndrew. Crows nutted out well. Rochelle's forward of the play and he takes off. Has a bounce on the slippery turf. Checks the kick and perfectly onto the chest of Zach Taylor.
He's a star. Rochelle. He's been almost the best player on the ground, and every kick is valued, isn't it? Doesn't rush. Dump kick as he's looking to pass it off. He wants to. He doesn't.
The Crows' first goal on the run. This is a set shot. In the channel. 40 metres out from goal. Zach Taylor, one of the reinforcements tonight. Taylor puts it on a path to goal. It was perfect off the boots. And he gives the Crows that goal to draw them closer. 9-point deficit. 6-4-40 to the Cats. 7-7-49 on the Deutz Fahr Tractor scoreboard. Deutz Fahr Tractor Warrior range. It's Deutz Fahr Evolved.
These type of games, this has really opened up for, I don't know why. It's just, it's gone into chaos mode which trying to figure out there's a sign at the bottom now. Someone's got a big T with a muscle on the end of it. Gerard, what does that mean? Toughen up?
Toughen up.
Yeah. Well,
they get the boxing glove out when it's time to fight.
Yeah, well, the Cats are plus 17 in contested possession, which indicates they're in front in the contest area, but the Crows are plus 6 in crumbing, and I think that's where they're doing the damage. These long kicks to packs, so they're better at ground level. It's game on.
So 15 to 20 points has been that full stretch of the rubber band a few times, and they've bounced back a few times, the Adelaide Crows, and they're doing it here. Berry wins the clearance, thumps it to half forward. Thilthorpe gets there late. There's a hole in the jumper. It's either Keys or Humphreys. Humphreys takes the free. They look like they were both holding each other. It just depends on which one the umpire sees most. Humphreys down the line, out of side. Dempsey, well, he thought about playing on to advantage, but it's Edwards' ball for the Cats. Crows, Edwards not getting a game in this one. High kick inside 50. The fist straight down to Smith. He delayed his shot at goal, and did he get a push in the back as he kicked it? He did. So it's going to be coming back to Bailey Smith, 50 from goal, directly out.
I don't know if there's 3 free kicks in that chain. I'm not sure if any of them were actually there. The game's been played in a certain way, and they've just found 3. 2 of them are marking contests, and one maybe a slightly high push.
So the accumulation of the 3 1/3 frees ends up being a whole free.
Well, it's gone from D50 to forward 50. You see Stewart running past for a handball.
Bailey Smith said, no, sorry, mate. So from 50, he then kicks it out of bounds on the full. So
he's not a big handballer, Smith. I've got to be honest. Oh. I don't see a lot of handballs.
You make it sound like you're complimenting him, but we know what you mean.
It's a backhander.
Holmes has gone down to the rooms. Blitzhouse is just going through a gallop in front of the stewards, and Jordan Butts has been called from the field by the looks of things. Is probably under direction to come and have an HIA.
He went down early in the third, a bit longer than he normally would. Not sure what happened. There was a marking contest gone wrong.
The restart was knocked out of play. Left half forward for the Cats at the throw in. McAndrew got his hand. It was Finbar Maley got his hand to it. Edwards smothered his kick, then punched the Cats forward. And Curvis with the reach around to keep it in dispute. Ollie Henry was over the ball. Umpire's going to ball it up. 52 metres out from the Geelong goal. Cats by 9 points in this third term. Berry's winning a couple of good contests, but he has run straight into Bailey Smith. Stopped in his tracks as he slipped. Stoppage to stoppage. Bailey Smith dispossessed at the source, then he dispossesses Cook. Cameron just had a fumble. It fell the way of Dempsey. Loose hand pass cut off by Berry in the tackle of Myers. Hand pass to Saligo. Got the footy on to Cook. Broke a tackle. Needed support out wide from Peatling. Kicks it down the wing. Awkward ball to deal with. Koning couldn't reach it. Stewart gathered it beautifully. Fogarty ran him down. Holding the ball.
Great play.
Who does he want? He's got Pedler in the pocket. He ignores that. He goes to Cook, who goes to Pedler in the pocket, and they mess it up between them. Neil Bullen got in Pedler's way, really. One of them should have called the other one in. Fogarty tries to mob it up. Pedler will get it eventually anyway. He's in the pocket. He's dancing. He kicks toward the teeth of goal, and Jack Henry gets back. So 4.5 minutes left in this third term, brought to us by Deutz Far Tractors. The clock for Elders, for Australian Agriculture, and Jack Henry from the back pocket, but the Cats leading by 9 points.
He thumps it in long. Brilliant mark, Finbar Maley, who launched at the pack and pinched it off the fingers of De Koning.
He's been pretty good today. He's played his role well, played into his strengths.
Maley hits it to the hot spot. What have the Crows got in the air? Fogarty flew, ground ball. Pedler had a fumble and it cost him his shot at goal. Cats bring it away. O'Sullivan to Atkins. De Koning in the contest. Manor tries to lend a hand. Maley put the body in and gave away the free kick.
Yeah. And back in the day, it would have been well done, lower and harder, but that's what they brought that free kick in for.
So your mate Glenn Archer, is that the reason they brought it in?
I don't know. It was his son had a good go at it too a couple of years ago.
Manor to De Koning, who comes through half back for Geelong. Kicks it long. Clark outnumbered, and Worrell has taken the mark.
So So 3.5 minutes left on the eldest clock, third term. 9-point lead to the Cats. High kick almost hits the roof. Up they fly. Maley got hands on it. Feeds it out to Peatling. Gave it to Berry. He chips it to Keys.
Another crumb.
He looks inside to Saligo and he's got it. He can cut this margin to 3 points. He plays on and it might work. He finds Taylor 40 metres directly out.
This is working for them. The down the line plays, they've switched it 3 times today, Adelaide. Geelong have switched it 11, so it just shows you the complete redirection from last week. And they've embraced the contest and they're getting ahead of the play on these crumbs, which this time it was Keys who just got ahead of the play. Does it very well.
So Taylor lines up from directly out, 40 metres out he'll kick from, to make it 46-49 in the shadows of three-quarter time, and he's got it. And the Cats have got a game and the fans here are getting a scare. This is not what they came for. 3-point margin, 7-7 the Cats to the Crows 7-4. Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard, and the Crows are running hot for Ream. Install a Ream, Australia's favourite hot water, and he could be our growth player as well. Having a good night, Zach Taylor, growth player for Nutrient Water, your irrigation, pump and filtration specialists.
Butts is back on the ground. Signs are up everywhere. The big boxing gloves on for Adelaide, which you suspect with a couple of minutes to go, Gerard. They've done all the work. Just consolidate is probably the message, but they could probably sneak another one with the momentum they've got.
Kick the last 2 in the game. Adelaide down by 3. Tossed up back in the middle. Rucks reach up for it. Ground ball though to settle it. Myers missed Atkins. Crows with a chance. Peatling works it around. McAndrew, Berry dragged off it by a desperate Bruin. Atkins to Cameron. Inside 50. Just enough carry to give the forwards a chance. Wheelchair off the ground, didn't get enough on it. Miller up. Top of the goal square. Works it into the back pocket for Bond. Or Cook dropped the mark on the way out. Big turnover. Holmes kept himself free and finds Dempsey in the right forward pocket. Not 15. Has to toss it up near the teeth of goal. Here they come. Punch through for a conceded score. 4-point leaders, the Cats. These are big moments for Bendix breaks. Bendix, the best known breaks.
A few Cat fans a little restless at the moment. Cook's playing well. He gets on the end of this kick in from fullback. Down to 1.5 minutes left in this third term. Chip kick to Taylor.
Yeah, this has worked, Dwayne. You know, get it as far as you can and embrace this down the line play and try and get a crumb, get ahead of the play. It seems to be the way they...
Chip kick to Miller.
Oh, they've used the corridor 5% of the time and they haven't switched it. So this has been really the way they've embraced this game.
So they have taken what Geelong's given them, and that is the wide chip kick. Heads down the line. Thilthorpe won't get there to contest it. McAndrew did. Rochelle, forward handball was great. To Keys, who heads long, goal square. Just across the face. Wow.
Keys has got that down pat. Everyone goes for the fly and he gets out the back. Crumb happens, and that must have been the third time that's happened this quarter.
AFL Nation for the 4 and 20. Traveller. Humphreys into Holmes. A minute to go on the term. Back to Humphreys. Stewart on the near side. He has a look down the broadcast wing. O'Sullivan was his target. Michael Annie had a big fly. Dempsey left unmanned underneath. It took a little while to get hold of it. Hand pass to Blitzarves. Back to Dempsey. Has the link-up play to Myers. Eager to give it to O'Sullivan. They're closing on him. Good step from O'Sullivan to get the hands free. Wheelchair tosses it up to full forward. Cats have taken a mark, but it's going to come back.
Umpire didn't allow play onto advantage there.
No. You blow the whistle and quant advantage at the same time. You can do that. You decided not to.
Wheelchair's ball 60 out from goal. He's going to put it right back to the same hot spot, but there's a lot more there. Cameron propels out the side. Ground ball after the spoils. Holmes gathers, snaps and misses. Cats by 4.
I didn't see much of Cameron a few weeks ago. Was he up and about in the second half?
Yeah.
Because he really looks like an old man tonight. It does. It's the first time I could probably say that ever.
Crows on the kick in, dying seconds. Thilthorpe didn't complete the mark. Neil Bullen will kick it to the boundary. It takes a little turn to stay in. It hits Stewart's boot on the lasso. So Crows ball it halfway. Keys. Time ticking goes backwards, so they won't take a late shot. Rochelle another. And now Peatling and Keys in the triangle. It's the Crows narrowing the deficit at every change. It was 14 at quarter time, 8 at half time. It's 4 at three-quarter time. Geelong 7-9-51, leading Adelaide 7-5-47. For the Cats, Manor, Holmes, Martin, Dempsey, Ollie Henry and Stewart. Goals 3 for Zach Taylor on return tonight. Thilthorpe, Rochelle and Rankin. Cats by 4, three-quarter time. AFL Nation for the 4-20 Traveller.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for the Deutz-Far Warrior range. It's Deutz-Far Evolved.
So, have you had anything to drink?
Yeah, but only a couple. And I ate a big meal.
Okay, breathe into the device, please. One long continuous breath.
I also drank plenty of water. And I'm a pretty big guy as well.
Okay, you've blown over 0.05, so I'm going to need you to step out of the car.
I'm not going to lose my license, am I? I didn't drink that much.
Stop kidding yourself. If you drink, don't drive. A message from the TAC.
Did you know when you purchase 6 or more bottles of wine here at Liquorland, you'll save a massive 10% off the total cost just by scanning your flybys? It's never been easier to stock up and save on our great range of wine. Scan your flybys at Liquorland and collect points to get more rewards, holidays and money off your shop with us. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers. Liquorland. 18 plus only. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
Does your local tick all the boxes? Lush beer garden, classic pub fare including steak night, trivia nights and a Sunday roast special? Sounds like the Flying Duck in Paran, where gastropub meets a neighbourhood local favourite. Think good pub vibes inside at the public bar, the spacious 84-seat open plan dining room and 40-seat private dining room, or sunny vibes while enjoying the sprawling beer garden. Make the Flying Duck in Paran your local favourite. Drop in at 67 Bendigo Street, Paran.
With a motto like success through service, it's no wonder Alex Scott and staff deliver winning results. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Alex Scott and staff, Gippsland born and bred. Visit alexscott.com.au.
Running towards goal. Whoa, that's holding the ball.
That commentary with a little adult twist is brought to you by Sexyland. They get it, now so can you. Right to the final siren.
Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland.
11 stores in Melbourne, including Geelong and new store in Seaford.
Open till midnight, 7 days a week, or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
According to the latest government data, Australian mining paid $74 billion in taxes and royalties in 1 year. That's more tax than any other industry. It's enough to fund Medicare, helping fund the services Australians rely on. That's the difference Australian mining makes. To find out more, go to thatsmining.com.au. Authorised by T Constable Canberra. Sourced from ATO 2223 and EY25 data.
When you're in line for a large oat latte, turn your daily grind into your time to shine with our $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes. Keno Go. Download now. 18 plus only. T's and C's apply. Gamble responsibly.
For 185 years, Elders Real Estate has been embedded in the fabric of our country. So when it's time to buy or sell in your part of Australia, you need a trusted name. Someone who knows Australian real estate like no other. Who understands that it's not just a house. It's your past. It's your focus. It's your future. Someone with a network that runs deep right across Australia. There's one name you can rely on. Elders Real Estate.
DuraFit by Blunston is the newest safety range for day in, day out wear, with features that cushion and protect from the ground up, like impact-resistant composite toe caps, slip-resistant soles, and responsive cushioning where you need it most. Topped off with water-resistant leather for durability and protection from the elements. Each pair is backed by Blunston's legendary quality and craftsmanship and engineered for endurance. DuraFit by Blunston. For day in, day out, hard work.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Worrell caught. That could have been a free. Umpire said no. Manor goes and gets it. Gave it to Blitzars. Gave it to Holmes. They can draw again now.
Checks the kick and perfectly onto the chest of Zach Taylor. Zach Taylor, one of the reinforcements tonight. Taylor puts it on a path to goal. It was perfect off the boots.
Saligo, and he's got it. Plays on, and it might work. He finds Taylor 40 metres directly out to make it 46-49 in the shadows of three-quarter time, and he's got it.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
Cats by 4 points. Adam Simpson for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the coaches have said in this going into this last quarter. What kind of games? You've got Cameron starting on the wing. You've got Blitzav starting in the middle, so a couple of moves there. Adelaide just going to keep consolidating their direct football. They're getting good overlap. They're getting goal side, Gerard, of Geelong's defenders, and quite often it's a down-the-line kick that's pretty standard. You train those type of things. You train how to get the balance around those down-the-line plays. At the moment, Adelaide are on top in that area. If you're Geelong, let's see what Chris brings. He brought a few tricks a few weeks ago, and see what's up his sleeve this quarter, or does he just let them work it out themselves?
Crows have not won here since 2003. 14 consecutive losses here at GHBA Stadium. They're 4 points down at the final change. Last quarter underway on AFL Nation. McAndrew up high. Berry got it going the Crows' way. Peatling doubles back for it. Cameron reached in. Oh, he's hurt. Jeremy Cameron. Rochelle kicks the Crows to full forwards. To Koning. Terrific pack mark. Cameron is very much the worse for wear back in the centre square.
Corked buttock.
That's what he needs.
Koning kicks it out wide. O'Sullivan set himself. Maley made the contest, and Cumming sees it over the line.
He's playing as winger at the moment. Just trying to stretch it out. He's up around the back of the stoppage.
Cats coming off a week off. Crows coming off a pretty tough game last week. Blitzarves and the inexperienced McAndrew against him. Both got a piece of it down to Holmes. Got his arms free to Bailey Smith. Kick half smothered by Berry. Blitzard's got it. Gave it to the blitz pass by Holmes. Sends it long. Ollie Henry owes him a moment. Ollie, he's almost stolen the mark and then almost had a mark taken against him. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other with Murray. Will get a ball up.
Right call, do you think, boys? Slightly in Murray's favour, but we give it a draw.
So tossed in the air. Neil does the ruck work this time. Down to Myers. Beaten for it by Rochelle. Scrambles it away. Guthrie might get there first. Rolling ball. Hunted down by Fogarty. Goes back to O'Sullivan. Dangerously. Middle of the ground. Stewart got his arms free. Back to O'Sullivan under heat. Did he get caught high by Neil Bullen? Umpire said no, he ducked into it. Crows have a chance here. They could take the lead. No, they won't. Brilliant tackle. De Koning. Stolen back by Neil Bullen. High bomb. Jack Henry up. Through hands. Ball rose to the back. Atkins, last line of defence. Thumps it wide, and it might be coming back with interest. It bounces and bounces out. Outside defensive 50. Lassou.
Is that out?
Umpire said it was touched.
It looked out to me.
Oh, yeah, maybe it was.
Okay.
It's a tight replay. Bonus gift cards with Intel Core Ultra 3 laptops. Harvey Norman Intel Blitz Weekend, Friday, Saturday and Sunday only. Cats by 4, Crows in attack. Boundary throw in 50 out from goal. McAndrew touched it down near Berry. Slipped. Hand pass to Peatling. Kicks it out on the full under pressure from Bailey Smith.
Feels like the Adelaide midfielders have been breaking even all night. Slightly on top at stages, which is a fair effort considering they're missing their captain.
It's brave, is it? going to end up victorious. Have not led tonight. Mullen on the restart brings it into Jeremy Cameron. 50 away from defensive goal. Crows have set the grid well up ahead. So Cameron has to nurse it out wide. Bailey Smith right against the boundary takes the mark.
He's up to 30 possessions, Gerard. He just finds a way to get his hands on the ball. Hasn't been quality tonight, but he's got the quantity.
There's a bit of signalling deep. Sets it up to the 50. Neil trying to work his way to the front. Butts made the spoil. Ground ball. Atkins and B, two of the hard nuts going to work. Atkins and Berry released it to Butts. Miller ran into a tackle. Ball it up, 60 out from Geelong's goal.
It's hard. It's easy to forget. The Cats are without their captain as well, but he's got less, I suppose, overall percentage impact on the Cats compared to Jordan Dawson, who is a huge loss. Dempsey gets on the end of it. Gave it off to Myers. Hasn't quite been his night. He gets a free kick here, you'd think, for being grabbed. Hasn't been Myers. Old score tonight, be more $2 shot from him tonight. Keys gets it back towards half forward. Big ball to win. Thilthorpe wins it. He almost played on and then almost got 50. Umpire said neither. And the chip kick is good to Neil Bullen. And this kick for the lead for the first time tonight for the Crows.
Have we seen the umpiring tonight, Dwayne?
Well, they're always kind of about the same. Been the same for 50 years.
I thought
when the old ladies were reaching over the fence with an umbrella and whacking them, they were the same back then. Okay. 85% right.
Fair enough.
Neil Bullen. I'll let you go harder, though. Neil Bullen from 50. He's got it. Crows in front. Crows in front. Haven't led all night, but they led at a good spot in the game with the clock, the oldest clock for Australian agriculture, at 5 minutes gone final term. They are in front on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard. Mate Internet and Mobile, $25 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code BINGE25 at checkout. Here's Adam Simpson, our expert for Power Bay, premium energy solutions for sustainable Australian homes.
When the matchup, so Sullivan and Thilthorpe, it's a weight division outclass, and they've been on each other a fair bit throughout the night, and lucky not to give away a 50. I think he thought it was play on, and the umpire gave the benefit of the doubt, but they're just winning the critical contest at the moment, Adelaide. And that goal was through the corridor, their first score of the night, going through the corridor.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Crows deserve their lead. The fight in the middle is on. Clark has it for the Cats. Hand pass near Mullen. Throws it onto the boot. Wide out at the 50. They set themselves. Neil onto the ground ball. Gathers. Brushed away. The defence. Over to Ollie Henry, who's hot. Neil has another go. Myers from the boundaries. Had a ping. It's across the face. And through for behinds. Crows by 1 point.
Can you hit the front too early? Gerard, you can in racing terms, can't you? Hit the front a little too early. The Cats might have to actually knuckle down now. Straight down the spine. Fist from Jack Henry, got it to ground. Taylor did well, gave it to Berry. Caught, got a handball away. Back towards Taylor, missed him completely. He goes and gets it though, and they get him. Dispossessed. Peatling tried to throw the handball through the traffic. Holmes goes and gets it. Gave it to Blitzard. He's on the back pedal. Doesn't like what he's got to the side, so he goes longer. Martin on the lead. Half held. Ball flicks to the back. Worrell goes and gets it inside defensive 50. Gave it to Murray. Thumps it back out. Maybe too wide. Cameron takes the mark for the Cats.
Persisted staying up the ground. Cameron, he's played on the wing the whole quarter so far. Not working for him in the front half, so good flexibility. Good way to get into the game.
Goes backward with his kick to Jack Henry. Cats just had a look at the switch. It would be an expansive switch, though, to do it. They're going to try. O'Sullivan. Rain starts to fall again. Back to the near side for Jack Henry. So they abort the switch and stay the skinny side. Up the line it comes. Ollie Henry has a fly at the pack. O'Connor was probably the man in front the whole way through, not paid the mark. Handed up to the left half forward for Geelong. Crows by a point, 7.5 minutes into this final term. Neil to ruck against nobody. Decides to spike it forward. O'Connor's waiting for it off to Bailey Smith. Has a look at the deep targets. Blitzarves, one-on-one. Towed it on the follow-up. Beaten to it by Butts, who runs it through for a rush score. And things are all tied up at 53 apiece.
The crowd still doesn't quite understand the rush behind rule.
If you don't appeal, you don't get. Isn't that the grounds?
Most of the players don't understand it either.
Gee, Miller has hit that a little skinny. Straight to Clark. Goes to Smith. Cats could take the lead back here. Smith danced one way, then the other. Got it back from O'Connor. He's got a short. He thumps it long. Crows have players behind the ball. Up they fly, off hands. Ball fell down for Bond to be able to thump it away, but it might be coming back with interest. Jack Henry feeds a handball out. Back again to Clark. Kicked it straight to McAndrew. 50 from goal. To Peatling. To Cumming. He wobbles it back towards Jeremy Cameron, who takes the mark, scores level. 9 minutes gone, final term. Cats about to go back into attack.
Geelong pushing hard. Cameron checks his kick effectively to Clark. 2 kicks out from goal. Cameron went around on the left. Clark's going to keep it more central. Give them a chance to take a grab. McAndrew had front position, no mark. Ground ball to be won. It's all held up underneath. Disappeared under the bodies.
Just had Rosselli on the bench for this period. They need to get him back on as quick as they can.
20 out from the Cats goal. Rucks set themselves underneath. O'Connor to Wiltshire. Takes the snap across the face. Doesn't score. We stay 53 apiece in the rain.
Adam Simpson, our expert for Power Bay, Quality Solar Solutions. Looking forward to a big moment coming up here for Bendix Brakes. Big moment for Bendix, the best known brakes. Scores level. Every moment feels like a big moment now. Ball knocked down to Myers in the pocket, and he fumbles, and again, hasn't quite been his night tonight.
They're back on top, though, with field position. It's 8 inside 50s to 3 this quarter. Adelaide have kicked the goal, but Geelong look like they've just pushed the button a little bit.
It is a little slippery, rain falling. Ball down to Berry, who wobbles it away, and it might be coming back if Rankin can't touch it. And it's insufficient intent anyway. Has to be a catch for a kick.
No, he was trying to keep that in.
Well, he knocked it out. I mean, come on, umpires. Don't lose your ticker right now just because it's tight.
You're the one that said they're going at 85% strike rate.
Didn't you? You're the one that said we normally get the good ones on a Thursday, didn't you? We get the duds on a Sunday.
That's true.
But the 15% comes around about 60% of the time. Simo Blitzarves gets it up to full forward. Ball pitches, bounces. O'Connor trying to get it to his boot. He does. It's smothered brilliantly. Bond got across, saved the score. Worrell off the ground. Oh, he's made that up brilliantly. And he finds Cook beyond the defensive 50. That is improvisation at its very best. Cook for territory, up the line. No, turnover, straight to Mullen.
He did well there, Mullen. He was guarding Rankin, but he went for the ball. Didn't have all eyes on Rankin like some taggers do. Jack Martin's got it. Too far out to score. Any score in the Cats will lead. He keeps it low, wasn't touched off the boot. Ball skims to the back and it's out of play. Crows defence holding up at the moment, Simo.
It is, yeah. They've been doing it all. I mean, for the last 2 years, it's what they built their game off. Ability to defend, but their ability to get it from D50 to forward 50s, they're right into the competition at that.
Scores level, Crows defending grimly. And at the stoppage, nothing from it as Berry takes hold.
You've got to try and get a composed mark from these players, not a dump kick back into Geelong's hands. Blitzarves waiting behind the play.
Rucks link up. Movement at the stoppage. Bailey Smith ended up with it. Holmes squeezed a kick across the face, and Cummings sees it through for the rush behind. That sees Geelong return to the lead. There's 12 and a bit to play on the Elders clock for all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs.
Yeah, I wonder if he could have kept that out from being a score. Cats lead now. Worrell launches 2-on-2 out of side. DeConey got there, spilt the mark. Umpires paid it. It hit the turf. They're going to check that. Chip kick towards Holmes, just inside the field of play, and it tips his fingers, and it's out on the full. So the footy gods, I think DeConing's mark might have hit the turf. Now the ball in the hands of Soligo. Here's where the 50-metre arc hits the boundary line in defence. Heads wide. Blitzar's lurking. He went the double fister out of play and will get a ball in when he could have marked it.
That play hasn't let him down too often tonight, Adelaide. They get a good crumb or a stoppage on the wing. They just couldn't get it out of their back half. So that's a tick from a field position point of view.
Boundary throw in under the Hickey stance. On the move, Clark at the stoppage. Hand passes forward to the play. Martin tracks it, kicks the Cats inside 50. Neil's the target. He's over-kicked him. And Butts as well. And it runs on out of play against the behind post.
Rochelle's still on the bench. Can't get on.
It's been 7 or 8 minutes of relentless press from the Cats.
Told Pedler to come off. They're going to bring Rankin off.
Yeah, not ideal.
Neil takes it out of the ruck, feeds the hand pass to Manor, squirts the kick across the face of goal. Again, it won't score. It's drawn to the right forward pocket for another throw-in.
This is what happened in the first quarter a little bit. A lot of repeat entries, a lot of stoppages. Death of 1,000 cuts.
Yes.
It's not really Geelong's style. They like to connect inside their forward 50.
Oh, short throw in. McAndrew doesn't even get there. It doesn't even. Oh, Neil steals. Hits the post. Gee, the footy god saved the umpire some blushes there. Had that been a goal, that would have been dissected by everybody in Adelaide.
It's okay to make a mistake if you're an umpire. You can just recall it, even come in a little bit. They're allowed to come in on the field now.
So they're blaming the umpire. They're blaming the players for being too far back. Cats by 2 points.
Long kick in. Fogarty's the target. Blitzarve reached out, made the spoil. Ground level. O'Sullivan kept it alive. Blitzarve's in close to O'Connor. Trickled it up to Clark. Gives the Cats a look deep. They're closing. Dempsey dropped the chest mark when he arrived. Butts, Worrell off the last line. Neil outworks his man. Wins it back for Geelong. Stewart right back to full forward. Dempsey from 3 deep. Couldn't mark. Ball loose in the pocket. Bond gathers for the Crows. Kicks them out. 2-on-1 against Maley. Ball reaches the back. Big ball here. Towed to the boundary. Lasso. Geelong ball.
Oh, check it. Check it, man upstairs. Oh, there were. Well, Taylor claims it was his. Oh, if I'm Atkins, I'm getting on with it quickly.
Get rid of it.
Yes. So they can't bring. Well, they can actually bring it back now.
Can they?
Yeah, they're allowed to. They can put seconds back on the clock. De Koning goes wide after it went back to him, and now Blitzarve has it on a half-back flank. Heads out wider. Stewart did well, and Phil thought just as well. Got a fist on it. Wiltshire keeps it alive. Gets it back inside 50. Martin, the trap is unbelievable. He gets away. He shrugged him in goal. Contender for goal of the year. Jack's back. Jack Martin was great in the opening half, and he was superb there. He's got a couple, and we've got the Macarena ringing around Jim HBA State.
Is that his song?
It must be.
Well, his work rate, I've been really impressed. He's gone missing a little bit in the third quarter, but the first half in particular, his work rate up the ground was first class. He looks fit. It's just his finishings has been a little bit off this year, and he probably had 3 or 4 opportunities in the first half, but to kick a goal like that at this type of moment just shows you how good he can be still. And he's holding close outside the side at the moment, so he's doing a lot right off ball.
31-year-old who's been through a lot. Looks confident in his body, and that was one of his best moments. 8-point lead is the Cats. Crows trying to break from the middle. Rochelle fed it to Peatling. High ball toward the 50. Thilthorpe punched away. De Koning, beautiful fist into the middle. Blitzarve gathers with a bit of time. He confused himself. He had so much time. Had past to space. Wilshere, second big moment in the minute or so. Off to Clark. Back to full forward. Ollie Henry can't mark. Martin threatens again. Neil kept his feet. Dragged down. Off to Ollie. Henry kicks to the teeth of goal. Dempsey behind, and Cook saves the day.
It's becoming tougher by the minute now. 17 minutes gone on the eldest clock. Final term. And Thilthorpe read that beautifully. A floating ball. He goes inside the Neil Bullen. Aggressive attacking kick. Neil Bullen in the corridor. He's got Finbar Maley out wide. Good performance from Clark to get there. Cut it off. Take it out. Big round of applause. So 18 minutes gone. Eldest clock. for Australian agriculture. Final turn brought to us by Mate, Internet and Mobile, and every moment feels like a Bendix Brakes big moment now.
Yeah.
Bendix, the best known brakes.
Just keep an eye on some moves now. Coaches, it's probably time to act if you're Adelaide.
Blitzarves takes it out of the ruck, got it onto his boot, lands up at half forward. Neil, clean bowled by it. On they race, Ollie Henry and Murray. Murray kept the footy as he was bowled over, worked it around, Worrell into a dead end, hand pass for Bond, works it to Murray, broke a tackle, kick smothered, it ricocheted off a boot, off Bond's boot and went out for a Geelong free kick, 55 from goal. Manor lashes it to full forward. Dempsey's in the pack. He's threatening. Ollie Henry sort of kept it off his boots. And Ollie's really tied that up. Ollie's everywhere.
Dempsey is in the goal square as a winger again, 50 metres ahead of the play.
Deep forward for the Cats. Neil trying to get it to Manor. Atkins stands. It's a mad scramble at the top of the square. They ball it up.
Is Rankin back on?
No, he's not.
Wow.
And they've got to get... there's still 8 minutes to go.
So top of the square scramble. There's 15 players around it. You can throw a blanket over maybe 20 now as Bond lays the tackle on Martin, going nowhere.
You've probably got to get Rochelle and Rankin on ball at the moment just to get some overlap and field position if you can.
Players being grabbed now. Ollie Henry bounced it towards full forward. Butts was waiting like a goalkeeper. Last on defence. Heads out wide. Humphrey's got a fist on it, knocked it down. Bailey Smith the crumb, but he gave it to Neil Bull and then tackles him. 55 out from the Cats goal. Will get a ball up. 61 to 53. Cats lead after they were headed 10 minutes ago. That's on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
At the ball up, Maley unopposed, punched it boundary side. Cats didn't deal with it. Cook collected by Clark.
It's been off for 6 minutes, Dwayne. It's just, I don't know. 6-day break though.
Sort of have to time your run, don't they?
You do.
There's still 7:45 to go. You just don't want to concede a goal while your guy is sitting there. At the throw in, Blitzarves worked it down to the front. Rochelle, Smith, fight for it. Myers, Clark, no space to work with whatsoever. Manor brought down, ball skittles around. Smith in close confines. Rochelle kicked it straight into Blitzarves. Ricochets out into space. Closed on it by Peatling. Dribbles it up the line. Wasn't a bad play. Jack Henry stopped it. Didn't gather it though. Cats will get numbers around it. Stewart fights the fight. Trickles it forward. Clark. Neil Bullen. Whistle from a long way off has paid a Geelong free kick to Myers.
Looks like the boundary umpire paid it. But I think there's an umpire outside the boundary line.
Yep. No, you're right.
In that area, so that's why it looked like that. Short pass to Dempsey. Geez, work rate's unbelievable. Not sure how many Ks he's run tonight, but it's going to be up there. He's virtually playing full forward off a wing. Sits it up. Launches. Neil! Got up there. Didn't quite take the mark, though. Finbar Maley on hands and knees. All this 30 from the Cats goal. Umpire circling says, I'll have it. So we've ticked into time on. 21 gone. Elders clock. Cats lead 61 to 53. 2 scores ahead.
Tight wet weather scrap. Nothing from the ruck contests. Atkins dumps. Neil trying to feed it out. No space through hands and legs. It emerged momentarily. Michael Annie fed it up to Peatling. Slapped it onto the boot. The Cats are well set though behind the ball. O'Sullivan will gather. Forward of the wing. Looks at the targets, then pumps it back in. Crows have got good numbers. Manor almost took it at the front though, low on the ground. Got out of his grasp into the next ball up.
65 inside 50s to 39.
Wow.
It's just been a dominant, in this last quarter, it's just been a real dominant field position game.
Neil flicks it. Murray caught. Good tackle by Myers. No prior, ball up.
17 to 3, Dwayne. Inside 50s this quarter.
Cats pushing hard. Ball comes the way of Clark. Slips as he went to kick it. Saligo dragged down by Myers. Peatling dragged over the boundary.
It's been 1 goal each, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So they've defended so well, Adelaide. Just no one's going to break. There's a spare behind the play for Geelong. You think you'd equalise if you're the Crows and run the risk.
Both runners are out, frantically trying to adjust the tactics. Ball's 40 out from Geelong's goal. It seems to have been here for 10 minutes on end.
Rankin's on.
At the skirmish, Bond is brought down. Two-man tackle. The next stoppage.
You've got Blitzavs 50 metres off the play in the centre, just patrolling the back for any type of fast break. If you're the Crows, you try and equalise. There's a sign coming up down there. It's the Crows' green sign.
So Mullen now has to man Rankin. Ball comes to Clark, feeds it out. Oh, that's got to be a free kick for insufficient intent. Kicked out of mid-air by...
He did.
By Jones.
It used to be that the hack kick didn't save you, Simo, but there's a lot of adjustment that's been made this year.
Wow. He just kicked that towards the boundary. Okay. Back into play. 45 from the Cats' goal. Neil got there. Double-handed pat down. Butts thumped it outside defensive 50. Rankin couldn't pick it up on the run. Rochelle, he rolls it towards the boundary, and that rolls out, and that'll be a lasso free. Cats will have it. 61-53, the Cats lead. We're down to 5 minutes left on the eldest clock for Australian agriculture.
It comes in. Holmes had to play on up to Smith. Takes a step, loops around, sits it up to full forward. There's going to be a lot to fly at it. Offhand, seen through for a behind. So the Crows might be able to open up some space now. 9 points down.
Yeah, the point is a big win for the Crows. They get the ball back. Makes no difference to the fact they need 2 scores to win. Rain tumbling. Ball launched straight down the spine. Thilthorpe comes up. Can't mark it. At the back, Humphries. It'll fumble. Jack Henry off the deck to Ollie. Brother couldn't take the mark. He got his ear knocked off, his arm knocked. Free kick. Interesting, because I don't think it was a marking contest. Did it go 13? Did he get an arm chop in a marking contest that wasn't actually for a mark? And he launches toward the pocket, and the Cats will almost take a ball in rather than a long kick to the goal line that gets rushed through for a behind. It stays at 9 points with 4 minutes left on the eldest clock.
The Crows are going to do something different here, Dwayne. They're just giving up Stewart at the back of everything, equalise the game, run a bit of risk losing it by 2 or 3 goals.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. 25 out from the Geelong goal. Tap came the way of Mullen, who was dragged to ground straight away by Michael Annie. Left forward pocket.
Just professional, isn't it, from the Cats?
At the ball up. Bond sweated on. And let him take possession, and then Sue dragged him down. Just trap it and absorb time.
19 forward 50 stoppages this quarter.
Neither ruckman went at it. Manor dragged down. Did he have it? No whistle. They fight on. McAndrew taken down by Manor. And a lot of questions asked in the aftermath of the play. The tension is thick for all involved. McAndrew slapped it back to the congestion. Nankervis stood up in the tackle.
4 minutes left.
They've equalised the game now.
Cats are a goal away from putting the Crows away, you feel. Buried, almost buried. He put his head down and tried to barrel through a few. Ollie Henry got a kick out away just in time. To Holmes, high. Where's Dempsey? Where's Dempsey? He flies from 3 deep. He gathers. He toes. Almost Woodshire. Ollie Dempsey, unbelievable. He's still fighting in Ollie. Ollie, Ollie, Ollie. Unbelievable, Ollie. Unbelievable. That is a contender for goal of the year. He just didn't stop fighting in the air, on the ground. I'll get you anywhere.
He's going to break a record of most goals kicked in the goal square. He's going to take on Josh Jenkins' record. As a wingman, he's heading back up to the wing. Gerard, he's not forward. He's deep in that goal square, and that just took one effort there in the marking contest, 2 efforts on the ground, then a bit of leapfrog with the Adelaide boys.
Bond over Worrell was leapfrog.
And then the football smarts to finish it off. And such a great asset to have a player who can get back. And we saw him in the D50. It's not like he just lives down in the forward half, but he just knows when his team's on top, he can get ahead of the play and run the risk of being goal side.
Is it the Loctite game sealing moment? Adhesives beyond the Bond. Free kick in the middle, Adelaide's way. They're down by 15, so it has to happen in a hurry. Berry lobs it up inside the 50. Thilthorpe's the target, got to the front, couldn't hang on. Ground ball tied up at the other end. My good, we must have had 20 minutes inside Geelong's half-forward line. Now we're at the other end. Saligo dragged off it. Blitzav's terrific tackle. Holmes off the ground into the middle. Worrell pumps the Crows back inside. Aerial contest becomes a ground battle. And Guthrie holds it up.
I can check that stat, actually. Time in forward 50 last quarter. Has to be enormous for the Cats.
Yeah, well, it's not really their style, Dwayne. They're normally pretty efficient when they go in.
Saligo off the ground. Rankin couldn't quite gather. Rochelle does under heat. A lot of numbers around it and holding the ball against Rochelle, who didn't get a legal disposal away.
79% time in forward half this quarter for the Cats, so it's reasonably high.
29 gone now. More importantly, 2 and change left. Ball to the other side. Nankervis. Well, they had one stolen from them late last week. Can they steal one here themselves? Thilthorpe got up, got a hand on it. Little slip. That's enough for Fogarty to go to the deck. O'Connor's got it. Kick squeezed away. Michael Annie, he held Jai Clark. And every second that ticks down now to the Cats' advantage, they lead 68-53.
Clark kicks it long. Manor against Bond. They engage. It gets to the back. Manor leads the race to it. It wouldn't quite sit for him. It got away from him, in fact. And he fumbles it out over the boundary. Right half forward for Geelong. 15-point leaders. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. 2:05 remaining in the game. At the throw-in. Puts out Sarak against McAndrew. I reckon that's going to be a free kick against Butsav. So Berry races on up to the wing. Has a bounce. Kicks a bit wider than you would have hoped. And Guthrie spoils Neil Bullen and punches it over the line.
It's a 9v9 in Adelaide's front half now. Geelong put a spare. Adelaide equalised. There's only 2 forwards for Geelong in the front half. This is what you do when you're trying to ice a game with 1:50 to go.
And Mullen wearing Rankin like a glove. He knows that Rankin's the only one that can probably beat them. And Rankin goes and gets it. Gave it up just in time. Outside of the boot kick, Neil Bullen almost one arm held, almost the mark. Umpire said, keep going, boys. More seconds, tick, tick, tick. Ball up. 1:35 left in the game. 30 gone, and the Cats lead 68-53.
At the ball up, McAndrew trying to feed the Crummers. Atkins, though, intervenes, kicks the Cats out. Michael Annie pushes up, takes the mark, 60 out from goal. Gives the hand pass away to Murray, who can roast it. Oh, what a kick that is.
Oh, hang on a second.
Nick Murray intervenes with the second goal of his career. And what a moment to do it. It makes it 9 points with 1:17 remaining on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
Well, it comes down now to who gets on ball. You've got Rochelle, clearly is one of those players. And just have a look where Rankin is.
Full forward, you get him in the middle for this, don't you?
Well, you bank on him winning the clearance. They've run some nice little moves in the last quarter. They've been doing a little wraparound where it comes out the front of the stoppage. The first half, they were hitting it backwards for no field position. But the last quarter and a half, they have come out the front. So if you're Geelong and you're Atkins, you're just protecting the front bit play. They pulled their forwards back inside 52.
Haven't won here for over a decade. They need 2 goals in a minute. Ball slapped down to Rochelle. Missed him completely. Holmes, he can wrap it all up here with a chip pass. He missed Myers. Had to go back and get it. Oh, and he's kicked it straight to Nankervis. Myers, he has been $2 shot, not Myers tonight. Thilthorpe gets on the end of it, turns and goes, a goal, and they're back in it. It's long, it's strong. It's thumped through. Rankin should have shepherded. Isaac Rankin should have shepherded. It would have been a goal, and the Cats dodge a bullet.
Was he trying to get out the way or take a one-hander, Dwayne?
Try to take a one-hander.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, 2 huge mistakes. Myers first and then Rankin on the last line. Kicking long is punched away over the boundary as we are inside 50 seconds.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda in the end.
Just had to make the decision earlier to push forward on Mullen.
I think Mullen's actually hit the ball. I think Mullen's hands. Oh, maybe not.
But he should have shepherded it anyway, so Mullen couldn't get near it.
You're right.
At the throw-in, Crows at half forward. Atkins is after the footy. Got it onto the boot, took the territory. Crows have set up with one behind the ball. It's Worrell, but it's an elusive ball. Clark closes on Worrell, made the tackle. Hand pass to Miller under pressure. The Clark tackle lingered too long, the umpire said, and it's the Crows footy downfield where Miller was. So just a couple of metres from the contest. That's really of no help to Adelaide, though. 26 seconds there at the wrong end of the field. Hand pass to Worrell, brings it into the middle. Rochelle dropped the mark. Loose ball. Atkins fumbled it. Holmes gathers, brings it out to Manor. The Cats are safe. Out on the broadcast wing, Myers will be a little more careful, I'm sure, with the last chip. They hold up all sorts of signs, none to any avail now. The Cats maintain the hold over Adelaide down the highway. Hard fought in wet conditions. Geelong prevail by 8 points, and the 23-year drought grows.
The greatest team of all. We are Geelong. We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. At home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark. Down at Gardenia Park.
Cats led for all but a brief moment in that final term. 14 points at quarter time, 8 at the half, 4 at three-quarter time, 8 at the close. Final scored 9 goals, 14-68 Geelong over Adelaide, 9-6-60. 2 each to Martin and Dempsey, singles to Manor, Holmes, Ollie Henry and Stewart. For the Crows, 3 for Taylor, singles to Thilthorpe, Rochelle, Murray, Rankin, Neil Bullen and Cumming.
Stand up and fight, it's always our ambition. Throughout the game to fight with all our might, because we're the mighty blue and white. And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
Geelong by 8 over Adelaide. Adam Simpson is our expert for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions.
And did they kind of sub out Geelong? Did Edwards play any minutes in that last quarter at all?
No.
Almost subbed him out.
He's got a leg injury, I reckon.
Oh, okay.
I think he only played maybe 5 minutes of the second half.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of the strategic moves made in the third quarter from Adelaide were pretty smart. They made a chaos game of it. It was probably their best quarter. There was turnovers to turnovers. It suited Adelaide a little bit more. The ball was hitting the deck. They were crumbing well. They're getting ahead of the play. And you get to three-quarter time, you debrief if you're Geelong, and Chris and his team have, whatever they decided to do, it was just a dominant field position last quarter. And I mean, Adelaide probably just spent too many tickets in that second quarter to get back into the game. But inside 50s in that last quarter, it was 19-9. There was 22 forward 50 stoppages inside the forward 50 in one quarter, which I think there's some strategy behind that. It's get it in, lock it in. It seemed to be like that from the very beginning. It was a Geelong team that we've seen in the past connect 20 to 25 marks inside 50. They always find one more, but this game wasn't that. This was just, let's just get it in there and we'll work our way into the game by just death of 1,000 cuts like we spoke about earlier.
Which is one of the reasons why you really have to analyse a little closer some of the champion data numbers about how a team's playing early in the season and the trends, because tonight, because of the rain, I mean, the Cats might have played a completely different style of footy that they want to play for the rest of the year. So the numbers are going to be swayed with the Cats because they were horrible round zero, played a really good game, then had a break and then played this thing in the rain.
You know, it's the identity of every club is hard to pick at the moment. There's been 3 games. So, you know, they play Fremantle, they get beat up, they've changed the direction. And that's the one thing Chris and his team's done really well. They've adapted. They've always done that well. To come in with a plan, though, to just get some dominance in the front half and to beat this Adelaide backline, you do have to do some things. They're a pretty good backline. They held up really well tonight. I mean, the overall inside 50s, I'm not sure the numbers, but it must have had 20 to 25 more in the end.
And just on those inside 50s as well, they just kept banging it long, but they weren't outmarked. So even though Shannon Neal wasn't marking anything, Ollie Dempsey wasn't marking anything, Cameron wasn't down there marking anything, they kept bringing it to ground. They weren't outmarked very often in their attacking 50.
I mean, and the criticism and maybe the scouting for Adelaide is they don't transition from their back half very well. So just get it in there and just lock it in, and you'll get a look. I mean, in the end, they've had 67 inside 50s to 45, and I think Smith really stood up in the end. I mean, he's had 40 possessions, and he's do maximum damage with them, but just the numbers that he gets and the work rate he brings. Dempsey's a star, isn't he? He just knows how to play his role really well. And I thought Rochelle, I'd call it a breakout game. He's had 31 possessions, 651 metres gained, and kicked a goal. I thought he really tried to stand up from the get-go. So I think they'd be pretty proud, Adelaide. It was a well-fought, tough game. It could have been anything the first 20 minutes when we were watching it. So, overall, entertaining game. They played the conditions well, Geelong, and they're bloody hard to beat down here still.
So will Matthew Nix do a Justin Longmuir and go into the press conference tonight and say, well, they were coming off a break, we were coming off a tough game last week?
I don't think Nixie will do that, but I know he'll be thinking it. Maybe he'll do what Longy did and send over a reporter from the Western Australian or the
to ask the question.
Ask the question.
Just ask the question.
That's funny you asked me that. But I think, did it make a difference tonight? I mean, we laugh about it, but the fixturing, there's no doubt. When you've got 18 days off versus 6.
And you need run in the last 5 minutes.
And you travel.
You're finding that you have to rest Rankin for 12 minutes in the last quarter.
Even does Dawson get up if they have a break?
That's a good point.
Does Walker play if it's a 7-day break? There's just things that, that swings and roundabouts. That's the way you sort of deal with these things, because you just can't treat everything evenly, because it's not. You'd like it fairly, but it's just not going to happen. So Geelong deserved to win in the end. Their numbers suggest that. Their field position, they had to work for it, which I think we all appreciated.
And again, every style of football is possible under these rules. Tonight was just a slog.
But there was a period in that third quarter, it was just back up, turnover to turnover, which, I don't know, this is like, are we doing this? Are we going, Gerard? Let's go. And then all of a sudden it's who can work out the turnover game. And I thought Adelaide worked it out better, and then it's the ship was straightened in the last quarter. And the other thing too with Geelong, their maturity levels of obviously the coaching group, but some of their players, the Stewart, Blitzavs, even Cameron playing on the wing in the last, I think that stood up as well about doing the right things at the right time in the right moments, and then you get a Martin goal or a Dempsey goal out of opportunity. So they're a mature side. They're not going anywhere by the looks of it. They've got to get better. Geelong, they're not going to win a flag off tonight's performance, but I think their approach traditionally has been just get the wins, just be around, and then we'll make a run of it when the time's right. And they're now, what are they now? 2-1?
2-1.
I think they would have taken that at the start of pre-season when they lost a few players. Can they get to? I think once gather round's finished, then we sort of start. It's my gut feel on all the stuff that's going on with the fixturing and buys and everything. And if you're above the ledger, if you're above 3-3, you've had a good start. It's the gut feel now with the way this season's all over the shop.
And the Crows are 1-2 after beating Collingwood at the MCG. They lose to the Dogs at home, and they lose to the Cats here. So 1-2 wasn't. It was probably the most likely, but just perhaps not in the sequence that it's come.
No, and they've got to deal with a bit of adversity now. They've got Fremantle next week, so that's a challenge. And you don't want to be the team that pops up for 1 year and drops back down, but they had everything going right for them last year. They had no injuries. They had a really good draw, and they made the most of their home ground advantage. So the Doggies game last week, as much as Adelaide, Collingwood was it really out of the box? We'll find out soon enough with Collingwood. So tough draw to start with. That's what you get when you finish top of the ladder or in the top 6 anyway. And the challenge is on for them as the rain starts to come down now again.
Mark O'Connor led the Cats off in his 150th game. Parents couldn't be here, couldn't fly from Ireland given the way the world is at the moment. It just wasn't possible to get here to celebrate it, so they will have watched on from afar.
Your pool be full by now, Dwayne?
Yeah, I think so. I won't have to get Wazza in to bring the water. Normally it's me and Tom Hawkins giving Wazza a call.
Okay.
Need a bit of water because we're on town water. I don't have any cattle like Tommy Hawkins. I've got 300 head of rabbit and about 4 million head of ant and 1 alpaca.
Okay. Are you able to take the Cats here? Celebrations in the rooms for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. We'll have an interview from inside the Cats rooms in a few moments' time. So the Crows, four key outs come here, hit the front at the start of the last quarter, but then just held at arm's length thereafter.
Oh, they'll be proud, Adelaide, of their resilience, but you come over here to win.
Yep,
so.
You don't want to be proud at the end of the year on 11th.
No, well, not where they're at. It's different if this was a team in the bottom six that just showed good spirit. I think they'd expect to win every week, and after finishing top of the ladder last year, and he'd still be proud though. The adversity they went through throughout the week, everything was going against them. Even the weather, you'd think, would suit Geelong. So I'm not sure how the umpires went tonight too.
Well, that was a good one. Thursday nighters. Cats have got a couple of blokes who go under the radar a bit. O'Sullivan's a really good player, isn't he? Like for a defender who's only, third season for O'Sullivan?
Yeah.
He's a really good player. And
23 possessions tonight.
And Mullen as a tagger has become pretty much a must pick.
Yep.
At the moment, we saw that Close got dropped, so, they sort of found a couple of players. I mean,
Wiltshire looked good tonight, didn't he? He looked clean, and he did a couple of things that, they've found something there as well. So the ability to keep these older players going. Cameron looks off to me a tiny bit at the moment. It's, maybe he needs to build into the year. I'm sure they're not too worried about it, but he just had a bit of old man feel about him. The weather, I suppose, and it was like, what am I doing out here?
Is Bose injured, or just didn't get a game? Bose is injured. He was on the emergency list, but he would normally get a game. Yeah.
I think they're a bit careful with their blend at the moment. Bose and Warple not being in. Atkins and Bruin are doing that. And probably particularly early in the season where speed's such a big factor.
Yeah.
But they've got a little bit of midfield depth that they haven't necessarily had.
No one plans a season better than Geelong, let's be honest. And maybe they got a few things wrong last year getting into the last game of the year. Maybe they cooked the goose 1 week too late or too early, however you want to look at it. But it seems like the plan's in place to build into the season. So they'll take these wins. I mean, having 2 home games in a row always helps, doesn't it? Last year, did they miss the first? Didn't have many home games early on last year. Was it the year before? It felt like there was a year where they just had nothing for 5 or 6 weeks, and they had a big run of home games. So, they've planned it well. Who have they got next week?
Hawthorn.
Another bye?
Easter Monday.
Okay.
So Hawthorn coming off a 16-day break.
Following Monday.
16-day break for Hawthorn?
Yes, maybe even 17. I think.
Right.
Yeah,
wow.
But what did Geelong get? They get 14, do they? Or 10?
It's a good break from Thursday to the following Monday.
Well, let's not complain about that just yet. But that'll be a fantastic game. Really looking forward to that. So, it's starting to shape up as an interesting few weeks coming up.
Be good to get the review on some of these out of bounds tonight. The lasso, the arc intervention, the no insufficient intent, just to understand exactly how it's going to work this year, because there was the change around insufficient intent seems to be the one that really hasn't been articulated. We've replaced that with the lasso as opposed to having both going.
Are you okay with that?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
What was the one?
I would like... No, I shouldn't say that. I would like to understand it.
So the old days, if you dive to touch a ball or try and collect it on the boundary, you were seen to have been diving to maybe attempt to take possession. But now with the lasso rule, the only intent when you dive now is to touch it out.
Well,
it's not to break it back in, it's to touch it out. So that's insufficient intent to keep it in when your intent is to touch it out.
This feels like a you call, you get on type of situation where you dive, it's already going out, you're just trying to touch it.
Yeah, but if you're trying to touch it, you should try to possess it, shouldn't you?
Okay.
If you're trying to touch it, it's the old saying with a catch. If you can touch it, you can catch it. So if you're diving to touch it, should you be diving to try and keep it alive?
So are you allowed to just knock it over the boundary like you rush a behind? Because that I don't feel like that's been articulated in our briefings.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can just knock the ball sideways over the boundary, can you? And the skewed kick, you didn't get the hack kick didn't save you from insufficient intent, but it did tonight.
Yep.
So has that adjustment been made because it's inside the arc?
What about the callback went up to the arc on this deliberate or whatever that was.
So we need to understand whether that was a lasso or an insufficient. Because if that's insufficient, then that's a whole different. Then you could overrule anything. You could overrule the holding the ball, which we know is not to be done.
No.
So what was that? And then I think there's funny buggers on the one that Atkins was able to milk down below us as to who that came off, whether it was Taylor or whether it was Atkins.
Yeah,
I feel like there's 4 or 5 that we need to understand.
There is.
To light the way of what happens next.
Yep. Or maybe they're just working into it too.
My money's on not 85% being correct for what it's worth.
Today.
Dip below the 85 tonight?
I think so. Okay. Jack Martin is with us down in the Cats room. Temper Sleep Well player wins a Temper pillow. A great night's sleep with Temper. The difference is Temper. Donners.
Yeah, Gerard, it was a start tonight. 3 goals too. Jack, it was a very hard-fought game, but you take a lot out of that.
Yeah, it was. No doubt there'll be some sore bodies tomorrow, but it was electric tonight, and happy to come away with the win.
Jack, how is your body? You look fit tonight, probably as fit as I've seen you for a long period of time. Your ability to transition, and you got a reward towards the end. But your role at the moment is it to get up the ground sometimes with this new engine you've got?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a mix between playing a bit deep and then getting up the ground. But had a bit of an interrupted pre-season, just before the games. But starting to build my fitness now and pulling up well from game to game. So just continuing to work hard and build that fitness.
Did the weather change any of the strategy before the game? Did Chris and the boys talk about how to deal with the weather and the nighttime football? You looked like you were a little bit different with the field position. There was lots of entries tonight. You had lots of forward 50 stoppages. Was that just the game, the way it played out, or was there any type of direction around that?
No, we try to keep to our normal structure. Get them high and try and get the ball out the back. But we adjusted as the game went on, try to use the ball a bit more. But we sort of in that last quarter there we got a few forward 50 entries and just built a lot of pressure. So that's why we want to play.
And your form at the moment, you're happy with the combination of? I mean, you had 4 or 5 shots at goal tonight and kicked a brilliant goal. It was Jack Martin at his best. How do you find your form at the moment?
You're never happy with how you're going. So I'm just continuing to build. As I said before, I had a bit of an interrupted pre-season. So looking to improve week to week. But happy to be out there playing footy this time of year. I'm usually back and playing towards the back end. So just looking after my body and enjoying it at the moment.
So you've had to be so patient for so long. How is your mindset coming into a new season?
I'm just excited. I've never played this early in the season. I've played the last 4 or 5 years. So, to even play opening round was just like, I can't believe I'm playing. I'm just happy to be out there. Yeah.
We marvelled at Ollie Dempsey and his capacity to cover the ground as well. Just every time you look up, he's on the last line at one end, he's on the front line at the other. What is, as someone who knows power running, what is he like?
Oh, he's exceptional. Yeah, he just covers the ground so well, and he always just a little pop-up sprinkling in the goal square, and he's always there for a goal a game. So we love him. He works super hard.
And what about at 3/4 time, Jack? They really come at you guys in that third quarter. It was ping-ponging around, and any direction from the coaches at 3/4 time, or was it just business as usual?
I just think, we wanted to be in the game at 3/4 time, so we knew it could have went either way. So get the ball forward, build pressure. We were able to do that and just hang on in the end there. So apart from the grind kick going backwards and straight to Adelaide.
Does that come up on the review on a Monday, or is it more serious?
No, I'm sure we'll have a laugh about it now that we got the win. But it's all fun.
Was the week off a help to any of you guys who are sort of banged up, or is it too early to be banged up at this time of year?
After tonight, I'm sure there'll be a few sore boys, but I think we've got about a 10-day break or something, so into Easter Monday. So, we'll rest up and, look forward to that game.
And the week off coming into this, though, as well, was that handy for you?
Yeah, it was, yeah, super handy. We were able to still to get some good training in and got some match play, so boys were well prepared for tonight.
Terrific, Jack. Well done.
Thanks, guys.
Well done, Jack.
Lovely to see you going well. 3 goals, 2, as Donna's referenced there. A great night's sleep, night after night after night. That is the difference. The difference is temper. Jack picks up the pillow tonight. All right, we'll have a look at some categories, tell the story of the game there, and soon enough we'll open the lines. 1300 736 736. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. $25 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo BINGE25 at checkout.
Darren's days of digging blind
are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high-voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Each moment has led us here.
This is always going up.
Stream every game of the NBL Finals live with ESPN on Disney+. Dreams will be tested and legacies will be born.
This is terrific.
This is what champions are made for.
That is spectacular.
The biggest stage in the NBL roars louder than ever.
Time for something remarkable.
The NBL Finals, streaming live with ESPN on Disney+.
Alinta Energy's great value energy plans give your household the helping hand it needs, so you can crank the aircon without worrying about your energy. All so you can keep things cool when Nan's games night gets heated. Alinta Energy, that's true power.
Running towards goal. Whoa, that's holding the ball.
That commentary with a little adult twist is brought to you by Sexyland. They get it, now so can you. Right to the final siren.
Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland.
11 stores in Melbourne, including Geelong and new store in Seaford.
Open till midnight, 7 days a week, or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
Game day, training day, or just couch day watching the footy, here's a simple win. Ditch the chips and grab a healthy handful of Aussie almonds instead. They're packed with plant protein to help support muscle recovery, they've got good fats for sustained energy, and they keep you feeling fuller for longer. No greasy fingers, no mid-arvo crash, just natural fuel that goes the distance. So next time you reach for a snack, fuel like an athlete. Make it a handful of Aussie almonds.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. It can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with real power, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
With a motto like success through service, it's no wonder Alex Scott and staff deliver winning results. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Alex Scott and staff, Gippsland born and bred. Visit alexscott.com.au.
Macca's delicious new Bistro Bernays Angus range has 100% juicy Aussie Angus beef and creamy Bernays sauce. Compliments to the chef. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Good health is contagious. And at Bupa, we're helping it spread around Australia by helping our almost 4 million members live healthier. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Proud member partner of Carlton Football Club.
In this week's Round 3 Metricon AFL record.
The debate is raging and we have our say.
Is Melbourne skipper Max Gawn the greatest ruckman of all time?
Or does Bomber legend Simon Madden have him covered?
Just what is wrong with Essendon?
The SEN Hot Take has the answers, while SEN's Kane Corns nominates the next $1 million key forward.
And don't forget, the Metricon AFL record is available at all games for just $6.
Can't get there? Visit AFLrecord.com.au to grab your copy.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Geelong 9-14-68 defeat Adelaide 9-6-60. So 8 more scoring shots for an 8-point win. Oh, what happened in Dardaland? What was you were keeping an eye on the expected score?
I've just got to review the Dardaland on the expected score. It had him Geelong 30 points up at one stage on the expected score, and it finished at 57 points, it says here. I don't think that's right. That can't be right.
That can't be
Look,
right.
expected points, 110 to 54.
Holy hell.
Well, I don't know what it judges. So we'll
have to ask Kenny about it.
Kenny or Ross. because this is what coaches bring up when they think they played all right but didn't win. I wonder if next year
66-point margin on the 56-point margin on the expected score.
Maybe there's some.
Can you raise that with Kenny on crunch time?
I will.
We'll put him to work.
Okay.
It was an 8-point margin. Okay, let's tell the story of the game here. Most flexible player for Cooper's Flexalt. Flip it with Flexalt, the Flexalt oral sheep lice treatment.
I don't know how long this has been going on for these Geelong games, but how many times has Blitzers won it? It'd be every time.
Every time.
Yeah. So you rightly pointed out he played in the ruck the last probably quarter and a half. He was on the wing. He went behind the play at certain stages, and whenever he leaves, he's going to be sorely missed because there's not many of him around.
It's his 298th game tonight.
Fantastic.
So he's on the brink of 300 and he has to ruck through the second half once Edwards really can't play anymore. Tackler of the game for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon.
Yep, Smith's had 10 tackles, so we'll talk about him later. He's had a pretty good game.
The growth player for Nutrien Water, your irrigation pump and filtration specialist.
Is it Wiltshire? Is that how he pronounce his name? I just thought he did some really classy things tonight. I don't know much about him, but he's had 14 possessions, but they were all pretty good, weren't they? I thought there's some important possessions in the chain, so yeah, I like the way he went about it.
He kept that play alive that set up the sealer for Ollie Dempsey, and then he had a key touch in the next chain as well. So they'd be well pleased with him coming in for his third game.
Sometimes if you can just do the basic things well when you come into the side and play your role, especially if you're coming into a good side, that holds you in really good stead. So he's had a good start to his career.
Game sealing moment for Loctite. Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond.
I think Dempsey's goal in the goal square on his third or fourth effort, unfortunately the Crows, they held up for so long and then it ended up with a leapfrog. What do you call that? Is it leapfrog?
Yeah,
Is it some sort of game
leapfrog.
play? Yeah, and he just hung around and he knows where to be, Dempsey. So that was the sealer.
Did we decide it was Bond over Worrell, the leapfrog? Bit of Frogger being played there. Excellent. Loctite adhesives beyond the bonds. The most kilometres run tonight for OMF. Better sleep for better recovery at the home of mattress, bedroom and bedding plus the furniture. Jake Saligo around 15.1 Ks.
Okay, and 21 touches. Yeah, it's a lot of running.
At least it's the right side of it.
Yeah, you said
find
that.
it depressing when that's 14 disposals for 15 Ks.
Yep.
So good on him. Unmissable moment for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
There's actually some real highlights today. From the Rankin between the leg stuff and a great crumb and some knock-ons. But I thought it's going to be a bit random. But the Worrell double soccer, he kicked it to himself, then he kicked it 40 metres to a teammate, and it looked like he meant it. So I'm going to give it to him.
Nice.
I think it was him.
All right. The goal of the day and the goal of the year contender for hard flooring at Beaumont's hybrid engineered timber laminate. Eddie, let us have it.
Where's Dempsey? He flies from 3 deep. He gathers. He toes. Almost Woodshire. Ollie Dempsey, unbelievable. He's still fighting in Ollie. Ollie. Unbelievable, Ollie. Unbelievable. That is a contender for goal of the year. He just didn't stop fighting in the air, on the ground. I'll get you anywhere.
Beaumont's hard flooring, brilliant. The two goals in the last quarter, Jack Martin and Ollie Dempsey, Dwayne had them both absolutely pinned. They were beauties.
Yep, well called.
All right, I'll give you a quick read of the stats and then you can give us the votes. Individually, Bailey Smith 39, Rochelle 31, Worrell 30, Holmes 27, Myers 25, Stewart 24 along with Manor and Blitzarves. From a team perspective, Geelong disposals 409 to 331. The inside 50s, the Cats 67 to 45. The hit-outs, Adelaide 52 to 37, but the clearances, Geelong 42-35, and it was 12-8 in the Cats' favour out of the middle. The marks, Geelong 98 to 65. The inside 50 marks 8 to 7, the Cats, and the contested marks 11 to 6 in Geelong's favour. The tackles 76-71 in Geelong's favour. And because of the territory game, the tackles inside 50, Geelong laid 26 tackles inside 50 to 4.
That'd be
most of them in the last quarter.
Yeah. Oh, they had a lot in the first two, didn't they?
Yeah.
So the forward 50 stoppages. It wasn't by design by the sound of when we were speaking to Jack, but it was definitely a good strategy for the night.
And the free kicks, Geelong 25-13. The home team holding sway
I didn't
there.
want to say that, but that felt like that for a lot of the night.
I don't think they have a great night with the whistle. All right. Anyway, give us the votes. 1 up to 3.
All right. Well, I gave 1 to Rochelle, and I thought he was pretty good all night. He had 30-odd possessions, 650 metres gain. He was there when they needed him to be. 13 contested and kicked a goal. So he gets the 1. 2, Dempsey. He's had 21 possessions. I thought just when it mattered, he turned up. He's kicked 2 goals. He's had 7 score involvements, 8 contested possessions and 273 metres gain. And the 3, I gave it to Smith. And sometimes I've got 40 here, but he's had 16 contested possessions. He had 10 tackles as well, and 7 inside 50s and 6 clearances. It's a pretty good night.
It is.
So yeah, it was pretty even though. It was a pretty even performance by the top, 6 or 7 players all played pretty much the same, but just a little bit differently.
3 to Bailey Smith, 2 to Ollie Dempsey, 1 to Josh Rochelle. The crowd was 20,403 on a wet night here in Geelong. Give us your final word, Simo. What will you be thinking about when you drive home?
Thinking about the coaches and how they'd respond to this. I think Chris, we won't know what he's thinking because he just does his thing, doesn't he, in the press conference? But they look like they're planning the season well, so they're right where they need to be. They've got 10-day break. They'll move on to Hawthorn really, really quick. They'll check if there's any injuries, review this game for what it is and what it was because of the conditions and the opposition. So I just think this is just a notch in the belt for them. They'll keep moving on. Adelaide, I just feel like they might have overcorrected early on from last week. Everyone was banging on about their slow ball movement and 150 uncontested marks. They have 60 tonight. Maybe in the first quarter they got caught up a bit too much and we want to play exciting, whatever they called it, football, instead of just playing the game for what it is. So I think he'll reflect on that, Nixie, and then he'll be really proud of a young team coming over here and showing some really good resilience. And I can just hear him saying, we'll take a lot from that tonight, but we came here to win and we didn't get that done. So they're in a little bit of a precarious position dealing with these injuries and having Fremantle next week. So that's what I think the two clubs will be thinking at the moment.
They'd like to chalk up a few wins at home. So they've got Fremantle, Carlton and St Kilda, all 3 at Adelaide Oval. So from 1 and 2... they'd like to get going and get themselves to 4 and 2, wouldn't they?
And then they've got Brisbane at the Gabba 4 weeks' time. So, this is a tougher year. It is a tougher year for Adelaide, and that's why they'll be ruining those 2 finals performances because it takes so much to get top 4, home finals, all the things interstate clubs need to have to be successful. So, a lot of redemption to be done.
All right, Simo, safe travels. See you for crunch time on Saturday.
If I get home by the time Saturday locks up, I'll get back in the car and drive back into the city.
We'll see you back at Marvel. Geelong by 8 points over Adelaide. Now tell us what you thought. 1300 736 736. John Donohue is coming in to take your calls. Thursday night footy. The Cats by 8 over the Crows. We take our final break and let you loose for Bendix when it comes to breaking. Bendix are the best. Put your foot down with confidence with Bendix.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Blues Radio is back on the SEN app. The Baggers look to kickstart their season. Booper proudly presents Carlton v Melbourne Sunday afternoon in another blockbuster match at the MCG. Let's go! Me, Ange Christo and Cooter are lining up again with the hope that Carlton can go the whole way this year. Sunday afternoon footy is a Blues Fest. Jump onto the SEN app from 3:15pm Sunday afternoon for Blues Radio. Booper, proud member partner of the Carlton Footy Club.
Brett Phillips here. The First Serve is your home of tennis each Monday night on SEN in our 18th year.
I really decided to weave together Rafa's career and Rafa's character with this surface of clay and with this tournament, Roland Garros, because I really think, if we're having this conversation, you and me, 20 years from now in Melbourne or Paris, the first thing we're going to remember is 14.
Thanks to GLG Greenlight Group, keeping your sports grounds in peak condition at glgcorp.com. The First Serve every Monday night, 8pm on 1116 SEN and the SEN app.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. It can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to reach 4 times more Australians than ad-supported Spotify, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
It's how everyone sees you, how your customers find you, and they keep working long after everyone else goes home. Signs are incredibly effective marketing tools. Be loud, proud, and noticed with Sign Group, where signage meets purpose, bringing over 25 years of experience in helping businesses thrive. Sign Group design, print, build, and install all your signage. Factories, offices, vehicles, window graphics, 3D, and illuminated signs. Check the Sign Group socials and signgroupaustralia.com.au. Signage made easy.
When an inspector walks on site, will they find safety or shortcuts? The WorkSafe Construction Pocket Guide helps you nail the basics: scaffolds, trenches, manual handling, crystalline silica, and more. It's packed with clear checklists to help you meet your obligations on site. If you haven't read it, you're not inspection ready. Don't wait to be caught out. Search WorkSafe Victoria Construction Pocket Guide.
In the footy, we often hear in commentary, this is a big 5 minutes coming up. Well, at Tyre Power, your 5 minutes is here too. Drive in for their free 5-minute tyre safety check. They'll check your tyre condition, tyre wear and air pressure. The safety of you and your family on the roads is not a game. So visit your Aussie-owned local independent Tyre Power dealer today.
The footy's back sale is on now. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Pirelli Cinturato tyres. Exclusive and only at Tyre Power.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream AmbiHeat, the advanced energy-saving heat pump that's made in Australia.
Installerine.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
In this week's Round 3 Metricon AFL record.
The debate is raging and we have our say.
Is Melbourne skipper Max Gawn the greatest ruckman of all time?
Or does Bomber legend Simon Madden have him covered?
Just what is wrong with Essendon?
The SEN Hot Take has the answers, while SEN's Kane Corns nominates the next $1 million key forward.
And don't forget, the Metricon AFL record is available at all games for just $6.
Can't get there? Visit aflrecord.com.au to grab your copy.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Welcome, everyone. We're here live at GMHBA Stadium. John Donohue with you right through until midnight tonight. So we are taking your calls, 1300 736 736, your observations, your thoughts, your comments, your feelings on tonight's 8-point win for the Cats. All going pretty well for Geelong after their one little slip up at the start of the season. And what about from a Crows perspective? Just slow to get into their season in 2026 after finishing top last year. But some good signs for them without Jordan Dawson and without Taylor Walker and others, and Rory Laird as well. So there's pros, cons, whatever you want to look at it from on both sides of things. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. Nice game of footy. Eddie Corns, my great friend, and I will talk about this later. We had some stinkers last year on a Thursday night, and now we're in a rich vein of form with some really good Thursday night fixtures. Some close ones. We had a good game last week, hard fought, and now 8 points the better the Cats tonight. So that extends the run. And they're not the only team, the Crows, that haven't won down here for a very long time. Round 10, 2003 was the last time Adelaide won at this venue. St Kilda hasn't won here since 1999, and there's plenty of other teams that come down to Geelong and walk away with their tail between their legs. So Adelaide put up a very, very nice fight. They fought back really well in the second quarter after Geelong got the jump on them. It was a wet, cold, miserable night, and I can tell you from experience, it was chilly, real chilly at ground level on boundary side
and the rain was just in and out. It was heavy, and then it stopped, and then it was heavy again, and it was just pretty consistent throughout the night. Bailey Smith, 39 disposals. He had 24 kicks, 15 handballs, 10 tackles, and 6 clearances. So one of the great nights for Bailey Smith. Adam Simpson gave him the 3 votes. Josh Rochelle with a goal and 31 disposals, 7 clearances, 4 tackles as well. Loved the game of Max Holmes, always consistent, 1 goal, 1 and 27 disposals. And the man we spoke to on AFL Nation on the post-game show was Jack Martin, and he kicked 3 goals for the game, including a real crucial one late in the piece as well. So a really good night from Jack Martin. 3 goals to 14 disposals, and maybe gave them the sealer late in the piece. Zach Taylor also kicked 3 goals. Crows fans, if you're out there, I'd love to hear from you. 1300 736 736. Are you happy that you ran Geelong close? Now, Geelong, we know, they just don't go anywhere. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. So you've run a team very close on their home patch. You hit the front late in or earlier in the final quarter, but you just weren't able to hold on. Some injury issues, some niggles throughout as well. But I thought it was a pretty good performance from Adelaide. They fought the good fight with a team that is really strong. Really, really strong on their home patch. So I thought it was a pretty hard-fought contest. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. One text here. The Crows brand of footy isn't going to win them a premiership. The ball lives in their back line for far too much of the game. I thought their back line held up reasonably well tonight. Obviously, Geelong 9-14, 68 to 9-6, 60. I thought their back line held up pretty well, and then they were able to get chains across the ground that opened things up for them, and Phil thought playing a little bit higher up the ground and then feeding back, and they were able to get the ball moving through the middle of the ground in the second quarter especially, and brought that into the third quarter. So I reckon it wasn't too bad from an Adelaide perspective, but Crows fans, you'll be able to let me know over there in SA. 3 straight home games now for Adelaide to set up their season. So it's not a bad run here. Obviously, Gather Round included in that. And Geelong, well, they are just the team that never dies. They just keep on keeping on. So Cats fans, you'll be up and about. Jack's on the road. He's going to kick us off on the open line. Jack, go ahead. Welcome.
G'day there, John. How's it going, mate?
Going very well, mate. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good. Was just curious from up in the box or wherever you were watching from Tommy Atkins. I thought he was probably best on tonight. Tough when sort of the Cats needed him, gutsy. I would have given him the best on ground. I'm not sure what his stats were, but he just does it time and time again. I think he's our next skipper. Just a ripper. Yep, just curious on your thoughts on Tommy Atkins' game.
Yeah, well, I was watching Boundary Side, obviously, for AFL Nation, so I was right behind the benches, and I thought he was brilliant. He had a little cheeky moment late that set up the Jack Martin goal, where he sort of toe-poked the ball towards the boundary line and then shepherded it over, but claimed it came off the boot of the Crows. He conned the umpires into it, and they kicked a goal out of it. So he's a clever footballer, 23 disposals, 9 tackles. That's just his modus operandi, and 6 clearances as well. So he's a consistent footballer and a tackling machine. He's a star, Tom Atkins, and he certainly. Every week we look at Tom Atkins and we go, "There's the benchmark." He applies the pressure and he brings the heat for them as well.
Yep, spot on.
Good.
Great game for him once again.
Yeah, absolutely. You happy, Jack, with your Cats and the way that they performed overall tonight?
Yeah, look, I've learned to not judge the Cats till about round 10, John. They sort of, early in the year, they seem to fluctuate up and down a bit. Hard to get much of a read on them in the wet, I thought. But got the job done and got the 4 points. So see how they go against the Hawks and against the Bulldogs in a couple of weeks' time.
Nice big break now for them. They don't play until Monday next week, so they've got the Hawks on Easter Monday. So nice work, Jack. Thank you for your call. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. What did you make of that moment from Tom Atkins on the wing that set up the goal for Jack Martin and probably won the game for Geelong? Because look, it is a rule that can potentially be exploited. We've seen a lot of players walk the ball over the line or shepherd the ball over the line in order to win themselves a free kick. Tom Atkins on this occasion, he got a little toe poke, a little touch on it, paddled it, kicked it over the line, and then took the free kick, just took the ball and played on without the umpire really noticing what was going on. So he's conned the umpire in to making a decision, and it worked out brilliantly for the Cats. Cheeky from Tom Atkins. Peter is in Nunawading up next on the open line. G'day, Pete.
G'day, mate. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. My bad. I thought I'm pretty proud of the boys. I thought in the first half, I think what let us down was our kicking to our forwards, especially in the first half. I thought we just kicked them over their head a bit. I know the conditions were hard, but we we didn't give our forwards the best opportunity in that, especially in that first half. And I'm driving back from Geelong back to Melbourne now, and I'm just talking with my kids who I took. But what do you think of the umpiring tonight? I mean, I hate reflecting on umpiring after the game, but I reckon there was about 10 holding the balls to Geelong to 1 from Adelaide, and yet they had. I just thought it was, and when you look at the overall free kick count, too, it was like more than double. It was just
25 to 13.
Yeah, I don't normally say, we lost the game because of that, but some of those decisions were perplexing, to say the least.
Yeah. I mean, thanks for your call, Pete. I agree with you. Safe travels back to Melbourne. There was some perplexing calls, but I mean, I'm not sure it lost the game for the Crows tonight. I think they were pretty good in their own right. As for your point earlier about kicking over the head of a lot of forwards, there was a lot of that tonight. The conditions weren't really conducive for key forwards from both sides. Geelong were doing the same thing. I thought the Crows were able to lower their eyes a lot better and just chip down the line and find a target inside 50. Zach Taylor was there. He kicked 3 goals. He was there a couple of times and was able to bob up when they desperately needed him. And, it was a quiet night from Rankin, so they didn't get a huge amount out of him. Alex Neil-Bullen kicked the goal to put them in front, Josh Rochelle. So their smalls were pretty good. Rankin just with the 1 goal, but only 7 disposals. And Thilthorpe is their only key forward that stood up and kicked a goal. They're proper key forward. So they adapted to the conditions as best they could, I reckon, Pete. But just the little things late that might have hurt them. But I don't think there's huge problems for the Crows. I think it's hard, obviously, always going on the road and getting the job done. But they ran them very close today. Ran them very close. 8-point margin. You got to be happy with that. And as for the free kicks, I'm with you on that. I don't like dissecting umpiring after a good game of footy like that. I don't think it ruined the game tonight. I didn't think that they ruined the spectacle. There was 1 or 2 where on the wing I thought, okay, maybe that was a free kick, and then maybe they'd call the next one, but they didn't. They let it play. So I'm happy with that, especially in those conditions. Let the game play a little bit and let the ball spill out and open up the contest. Can't have the umpires intervening too often. So I didn't think they were too bad tonight. Thanks for your call. Get on the line, 1300 736 736. More calls next on AFL Nation.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Need plants for your next project? Plantmark is the trusted wholesale plant nursery for landscapers and tradies. With a big range, trade prices and delivery you can count on, they've got what you need. Open 6 days across 4 Melbourne locations. Visit plantmark.com.au.
Alinta Energy's great value energy plans give your household the helping hand it needs, so you can crank the aircon without worrying about your energy. All so you can keep things cool when Nan's games night gets heated. Bingo! Alinta Energy, that's true power.
Cars with tyres, cars with wheels, all kinds of cars. And the very best deals, only at Car City. Cars for nanas, cars for tradies, and the busy mums with 3 babies. Only at Car City. Cars galore, far as the eye can see. They've got the car for you.
And the car for me?
Only at Car City. Don't forget the jingle.
415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
50 years of the World Tour starts in Australia. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsai, is kicking off the 2026 World Surf League Championship Tour. Running from April 1st till 11th, this prestigious event will showcase the world's best surfers as they battle it out at stop number 1. Who will ring the bell? Be there for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsai, April 1st till 11th, or watch it live at worldsurfleague.com.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this, we're in front.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. Can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to make your whole campaign work harder, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
Harvey Norman, Melbourne's kitchen and laundry appliance specialist. Deals of the week in store now. LG fridges from just $692. Side-by-side fridges from $1,088. Built-in ovens from a low $488. Plus, washers and dryers priced are clear. Get a big brand front loader from just $544. And dryers now from $392. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store at Harvey Norman, Melbourne's kitchen and laundry appliance specialist. Conditions apply.
In the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed? At Best Sheds, get 25% off during their Easter Shed Hunt sale on now. They've got the best sheds in the business, including sheds of all shapes and sizes that come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams. That's 25% off during Best Sheds Easter Shed Hunt sale on now. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
At Kogan Mobile, we know kids are expensive. Ludicrously expensive. If you don't have them, you won't believe how much they cost. If you do, congrats on becoming the proud owner of an adorable money vacuum. Thankfully, Kogan Mobile's plans are not expensive. Get smarter with your kids' smartphones. Grab a 140 gig plan for just $179.90 to use over 12 months. Search Kogan Mobile to find out more. Kogan.com. Clickin' awesome.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Welcome everyone, GMHBA Stadium. It is a cold, wet, miserable day. It's akin to a mid-July day, but it was the Cats by 8 points in those conditions with showers throughout the night. And they improve their season now, 2-1 after the first couple of rounds of football. They head into a big Easter Monday clash with the Hawks in a couple of 10 days' time or so. John Donohue with you for the next hour or so. We've got plenty of calls on the line, so we're going to get to those in just a moment. 1300 736 736. You can still call. Give us your thoughts on tonight's clash. If you're a Crows fan, would love to hear from you. Happy, sad, indifferent, not too worried about your Crows, or is there problems for last year's minor premiers? And from a Cats perspective, there's not a whole lot to ever really complain about when you're a Geelong supporter. As my man Pato at the back of the box here can attest to, they just kind of keep winning and they do their best work in September. Must be a good life to be a Cats supporter. So Cats fans, call up and gloat. Why not? It's your time in the sun. Thursday night footy. It was a cracker, low scoring, but it was a really nice, tight contest. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Anything you want to put on the agenda, you are more than welcome to. Let's get to the calls. There is plenty of them, and they are wide-ranging on certain topics. Nick's driving home from GMHBA Stadium, and he's going to kick us off. Hey, Nick.
G'day, John. How are you tonight, mate?
Good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. Just had my first experience down at the Cattery tonight. Spent 2 hours on the freeway down there. Honestly, what a terrible experience. Seriously, the place was half full.
Yep.
There was next to no atmosphere for 3/4 of the game. The place was an absolute dump. Honestly, they want to host a final there in the future. They'll be lucky to host VFL, mate. Absolute shithole.
Oh, this is what we're fired up about. This is Pato, my digital producer here. He is a staunch Cats man, and he loves this joint. So yeah, I was surprised it wasn't full. I love the honesty, Nick, and I'm okay with the honesty. You're firing up a legion of fans, but that's okay. That's what Talkback Radio is for. I was surprised it wasn't full. They generally fill this joint out for home games. There was a couple of pockets over in the Joel Selwood stand that were empty. Maybe the rain caused them to stay away. I think there's a generally good atmosphere in this venue. And when Jack Martin kicked that goal, it rose as one. And look, they have their own little pocket down here. The whole pocket when I talk about in this part of the world, but they have their own tribalism down here in Geelong, and I thought it was on show tonight. I don't agree with you, Nick, that it's a shithole. I think it's a very, very nice venue. I love coming down here, and they look after us well. But look, I thought it could have been a bit more full tonight as the rain absolutely starts hammering down here at GMHBA Stadium. Solid start from our man Nick driving home from his first time at GMHBA Stadium. Didn't have a great time. 2 hours on the freeway. He's probably on the way back on the freeway now as well. So, Nick, I appreciate it. I respect it. Entitled to your opinion. And that is what Midnight Madness is all about, to coin a Dwayneism. Good on you, Nick. Great start by you. Billy's in Hawthorn on the Cats up next. G'day, Bill.
Hey, guys. I'm on the feed line back to Melbourne from GMHBA. I was sitting down in this Selwood stand. I'd just like to rebut Nick's point. I thought the energy was quite good in the stadium, especially in the standing row where I was. Look, Thursday night, you're not going to get 40,000 sold out. You know, a lot of families can't go on a Thursday night. It's hard to get down the highway. But in saying that, Geelong was a great side. We played very well tonight. How about Bailey Smith? 39 touches, played very well, contested footy. I don't know what Nick's complaining about. I know he probably lost. I know he's probably a bit sulking a little bit, but I thought it was quite good. I thought it was quite a good contest. I thought both teams contested very well, and you know what, 24,000 there on a Thursday night. What's there to complain about?
Yeah, and I think the thing that we've seen over the time, Billy, is that Thursday night footy is not a night that draws massive crowds. It's probably more of a TV product. The rain probably pushes a lot of people away. They say, look, it's wet, it's cold, it's 6 degrees, let's stay in, let's have a cup of tea and put the fire on and we'll watch it on TV. Thursday night footy, I think, isn't the night where you're going to get the big bumper crowds. And down here, they generally rock up to the opening of an envelope, but I guess work and cost of living and, you know, petrol prices, all that sort of stuff is probably factoring in, as well as the weather. And it just kept a few away tonight. But I think what you said was spot on. I think the atmosphere was really strong, really good, where I was just obviously doing boundary for AFL Nation down with the faithful on the wing here in the premiership stand. It was a great vibe. So plenty of ponchos out and plenty of people having fun. So I thought it was quite good for a Thursday night and a good game of footy as well. Good on you, Bill. Appreciate your call. 1300 736 736. You might be able to hear it in our mic. I'll just pause for a sec. Have a listen to that. It is absolutely hammering down here at GMHBA Stadium, and I thank God I'm not out in that at the moment. Please drive safe on the way home to all our loyal listeners, but it is absolutely absolutely bucketing down at the MCG, at GMHBA Stadium. So they beat the best of it. Good on you to Billy. Tony on the road, he wants to talk about umpiring, which is always dangerous, but we're allowing everyone to have their say on Midnight Madness. Good day, Tone.
Yeah, good evening, John. Look,
how you going?
A few moments ago, you had a caller about being a shithole, that ground. I mean, that's one of the most oddly shaped grounds that the AFL has ever come up with. I mean, it's got no pockets. The boundary line is just so close to the centre line. And Geelong actually don't worry if the opposition goes wide because they can corral you. All Geelong does is they just maintain the corridor. Right, they let the opposition go wide because they don't have to run very far from the centre to the boundary line, and there's just no pockets. It's just oddly shaped. It's not an oval. If you look at it from an aerial perspective, it's just an oddly shaped ground. But look, what I'm ringing up about, John, you said earlier you were happy with the umpiring. That is the worst case of umpiring I've ever seen. I don't barrack for either side. Okay, you got 25 free kicks to 13. That's 12 differential, and Geelong scored 3 goals just from differential. So that's 600 metres gained just from the differentials. And that last goal that Atkins was involved in, these umpires aren't getting paid to be in the wrong position. There's 4 umpires out there. Now, if you con the controlling umpire, what happened to the other 3? They blow the whistle, and then they go up to the controlling umpire and say, no, that's not what happened. But you know, that just determined the game. And in my opinion, the Crows got bent over big time in this game.
Thank you, Tony. There was plenty in that. Appreciate it. 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16. Look, what I will say is that I don't go to the footy and notice the umpiring as a whole. I watch the footy and I watch the contest that goes on, and there's the odd one where I go, okay, that was a poor decision, or that was a lousy decision, or they're getting a little bit involved here. But I don't really focus on what the umpires are doing, because at the end of the day, and I've said this before on the post-game show here on AFL Nation, the umpires don't kick the goals for you. They do not kick them through the big sticks. Yes, there is certain decisions that can have impacts on games. I get that. The Atkins one is a case in point that, he's conned the umpire, and I think Tony made a good point that the umpire was out of position in that scenario, and he just listened to the player at the end of the day. Moments like that, yes, they can change games of footy, but they don't kick the goals for you, the umpires, and they're paid to do a job. We all make mistakes from time to time. We all have bad days, but I don't sit here and watch the umpiring week to week, and it's honestly it's a discussion that frustrates me a little bit to have to always talk about it, because I mean, it's mind-numbing. Let's focus on the footy. Let's focus on the football, and we will be better off for it, I think. But anyway, Dwayne will talk about Dwayne will get calls about umpires tomorrow. There's absolutely no doubt about it, and he'll answer it a lot better than I did. He called the game tonight, so he was in the right place at the right time. A couple of texts as well before we get back to some more callers. Thought it was one of Sam de Koning's best games in a while. Sam de Koning, he was all right at the back half tonight. 18 disposals, took 12 marks. I'm getting Pato shaking his head saying, no. He wasn't good, so Pato not happy with how he went. 100% agree with that caller. It's a soulless stadium. Even if it's full, you get a better atmosphere at NG, and that's saying something. So people are really coming hard for GMHBA Stadium. I think it's a very nice stadium. I love coming down here for footy and cricket. It's great views. There's not a bad seat in the house, but it's not for everyone. I can completely understand that. I'm a Geelong supporter. We aren't that good. So where does that leave the Crows? They'll be bottom 4, and Nix will be sacked by year's end, says Joe in Warrnambool. Good on you, Joe. 1300 736 736. We've had Tony. Thank you, Tone. Trevor in Wanturna is up next. I think he wants to go on about the umpiring too. G'day, Trev.
Hey, Johnny, how are you, mate? Before I start, I think you're a good bloke, okay?
Hold on. Well, Tone, thanks for your call. I appreciate it. That's it. That's all we need to hear, because I reckon the next bit is going to be a whack.
Yeah, a big whack, mate. Listen,
Here we go.
If you like talking about the football, okay, I'm a neutral supporter. I barrack for the Bulldogs.
Yeah.
How about you start talking about the forwards, the big forwards, getting grabbed all night. I counted at least 9 free kicks to their big bloke that he didn't get. Every time he goes near the ball, he's getting dragged down. That's a free kick.
Wait, who are you talking about, Trev, specifically?
Thilthorpe. Or whatever his name is.
Yep.
Now, if you're an expert or a so-called expert, you go to the footy, these are the kind of things you need to be talking about, mate, because this is why we go to the footy. We go to the footy to watch blokes play well, and at the moment, the tall forwards are being held, scruffed, and it's ruining the game, mate.
Yep.
So how about we start talking about that?
Yep, and I'll agree with you on a certain point. He was being held a couple of times tonight, but it also wasn't a night overly conducive to key forwards, so that probably doesn't help that he wasn't getting great delivery as well. But there are, Sam Darcy cops it each and every week. He gets ragdolled off the footy, as does Ben King and obviously Riley Thilthorpe as well. Key forwards get ragdolled all the time without being called for free kicks. So they do deserve to get more of them. I'll agree with you on that. The umpires miss a hell of a lot of free kicks that they shouldn't miss with key forwards, because apparently it's just all wrestling and marking contests and all that yada yada. But from that perspective, I'll agree with you that they miss quite a few. But again, conditions weren't conducive to key forwards tonight. You just got to look. I think Thilthorpe was the only one of the proper key forwards to kick a goal tonight. He kicked 1 goal. Rankin, Rochelle, Neil Bullen, all smalls. Manor small, Max Holmes midfielder, Ollie Henry plays half forward. So it wasn't really a night for proper key forwards, Trev.
But it could have been, John, if the free kicks were paid, mate.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. But also the general play would have said tonight that it was a night for the ball being on the ground and the small forwards as well. But we'll agree to disagree. As I said, I agree with you 100% on the fact that there are too many forwards being held off the footy or held or pulled or pushed or whatever and aren't getting free kicks. So we will agree with that. But Trev, basically what we're going to cut up of this conversation is you calling me a good bloke, and we're going to move on from it. No, I appreciate it. Hey, Trev, always a pleasure. You can always call.
There, mate.
Good on you, Trev. Trevor and one turner there. We got time. Yeah, we'll go to a couple more, and then we might hear from Matthew Nix on the other side of the break as well. But we'll always take your calls also. 1300 736 736. Kobe in the beautiful part of the world in Blackburn wants to talk about the Crows. G'day, Kobe.
Hi guys, thanks for having me. I go for the Crows, and I'm just coming back from the game now. I thought tonight was a night that really sort of just showed the general direction that the Crows are heading in. And I know that we won the minor premiership last year, but I still think there's we can keep going up and up. We had a very undermanned squad tonight, and down at a foreign ground in the Cattery against a very good side in the Geelong Cats. I thought tonight was a night where we could have potentially sort of lost ourselves a bit and got smashed, but we held our own and made a very good contest of it, despite all the circumstances, and it just shows how us, the Crows, even when things aren't going with us, we managed to make a good contest of it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you were that bad. You've had some tight contests for the first 3 games. Obviously, the 14-point win over the Pies, the 6-point loss to the Dogs, and now the 8-point loss to the Cats. I think you're going in the right direction. You certainly, obviously, finished top of the ladder last year, went out straight sets, should have done more in the finals, but I don't think you're that bad. And that was without Dawson, that was without Walker, that was without Laird tonight in horrible conditions, as you can hear in the background. It's absolutely teeming down at GMHBA Stadium. I think direction's good. 3 big games coming up. What a contest it's going to be next Friday night. Good Friday footy at the Adelaide Oval. Crows taking on the Dockers. You should get the W against Carlton in Gather Round, and then the Saints as well on the Saturday night in a couple of weeks' time. So you win your next 3, and you sort of even the ledger a little bit more, followed by Brisbane, Port, and Richmond, and North. So there you go, some winnable games on the horizon. Slow to start into the season, but that's okay. It's a long year ahead. Good on you, Kobe. Appreciate your call. Joel's in Ashburton to finish off from this section, but you can call 1300 736 736. G'day, Joel. You there, Joel? Come in, Joel. Joel's not there, sadly. I was looking forward to what Joel had to say. Just waited on the line for a little while. We'll check on Joel in the ad break, and we might come back to him and see what he wants to talk about. 1300 736 736. Cats by 8 points. It's hammering down, so drive safe on the way back from the Cattery, which I'm looking forward to doing in about 45 minutes or so for a nice long trip back down to Melbourne town. But a big couple of games coming up for all teams in this round of footy tomorrow night. Intriguing game. Collingwood, GWS at Marvel. Both teams need a win. Some interesting games coming up this round. We'll talk to Eddie Corns about the games in a little while. St Kilda, Brisbane, interesting game, but maybe the most intriguing is Essendon and North Melbourne on Saturday night. So we'll delve deep into a couple of those as we go. We might hear from Matthew Nicks next. There's plenty to like about what Geelong and Adelaide put together tonight on AFL Nation.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. It can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to connect with customers in your area, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
It's tea time, Dusty. I know. I'm in the Future Golf app, booking a tea time right now. No, not that tea time, mate. It's tea time on SEN with you and I.
Don't miss Future Golf's Tea Time on SEN tonight at 5:55 p.m. Hear about Miles Fitzner's journey as he explores the huge variety of courses and Future Golf membership offers. Joined by Dusty from Future Golf. They chat courses, events, and all things happening at your local track.
Future Golf's major season sale is on now. Download the Future Golf app now with tea time bookings and get up to 50% off for a limited time only.
G'day, it's Finey from the Final Siren and Lenny's Fine Foods. Eat in or take away a New York style bagel. There's hot pastrami, smoked brisket, crispy schnitzel and so many more. We've got a huge range of European and Middle Eastern delicacies, as well as over 50 homemade soups and meals to take home. Just follow us on socials to see what's cooking. Lenny's Fine Foods open 7 days a week, 636 Inkerman Road, North Caulfield.
Please note, Lenny's food is delicious, may cause drooling and or cravings. Lenny's is not a bank.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We'll be back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
Won't be long this time. Come on, hurry up. So many people. What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
G'day, it's the Ox. If you have a family member, friend or work colleague struggling with addiction and you don't know what to do, call Cheryl at MyHab on 1300 190 370. She'll answer every question you have and find the right path to recovery. See myhab.com.au.
Does it feel good to have expert advice when you need it from Kennard's Hire?
Ken Oath!
Whether you've got a big job or an even bigger job, get that Ken Oath feeling.
Kennard's make your job easy.
Freeway Motor Group is growing and now presents 9 brands across 16 dealerships and 4 locations, servicing Melbourne's east, southeast and the peninsula. Come test drive a massive range of new and used vehicles to suit all needs with plate clearance deals on brands like Ford, Hyundai, GWM, LDV, Ram, Jeep and now KGM and Leap Motor. Plus get your 4x4 kitted out for proper off-roading. Find your nearest dealership and plate clearance deals. Visit freewaymotorgroup.com.au. LMCT 9351.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in store dedicated to you and your trade. Whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. And our builders team with dedicated account managers has got you covered at every building stage, from the front fence to the back gate. Plus, you can call our Trade Assist team on 134872 for quick quotes on a wide range of supplies, saving you time and hassle. Bunnings Trade, helping business is our trade.
Footy tipping is underway, and it's not too late to join EmberX. Right now, EmberX Premium is completely free for all members, but only for a limited time. Missed the first few rounds? No problem. We're giving away $10,000 cash to the best tipper each round for AFL and NRL. Plus, you'll be included in our $2 million prize pool, with $250k cash going to the overall winner of each comp. Start tipping today at mberx.com or download the EmberX app today.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Welcome back to GMHBA Stadium. John Donohue with you. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. They are fired up on the text. They're fired up on the calls. You're more than welcome to give me a call, 1300 736 736. Would love to hear from you, 0433 98 11 16. Everyone's fired up, and that's what we love about footy as round 3 continues. Nathan says, go and grab yourself a warm pie and a sausage roll. Would love that. I reckon they ran out of pies where I was tonight, so that's a bit annoying. But anyway, I'm not going to buy into the hatred of GMHBA Stadium, because I like this venue quite not quite a lot, but I like coming down here. It's a good venue. It's good. Not a bad seat in the house, is what I'll say. Sitting up here, looking out over the ground, it's glorious. It's lovely. One texter here says 636. Can you talk about McAndrew v O'Brien? Is McAndrew making the Crows any better? He looks to be slow and labouring most of the time and can't get to the contest despite solid numbers. So this is an interesting one. I think Adelaide's only real proper weakness is their ruck situation. Now, they threw Finbar Maley in there at times tonight. They get a little bit out of some part-time rucks. But, yeah, O'Brien, it seems like he's well and truly on the outer. They don't want to pick him. McAndrew is young and inexperienced, but, again, he's a bit of a lumberer. They probably lack... Now, they're up against a team that lacks probably the same department, but they've got Blitzarves, who's just a freak, and you can put him anywhere. They probably lack that one dominant ruckman as their missing puzzle piece for the Crows. And maybe that would have been something that, against Collingwood and Geelong last year in the finals, that might have just taken them to that next step. So maybe that's something they'll look at in the off-season. I wonder whether they could entice someone like a Sean Darcy, who I know is a slow ruckman as well. However, he's in a committee over there with Luke Jackson. They're sharing the duties. Could a Sean Darcy come over to the Crows and be the number one guy and actually give them first use in the middle? Now, maybe you're robbing Peter to pay Paul because you're going from one slow ruckman to another, but someone like that, or someone of the ilk of a Rowan Marshall, or they just need someone who can give them first use but also get around the ground and take a mark, which Sean Darcy can do. He just does so rather slowly. So I think that's the one thing that's holding the Crows back from just being a really good football team at the moment. Now, I say that. They finished first last year. So they were doing something right last year, and it will click back in for them this year, I reckon, but it just hasn't started the season as they would have liked. What a game it is next Friday night against Freo. Two very exciting teams at the Adelaide Oval. Good Friday footy, second game of a doubleheader. It's going to be brilliant at the Adelaide Oval. Wish I was going to be there to just watch it all unfold, but I'll be at my house watching on the TV. Where else would you rather be? 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. We'll welcome in Eddie Corns very shortly, but first let's hear from Matthew Nicks, the losing coach from the Adelaide Crows.
It's probably not the issue that is the most concerning. They're a good side, so they're not going to throw the towel in when we hit the front. It's probably the first 10 minutes of the game is the issue. We're still on the bus. 0-10 inside 50s. I think we lost ground ball by 11 or 12. That'll be the one we have to look at and sort of go through the why, because planning's it's all good to plan for something, and then you've got to be able to execute.
You spoke all week about this side only works when it's high energy. So how disappointing was that, given you preached it during the week?
It was really disappointing for the group. So to come in at quarter time and sort of look each other in the eye, we were disappointed. But again, we can fight back from it. Unfortunately, you're doing that against the best teams. We're going to walk in after a game and be disappointed in a close loss, which we'd like to be better than that.
Do you sit here looking at your preparation, and do you change your warm-up times? Do you change anything in what you can do in the hour or two before the game?
No, because it's not something that we need to change. We've come out in games and started really well, so we'll just keep working on being better and knowing what it takes. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to swallow when you start like that, and then, as you mentioned, you fight back and get in front, especially at a hostile ground like this, against a really high quality team. To then, maybe do you run out of tickets towards the end? Do you just run out of puff? But we will have a pretty close look at the first 10.
Do you feel like the difference in breaks between the two teams played any part in it, or was it just a matter of running out of tickets because you'd expended so much energy to get back?
We won't even go there. It's not part. You don't start like that because you've had a shorter break. There's something that we didn't quite get right in that space, which we'll look into.
This club in the past, in being on the poor end of some umpiring decisions, there was one on the wing. Cats are up by 2 points. Looked like it came off Atkins. It was a free kick to Geelong in the end. Do you feel that was a big moment in the game?
No. There weren't. There's nothing that stood out that changed the game from that point of view. A couple of things towards the end that we'll go and work on when it comes to those really close arm wrestles. Again, a quite experienced side we're up against tonight that did that really well, especially through the last quarter. So you look at the second and third. Hopefully it was a good contest, which was a contrast on the first. People will be watching thinking Thursday night, wow. So second and third, we felt like the game was back on our terms, and the last they just got on top of us a little in stoppage again. And when you spend your time in your back half on a ground like Geelong's, there's not a lot of room to come out. So we talk about earning the right to play a certain way. We didn't earn that tonight for long enough. And so, occasionally that's going to look like we lack a bit of speed and a bit of spunk in our ball use, but when you're kicking it in from your point post, it's hard to put too much speed on the ball. So
the pace of Rochelle and Rankin was such a weapon for you guys. They seemed to get stuck on the bench for portions of the fourth term. Was that just they just couldn't get onto the field? Yeah, I think the game was played a fair bit. There was a bit of up and back, and it was on the far side of the ground. I think neither team rotated for a long period of time. So, those things are tough when you can't actually get players off. It's part of the play. We can go one down for a period of time. We can do it in other ways. But our guys we've done a lot of work on being fit enough to play out a game. And a number of players play 100% quarters these days. So for those guys, they're players we'd like to have fresher, and they're speed players. But I thought they both dug deep.
Take us through Jordan Butt's incident, how it played out from your end. So he cops the hit, stayed out for a while. Looks like the Docs had some communication on the phones. What do you know about how that all played out? Yeah, I'm led to believe it played out really well as far as the AFL are concerned. Our guys, they're pros in that space. We don't put anyone at risk. But as far as I'm aware, I don't know all the detail. I've only been told, it was actually done really professionally. And we don't ever want to leave a player out there if there's any risk. And so I believe it was done really well now. I'm saying
Matthew Nix there, the coach of the Adelaide Crows, keeping it all in perspective. So his team not going too badly. They'll bounce back, no doubt about it. A break. We're going to welcome in Eddie Corns on the other side of this. We're going to chat away for the next half an hour about the games this weekend and anything that is tickling Eddie's fancy along the week of footy. John Donohue with you on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Running towards goal. Whoa!
that's holding the ball.
That commentary with a little adult twist is brought to you by Sexyland. They get it, now so can you. Right to the final siren.
Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland.
11 stores in Melbourne, including Geelong and new store in Seaford.
Open till midnight, 7 days a week, or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
Love your fishing and boating? Well, you will love the redeveloped Yoringa Harbour. Nestled away in the rich fishing grounds of Western Port Bay, the new Yoringa Harbour has so much to offer the keenest boating enthusiasts. On-site boat storage means the Yoringa crew will valet your boat in, fueled and ready for your beautiful day on Western Port Bay. Yoringa suits anyone living in the southeast and beyond that wants easy launching, incredible fishing and loads of on-site storage. Escape the boat ramp chaos and discover hassle-free boating today at yoringa.com.au.
Had an accident? Get your car fixed now and pay for it later. Sheen Panel Service are now offering Afterpay. With 27 locations across Victoria, a range of over 600 accident replacement vehicles, a lifetime guarantee on repairs, plus Sheen can even pick up and drop off your vehicle. Fix now, pay later at Sheen Panel Service. Find your closest location at sheengroup.com.au.
T's and C's apply.
Still installing last decade solar panels? Mate, that's like frying an egg in its shell. Powerbay's bifacial solar panels, batteries and inverters change the game. Their dual-sided design captures sunlight front and back. Plus, N-type cells generate up to 5% more energy for even lower energy bills. Be the tradie ahead of the game. Switch to Powerbay's solar panels. Available in selected Bunnings Warehouse stores only. For full store details, view Powerbay on the Bunnings Warehouse website. Rebates available to eligible customers. T's and C's apply.
If you're after legendary reliability and safety,
Get a Toyota forklift.
Yep, Toyota is still the world's #1 forklift brand, famous across just about every industry for their reliability and safety. That's the Toyota Forklift Advantage. And with great electric options and branches all over the country, find the right Toyota forklift for you at toyotamaterialhandling.com.au.
Don't just get a forklift. Get a Toyota forklift.
Luxury Escapes is home to the world's best holidays. Discover hand-picked getaways packed with unbeatable value, exclusive inclusions and experiences you'll never forget. On a private, pristine beachfront, live like a VIP at one of Bali's most legendary resorts. At Nusa Dua Beach Hotel and Spa. Handwritten collection, bliss is easy to find. Enjoy all-inclusive dining, 3 hours of daily free-flow drinks and more. 5 nights from $1,799, valued at up to $4,486. Book now at Luxury Escapes. T&Cs apply.
Next time you're refueling your car, look out for Sunny the Kookaburra at your local Sunrise. That's how you know you're dealing with a trusted and independent local store. There's over 1,200 Sunrise stores Australia-wide. Visit newsunrise.com.au and do what the locals do.
Look out for the sunrise. Enjoy local service delivered with a friendly smile. Look out for the sunrise. Enjoy local choices, the best within a country mile.
Mullets for mental health, business at the front, party at the back, legendary all over. Your mullet can help the Black Dog Institute raise funds for crucial mental health research across Australia by sporting the most iconic haircut ever. This April, your mullet can help develop suicide prevention programs and improve the mental health of people who need it most. Shape and grow your mullet and show you're all ears for better mental health. Register at mulletsformentalhealth.org.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
She's a nippy night down the highway. It is chilly at GMHBA Stadium. Felt like 6 earlier. I reckon it's about 3 or 4 now. It is icy cold, and just getting a glimpse into what mid-July is going to look like around the country and around Melbourne mainly when the depths of winter settle in. It's true blue footy. John Donohue with you. Great to have your company. 1300 736 736 for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. If you are a podcast connoisseur, you have to take in the Eddie Corns podcast because it is just skyrocketing up the charts, as it should be. It's hosted by a very talented young man, and he joins us every Thursday night. We're bringing him in a little bit earlier tonight just because, well, that's what the fans want. Hello, Eddie.
Donners, appreciate the pump up. I am very, very, very excited to be here tonight. We've had 3 straight good Thursday night games. Is that an all-time record?
The tide is turning. We sat through them last year where they were all stinkers. And you know what? This is the universe telling you and I that we deserved a little bit of excitement on a Thursday night, and that's what we're getting.
Exactly. And everyone's complained about the fixture. We're not. We're not, because Thursday nights have been pretty much perfect so far this year. So AFL, keep doing what you're doing. Don't listen to the people. Don't listen to the fans. Keep Thursday night exactly how it is. We're loving it.
And next Thursday night, Brisbane and Collingwood on paper looks a very juicy game at the Gabba.
So good. I mean, Collingwood, Brisbane, both teams. We'll see what happens with Collingwood tomorrow night, which is also hopefully going to be a pretty good game. And Brisbane St Kilda is very interesting as well. So both of those two teams may have a little bit on the line next week, which is exciting.
We're actually due some very good Thursday night games coming up. So gather round. We mentioned Brisbane Collingwood next week. Gather round has now take Carlton for what they are. You know, like they're having a crack at the moment. But
I've just
Adelaide
looked
Carlton,
at the fixture.
Yeah, Adelaide Carlton's not bad.
We've got 2 Carlton games coming up.
Yeah, we do. Carlton Collingwood. Yeah. And then Sydney Bulldogs, I'm waiting with bated breath for that. Thursday, the 23rd of April, at Marvel. That's a beauty. Collingwood Hawthorn, a beauty, and Freo Hawthorn as well. So some good Thursday night games coming up.
Yeah, agree. So it's exciting times right here on Thursday night post-game. I know the people are texting in tonight. They're fired up about a lot of different things. So let's zero in on tonight's game.
What have you made of tonight?
Quickly. It was a weird game because normally we have a post-game and we come away and there's big overreactions and you kind of say this team's in real trouble or whatever. I actually came away tonight feeling better about both sides, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm a bit,
So like the Crows, for example, big outs, Dawson, Laird, Worrell, who's a really underrated player and is so important for their defence. They only give up 68 points. They only get 1 goal from Thilthorpe, nothing from Fogarty, who had to step up tonight in the absence of Taylor Walker as well. So for them to keep it close at GMHBA with the history of them playing in that stadium, I actually thought it was a win for the Crows. Obviously, there's some big issues for them. They start slow, which is becoming a trend, and they just look so much better when they take the game on, and for some reason, they just can't begin the game that way. But overall, I feel better about the Crows. And Geelong, they just continue to win these games. They go down late and they execute in the fourth quarter, and some of their best players make big plays and they end up winning. So, yeah, again, I feel better about both of these teams after tonight.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I sort of still was having a hard time placing Geelong and what they are in 2026, but what they are is they're ever consistent. And we know that when they come into a season, you just know what you're going to get out of a Geelong team. They'll win enough games down here to get them by as well, because this is a fortress. I mean, I think it's, as I said, 1999 the last time St Kilda won here. Adelaide haven't won here since 2003. I think there's plenty of others that haven't. I don't think North Melbourne have won down here for a very long time either. So it's a fortress for them. They're going to win enough games here, and they play a good style of footy tonight. They got a couple of guys who were down on a little bit of form, but overall, I think Adelaide with guys coming back will be fine, and their next 3 is going to be pretty good. And I think Geelong, the big test will come against Hawthorn. If they knock off Hawthorn, they're still well and truly a premiership fancy.
Absolutely. And like you mentioned there, the Crows, it's a big 3 weeks coming up for the Crows. Like, they should beat Fremantle at home, they should beat Carlton at home, and they should beat St Kilda at home.
Yeah.
If they go 3-0 over that period, they're right back at the top of the conversation when it comes to who could potentially win the premiership this year. And I agree with you on Geelong and Hawthorn. The other thing I want to touch on, you've been getting a fair bit of feedback on the umpires tonight.
Yeah.
And you've been quite calm on it. And I'm actually agreeing with you on this as well. I think tonight has been a major overreaction from some of our callers on the umpires. Dwayne nailed it in the call. They get it right about 85% of the time. And the reality is that's been the case since this sport began. It's never going to be perfect. It's impossible to expect that. And I also don't want the game to become over-umpired, like some fans and callers have talked about tonight. Like the guy who went at you for, I think was it Tony? I can't remember his name. But he went at you, Trevor, that's who it was, for not calling out the umpires for, umpiring how Phil Thorpe was defended tonight. I feel like if the umpires went exactly by the rule book and if there's any contact on the forwards, that's a free kick. The game's going to be getting an extra 15 to 20 free kicks. And I just feel like that's not actually what we want to watch every single night. And it would have ruined the game. It would have killed the momentum. So I don't think some people quite realise the consequences of what they're asking for when it comes to how the game is umpired.
Yeah, and it's like, as I said, I don't sit here at the footy. Now, there's way too many people, Eddie, that notice what the umpires do more than I do. I couldn't tell you 6 free kicks that were given away tonight and what they were for, and how controversial. Because I'm watching the game, and that's all. Like, that's the important thing to me. Now, you do notice bits and pieces of it at times where, that was a dodgy free kick and all that. But again, my supreme focus is just on what's happening out on the grass, and it's a nauseating topic, umpiring conversations. I don't know how Dwayne does it with Midday Madness. He answers them beautifully, but it's a nauseating topic because, as Dwayne said, they get it right 80% of the time. It's the hardest game in the world to umpire, Eddie. You can't. There's 4 of them out there. You cannot be in the right spot 100% of the time. And also, if they were right 100% of the time, what would they complain about? You know, like, what would people call me and complain about? Yeah. There'd be one less thing to complain about. So, yeah, it bores me a little bit.
I mean, obviously the Atkins incident is going to be widely debated over the week, and it's going to be
that one should be as well.
And it should be. That's one that they should be getting right. But the reality is there is luck involved in sport, and you need some things to go your way. Unfortunately, it didn't for the Crows tonight, and it hasn't plenty of times throughout the last few years, which I think is going to add to this conversation. And there's going to be plenty of conspiracy theories from South Australian football fans, probably including my grandpa, who say that the umpiring is biased against South Australian teams. Yeah. I get it, but I just think we constantly overreact to the umpiring, and the reality is they're not always going to get it right, and that's okay.
Yeah, well said. Very, very well said. It's it's not an exact science umpiring this game. There are different interpretations, different mindsets, different people seeing the game differently, and it's easy for us to see it up here from 150 metres up and 3 levels high. So it'll be a conversation that continues on for another 150 years after we're long gone. But I think a good game of footy shouldn't be dampened by umpire chatter. But anyway, it will be, and that's fine. That's what footy fans do, and that's what it's all about. And someone's saying here, how do you watch a game but not notice the terrible umpiring? Because I'm not looking at. So I watch the game for the players on the field. I'm not looking at a little Tiggy Touchwood free kick out the other side and going, that's ruined the game. That umpiring decision right there has ruined the game, and I'm not watching anymore. I'm stopping. I'm going home. I'm going to only watch the umpires now for the rest of the game and ruin my experience by getting angry at the umpires, going up and back, making the wrong call. That's not how I watch football, Eddie.
Yeah, no, no one actually watches that way. And if you're freaking out over ticky-tacky calls that don't get called, I just think you're just looking for something to complain about. Now, absolutely. Nathan's texted in and he's been listening all night and has been giving his feedback, which we love. Blatant calls are a different issue, though, fellas. Agree 100%. That Atkins thing shouldn't have happened. It did. But again, luck's involved. They're not always going to get it right.
Yeah, the Atkins one definitely deserves a little bit more chatter. All right, we hot start by you. Very, very hot start. We're going to take our final break. We're going to come back. We're going to have a look at the round of footy. You're going to ask me your usual question that you ask each and every week. Some interesting games. So I want to get your thoughts on a few of them. But we'll do that next. Eddie Corns is alongside me, John Donohue on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Yeah!
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
G'day, Nathan Buckley here. Cavallo Prestige isn't just Australia's largest prestige car dealership, it's a one-of-a-kind destination. Barista-made coffee, a fully equipped service department, prestige hand car wash and detailing, and over 250 high-quality pre-owned vehicles. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. Open 7 days. Come visit Haas and the team at 99 Lorimer Street, Docklands, or online at cavallo.com.au. Cavallo Prestige. Expect the extraordinary. LMCT 12904.
Footy's back, and so is all the action at Tyre Power. Celebrate the start of the season with the team from Tyre Power, and you'll get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Pirelli tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Pirelli tyres, but only at Tyre Power during their Footy's back sale. It's time to tackle road safety with a new set of tyres at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Metricon turns 50 and we're celebrating big. Right now, during our birthday sale, we're giving you up to $70,000 in savings and bonus upgrades across our Freedom and Designer homes. That includes refrigerated cooling, a fully rendered home, a roof made from Colorbond steel, plus energy-saving battery and solar. It's our 50th birthday celebration, but the bonuses and savings are all yours. Search Metricon. Conditions apply. Select build region. CDBU 52967 NSW 174699C.
Movie night just got better. Get Binge included on all new Mate Internet Plan sign-ups for new and returning Binge customers. Stream your favourite movies, comedy and drama with Binge. It's everything you need for a better night in. Binge included with all new Mate Internet Plan sign-ups. Visit letsbemates.com.au and use promo code BINGE25.
Valid for Binge Basic only. Must sign up to a new Mate Internet Plan by 31st March 2026. Not available with any other offer. Conditions apply.
Hidden Gems of Melbourne. Prince Wine Store in Bank Street, South Melbourne. Wine Enthusiast magazine has voted Prince Wine Store in the top 10 iconic wine stores in the world. The only store in the Southern Hemisphere to be chosen. Up to 4,000 wine lines, all wine regions of the world, from $10 to $10,000. You'll find the perfect wine at Prince Wine Store, bringing Melburnians the greatest wine in the world. Delivering Australia-wide, princewinestore.com.au.
Still installing gas water